wonderful evening, everyone, and we're back with another play-ins. A play-off, should I say. And of course, I'm your host today, Spooks. I will be with you for a big part of today, so you can't get rid of me that easily. But I'm not alone for the first match. I'm joined by the wonderful Kingsman, guys. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Obviously came off playing stream yesterday. Now I'm back onto casting. Back where I belong, where I feel comfortable. But we have an absolute match ahead of us. Nightfall versus Pandora. Two very strong sides, in my opinion. Watching them through league play, looking at the league table. They have been absolutely brilliant all season. So I'm expecting one hell of a game, Spooks.
One hell of a game, and as we're looking at that playoff bracket, indeed, you can see how nice it all looks. Nice in yellow, we have the Journeyman against Avalanche and Nightfall against Pandora. Of course, we are casting Nightfall against Pandora in the upper bracket, but that's not all it. Lower bracket, we have Sentinels against... And be with me for this one, please, because this is going to be a mouthful. Montbéliarde. I hope I said that right, because I butchered their name completely. Other than that, we have Overkill against Disorder. So thankful that everyone decides to have a good name that I can speak. And then one team has to ruin it. But that's fine. That's fine. We'll move on. We'll get past. Kingsman, looking at the playoffs brackets. Any match that favors you? Any match that you want to look at that you're like, yeah, that's the good one. That's the one I want to see.
As you said, there's always one that goes against the tide. Always one being difficult, but... one that I think could go against the run of play. There's a lot of these. Obviously, Overkill being on good form, winning both of their playing games, and Sentinels doing the same. So it could go. All of these games are exciting, but I think on the mainstream here, we've got the most exciting. Nightfall versus Pandora. Both of these teams stormed through league play. Both of them have been hyped as we move on to team stats, looking very beautiful indeed. Nightfall securing that obviously first place, that bye in the Ignis Conference. So they got that bye into the semi-final, whereas Pandora, they had to beat, I believe it was Disorder, to make it here. They got 42, whereas Nightfall 48. And looks pretty equal except from that across the board. Both of these teams seem to be very solid and know what they're doing.
They are quite solid, but there's one thing I have a bit of a look at in my eye, and that is, no, this time it's not the demos for everyone wondering. I actually can look at other stats besides demos, thank you very much. The goals against, it is something to look at. For Nightfall, goals for 194, and goals against 131. That's a good amount, that's a good statistic to have, but on the other end, 176 and 154. It's a bit closer. It really does seem like that for Pandora, it's going to be a tough task to get their goal clean for today. But we're going to see who has kept their goal clean the most if we get the player stats on over. I'm just forcing Sauce to do my reading right now. That's very nice to have. Look at that. Look at those stats. And, well, there's always one question, and it's always rude to ask, but I'm always the one to ask it to my co-caster, Kingsman. Any player that you think, yeah, that's the one. That's the one that's going to make the difference.
Well, looking at stats alone, I've personally looking at Ordiner. He's got 64 goals, leading his team. Also leading in saves, but not the only thing he's not leading in at the moment will be assists, which is held by Rev. Rev and Ordiner both playing most of the games this season, but I think one player who's been on a roll this season and is absolutely someone you cannot count out for this Pandora side is Flex UK. 73 goals, 77 saves, 67 goal participation. I'm expecting a lot from him today.
I'm glad you you said Flex UK and you didn't say Leroni, because I was for a minute I was very scared that you were gonna compliment Leroni. FYI, I know Leroni. I think I can consider myself a friend of him. I want to bully him a tiny bit. That's always what happens here. That's what's normal. But what is also normal is getting underway with the first game of today. Nightfall in blue, Pandora in orange. The kickoff is underway, and it is the man, the myth himself, Leroni, getting the first touch forward into the blue side. A good shot from Flaxy, but not on target.
Yeah, it's going to be a strong start for Pandora here. Looking to make the most of it. It's obviously the first goal in a game like this. Stream nerves. Playoff nerves, they do still have 2 lives, but you want to keep that and make the upper final, have that break before they play again. So all the pressure is on this first goal here. Both teams will have to get those stream nerves out. apart from that, I see this game going anyways. Both teams start off very well here, Spook.
They're looking quite solid, looking quite good, and that's what we like to see. Leroni in defense, aiming the ball up, but 0 boost to his name. He's not going to get too far, meaning that the ball ends up in the hands of Mistyful. Gets the ball forward once again, gets it past one. It's in an awkward position, still a good hit away though. And it means that so far, both these teams holding on strong, really looking solidified. And it's nice to see, to be honest. After having all the other playoffs, it's nice to see people who are capable of defending some good shots. Of course, lower leagues, they like to shoot, not so much to defend.
Yeah, they do, and that's what happens when you reach the top in Rivals. Both of these teams securing top 2 in their conference. This is the highest level rival gameplay. Move past off the Prospect and Challenger, which isn't so high tier. We're getting there as time moves along. As 385 now looks to move it forward, but it's going to be 15. Ordinal has time in the defense. Booms, if only Leroni can be there to block it, as he has time on the ball, gets in middle, but none of his teammates, Leroni doing all the work, but none of his teammates able to finish it off. And we're just seeing ping pong now as the balls boom across the side, as Flex can create a chance here, but once again, there is no one to finish it off. Maybe Pandora lacking the communications to start off with. It seems to be just one man on attack, but we're starting to see some sort of pressure, and it looks good for Leroni's side here.
It does, but you can also say the thing that you said at a bit earlier, hinted at a bit earlier. It's a bit of the stream nerves, I think. Of course, game 1, you're on live stream, you're getting casted. It's always going to be a bit nervy. You have to figure out what everyone wants to do, how everyone wants to play. It is something to get a bit of a feeling for. So I think that's what's mostly going on with Pandora and Nightfall right now. But I do have to say, so far, Pandora is the one impressing me quite a lot. Nightfall, they look a bit shaky, not really having found their footing just yet. And they need to do it quickly, because if you're going into game 2 still not having figured out everything that you need to be figuring out, it's going to be a tough matchup.
Yeah, and I think that's the perfect way to describe it, not having found their feet yet. Obviously, placing first in League play after 9 weeks, you don't do that by fluke. That is all completely skill, and I just think they're just nervous. They know, they have not played on mainstream yet as Rev. King will not be affecting him, he gets the save. But they still have that nerves, maybe, of the first time on stream. Pandora have already played on stream. I believe they swept this order on stream, so they have nothing to worry about. As Leroni gets a demo, and that was almost in the top corner of the net. And I must say, if I think this game's going to go anywhere, it looks to go the way of Pandora.
I was gonna ask you for a prediction anyway, but it seems that you're already so excited that you did one yourself, so I'm gonna go with you. Pandora looks quite solid. It hurts me to say that Leroni is gonna win here, but yeah, he probably is looking. The team is just looking good. It's looking solidified. They need to be careful though. This is a pass into the middle, could be capitalized on, but it hasn't really been done. Ordinor getting it back to Mistyful once again, but it's almost gonna be dangerous, almost bouncing on in. They have to be careful with those types of things. As third man, no Flex going up, a bit of a weak shot, getting saved easily over to the side once again. The ball gets hit up. It is Mistyful back into the middle, lacking that second man, but Leroni to the side, and it's just a very midfield battle right now. No one really breaking through that far.
Yeah, as now we might see that as 385. He does go for the double, but it's not going to be on the net. A lot of pressure coming out from Pandora, but Ordinor is going to get the clear. Leroni to the side, but he's not going to have the boost to follow up. But that's a boom. That's an open net, but I don't think... No, there is no attacker to follow it in. Only Mistyful, who has been relied on a few times by this Nightfall side. Last Flex there, just getting dunked. Maybe a first sign of attacking pressure for Nightfall. Maybe Caster's Curse will get to Pandora and they won't win game 1. But at the minute, it looks like it's going into overtime.
An overtime for game 1 would be a wonderful sight, but of course we cannot deny the fact that a 0-second goal can still happen. But it's a 50, the ball bounces on down, and the 0-second goal does not happen. We have ourselves a beautiful little overtime. Flex with a good hit up for 385, but no one there to capitalize on, and it's what you said earlier on as well. We're clearly lacking a second man to challenge, to push up forward for both of these teams at this moment. To just finish off this shot, this could be what you need, but the save coming out from Flex, and now the counter-attack coming out from Leroni and 385, getting the goal, getting the victory.
Well, I mean, shaky defending for Pandora, almost going wrong. But the one we don't want to compliment in this casting booth, Leroni will slot it at a 125 kph counter-attack. And we predicted it. Pandora, after a very short overtime, take game 1.
Oh, that is beautiful to see. What a beautiful counterplay, really. It started all with that one save, that one moment that they took to get the ball away from the goal. It was almost going in for Nightfall, almost. You get it away and you get the counter-attack going. It was all that was really needed. And I will say this though, Leroni, 1 shot on target, 1 goal. Lethal when he actually finds the net.
Maybe that's what Pandora need. They just need Leroni to shoot instead of Flex. And they might have the dub. But not that many shots for Nightfall. Maybe it's stream nerves. They have placed 3rd, remember. All Glacies is just better than Ignis. I'm not going to be biased on that at all. Well, maybe. But Pandora have started out very strong. And it looks like there are no nerves from them.
Clearly no nerves at all. They have figured that stuff out already. And as we are moving to the Forbidden Temples, we may see something appear that may be also a tiny bit forbidden, because I have never seen it before, Kingsman. I will tell you about a myth, a thing that I've yet to see in my casting career. Something that I want to see. Do you know what it is?
I have absolutely no idea.
It is a sweep consistent of just 1 O's. The perfect sweep, so to say. The golden sweep. And this is
all
looking
overtimes?
like maybe it could happen. It could happen.
All overtimes or just regulation as
No,
well?
that
Is
doesn't
regulation
matter.
allowed?
Regulation is
so
fine,
regulation
doesn't matter.
is allowed. So Leroni not wanting to give you the 1-0 there. Bag flipping. Unfortunate. But maybe we do see that, because this is the game I think that would provide us with that. Both teams very equal. And
Never mind.
yeah, there you go. 1-0. Game's over. Call it now. There you go. 1-0 Nightfall.
Just like my first cast, 5th Danny boys, my dreams have been shattered, torn apart, and stomped on. But Ordinator getting the first goal for Nightfall, keeping their dreams alive in this game. Not allowing for Pandora to run away with this one as Mystical under control, gets the ball forward once again. 385. Gets 15, and it's once again going in favor of Mystical, but Ref, good pass into the middle. Is there a finish? Yeah, there is, but it's all the way from Leroni once again, but saved.
I mean, they did take our advice on Leroni shooting. Maybe it's not the greatest idea, because that was nowhere near the net. Easy save for Nightfall. But now we're going to see Nightfall on the attack on the other hand. But it's a good clear from Flex. That allows the side to push up. And that's a miss from Rev. And there we go. Finally, Leroni actually finds the net.
You trashed on Leroni, and Leroni's like, no, I do not accept. Here we go, 1-1. Simple as that. I mean, let's be honest, Kingsman, I think we deserved that one.
Yeah, I agree with that. We did deserve it. Maybe we should just trash talk Leroni more and he might get into his element. We shall see.
It would be wonderful. It would be wonderful
Yeah.
to see Leroni just absolutely carry this game, just purely because we are a bit trashing on him. But so far, it's not looking likely because the game is still tight. Nightfall really not willing to give up so far. Mystical. Missing the ball right there. Could have stayed on the wall, but instead tries to jump. Rev now awkward position, but gets a beautiful 50. This ball goes forward, but blocked by 385.
Yeah, and we're now going to see a Nightfall attack on the other hand, but oh my god, Flex almost putting it in his own net, but it's off the crossbar, completely calculated, he'll say. But Ordinor now passing, Ordinor taking Flex's role, that's middle, it won't be Leroni to shoot, it will be 385, and 385 finds the back of the net.
And before this match even started, I warned Kingsman that if you're casting with me, only one of 2 things can happen. Either you go to a Game 7, or you end up in a sweep. And, well, there is no Game 7 to be reached, so we're most likely looking at a sweep right now in front of our eyes as Leroni gets this ball forward once again. 2-1 lead for Pandora. Looking good, looking strong so far. As the ball gets pushed forward, this is a beautiful setup. 385, didn't know where it was going, but missed the full. Hits the corner.
Yeah, I think 385 just a bit confused here, doesn't know where Mystical shoot, he turns the wrong way, he doesn't have the time. Mystical puts it perfectly in the bottom corner, and it's going to be Nightfall tying up the game. So maybe we don't see a sweep here. Maybe I can be the one finally to break your curtain. The booth as Ordiner goes for the shot, but Leroni will get the save, and that's missed by 385 on the line. But we're seeing a very different game from Game 1 here. Game 1 was a lot of midfield, 0-0, and this is now turning out to be one team attacks, the other team attacks. And we've had 4 goals already, which is quadruple what we saw in game number 1. So, I think we're in for a treat here, Spook.
It could be indeed. I would like a treat. It would be nice. It's a bit of candy with it. It would be nice to see. But this game, it has turned quite sweet for Nightfall, and it's turning a bit sour for Pandora. They really haven't figured things out after game 1. 2-2 still is the standing, and we're reaching the last 2 minutes. This could have almost been the 3-2. It's still in a good spot for Nightfall, but the ball ends up in the head of the man that is so popular. Mystical does it again.
Well, Laroni maybe diving in, it's just like he got bumped and sent. I think it's a bit of panic we're seeing from Pandora. They aren't used to this Nightfall pressure. 6 shots from Nightfall, and well, they have put in half, whereas only 385's missed it. Maybe he's finally getting nervous, because they had so much control last game, and it's just Rev versus Flex now. Like, oh my god, what a dunk from Rev! And there we go, 4-2.
Did that just happen?
Yeah, I think it did.
I'm just looking at this. Rev, that's rude. That's incredibly rude, Rev. It's beautiful to watch. It's generally a really beautiful 50, but that is just rude. To block off a defender like that, that is... credits to him. Beautifully done as Mystical once again bring this ball back forth. 385 with a beautiful clear over to the corner of the blue side. Rev has to be careful. Laroni wants some revenge, but the revenge has to wait a tiny bit more as Mystical takes it easy, takes it slow, and that is the type of skill I like to see. Being able to completely slow down the gameplay, but now you have to be careful. It's Nightfall. Laroni has an open net, but Rev gets back in time with another save.
Laroni has an open net, ball doesn't go in. We're going to hear that a lot throughout this series. But it was a good save from Rev, and we're seeing maybe Pandora panic now as we see Laroni get the reset as last man. Laroni himself has had 5 shots, which is more than the whole team combined, but it's going to be 5 goals for Nightfall. And surely now, Spooks, this is Nightfall's game to lose, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a sweep.
For people who aren't hearing it, I just had our lovely producer Sauce in my ear going, haha, no sweep. Someone's excited. Of course it's Sauce, because like, who else would not like to see me suffer? But Ordinator trying to maybe get a 6, as we will quickly ignore Sauce ever existing. We can't ignore Nightfall existing. Nightfall is really just refigured themselves out, looking better, looking cleaner, and just warmed up really. And that is a big difference compared to Pandora, who has been struggling to get those shots on target. Just like this one, it is on target. It's just a bit too weak. Not really what you want to see, not really what you need. And compared it to Nightfall, who's just been clinical as... I mean, my points get proven right in front of me. It is that easy as... If you're casting this, it's that easy right now. Because every time I say something, it just gets proven. Simple as that.
Well, maybe you should be saying Pandora comeback, and we might see it happen. But going back to the point you made, if it's not a sweep, does that mean we're going to be to Game 7 at this point? Because you said it was sweeps or Game 7s, so we might be seeing a Game 7, but of course best of 5. So Game 5, we might be in for the long ride here. As are we going to see goal number 7 for Nightfall? They've seemed to really run away from this game. I don't know whether it's the mental of Pandora going, or it's just the mistakes they are making constantly. But I must say, Nightfall have played pretty much, except for the goals, perfect Rocket League, and I think they have warmed up into this series beautifully, and they can go into Game 3 with their heads held very high.
Definitely, but there is one thing, of course, to take a bit of note of, is that every time we see a big score coming out in one of these games, the next one is nowhere near the same. The next one's most of the time just a 1-goal game, or very close to one another at least. So I don't think this is going to be a continuing thing for Nightfall, where they're just going to walk over Pandora and just do everything they need. Do think it's quite a bit notable, though, that, I don't know if you noticed this as well, Kingsman. Pandora, taking a bit longer to ready up. Maybe there is some coaching being done internally right there to help each other out, being like, yep, this is what we need to do different. Hit ball harder. Good things, let's go next.
Yeah, if I was Laroni coaching them in that VC, hit ball, hit into net, perfect. That's what they need
Well,
to
the
do.
thing
But
is,
if what are you saying?
Leroni is hitting the ball in net. He has 6 shots on target.
Yeah.
It's just not hard enough.
Yeah, that is. There's nothing I can disagree with. We saw that as a perfect example. 2 or 3 occasions where he would shoot and it would just trickle towards the net. It would be free save. Maybe needs to be a few more passing plays for Pandora. But Nightfall seem to have found their footing now in this game, and we're going to move to Urban Central for game number 3. And oh, we've already seen Leroni and Flex double commit on the kickoff. And if the signs are anything, that's not a good one.
Well, the signs are looking so far for an early lead for Pandora. Leroni figured out how to get the ball on target and with a bit of speed as well. Of course, he set this entire thing up himself, to be honest. With the bump, with the annoyance play. Good look so far from Leroni and Pandora, right from the get-go.
Yeah, well, I mean, I said it didn't look good for them, and yeah, it really doesn't. As they take the 1-goal lead in this series, and that is going to be a brilliant save from Mystical on the line. As Ordinal now gets the clear out, and Nightfall just need to find their footing again. Obviously, they scored 6 in the last game, and well, they look to be doing it again potentially as they move downfield. Obviously, Leroni is finding the guy. I think he's been no, actually, if 385 has scored, I was about to say he's been the only one to score for his team so far, but he really hasn't. As yeah, they're looking very good, and if this Pandora defense can cope as well as they are at the minute, then we might see another 1-0.
We might see another 1-0 lead, just take it over with the game. But it is Mystical trying to change that right now. Pass it to the middle. Rav is waiting for it. Rav is with the shot. Rav hits it on target. And we have ourselves the 1-1. Beautiful setup by Mystical, right where you need to be. And Leroni, there's not much you can do anymore right there. It is such a hard ball to defend.
Yeah, that was perfect placement from Rev. Absolutely nothing he could place it better. But Pandora, I believe, scoring first in the other game as well. So we might have seen them score first every game, and we might just see Nightfall not crumbling under the pressure and just absolutely chilling. And once again, Leroni looking like the front man for Pandora with the shots and the goals. And Flex and 385 just sat back. I said Flex was on to watch it. And what a shot from Leroni! I was just talking him up, and oh my spooks, does he provide?
What a beautiful passing play coming out from Pandora. That is one for the collapse, for the board. You need to save that one. Put it on your roof of your room. You want to look at that all day because that is beautiful. Such a nice passing play. Involving the entire team, by the way. The entire team had a bit of a touch at that ball. And that is, of course, what we like to see as Flex now. Looking for the third. A 3-1 on its way, but a bit too wide. And that means that he has to try once again. Good pass to Leroni. Hits it low. Hits it past. And it seems that this team is on fire right now.
Yeah, maybe Leroni's listened to me. The passing plays work. And clearly they have. As they are now 2 goals to the good, but 3-1 up. They took a bit of a tremble for the 1-0, but Pandora's found their feet. Leroni's shooting boots have been put back on, and oh my, is he giving us a performance right now?
Let me check real quick. Has he? No, he doesn't have the what are the wheels called again? The Cristianos on. He doesn't have those on, but I almost thought he was the similar fat man to himself because the shooting has been accurate, the shooting has been good. But in general, the team has looked a lot better. Flex now with a good shot on target, saved by Mystical. Leroni onto the backboard. This is a good position to be in, but 385 not getting it on target. You have to be careful though, don't want to get counter-attacked by Mystical. It's just a bit too wide, leading to a slower play. Leroni now. Demo creates a bit of time. Okay, I was almost scared right there, Kingsman. I was like, oh, I'm complimenting them, and then the goal would have happened. But thankfully, no.
Yeah, that is normally Caster's curse. You say something good about them, and they fail. Yeah. And obviously, the opposite's happening for Leroni. We're saying bad stuff about him, and he's popping off all 3 goals for him this game. Maybe we should. Maybe you might not like this, but maybe if Leroni's gonna mess up, we're gonna have to say some nice things to him. And oh, Yep. Speaking of him positively, there's your mistake. Rev puts the goal margin to only 1, and what a pass from Ordinator.
It's not that much of a mistake. This is just a beautiful pass from Ordinator. Like, we can trash a bit on the defense, like, oh, this and this and that. But sometimes you have to give credit where credit is due. This one was just a beautiful setup. Beautifully hit down, right where it needed to be, right past the defenders. And it puts Nightfall back within a reach of winning this third game. It is Mystical back into the middle. Is there a follow-up? There is, but there's also 2 other people. But the ball! Oh my goodness, what happened there for the defense of Pandora? A double commit coming out, and neither really got a good touch on it. Mystical just has it easy right there.
Yeah, well, I mean, open nets aren't easy. We can all tell from Rocket League experiences. They aren't easy, but he's kept calm, and he has leveled the game up 3-3 in game number 3. I mean, how many 3s do you want? Leroni even on 3 goals. And yeah, well, 6 shots for Pandora and the double commits. Not really helping them out. As now Ordinator looks for the demo. He bumps 1 in defense. But Leroni's got an open net. And he puts in goal number 4 for himself. Leroni is on a roll.
It is scary how accurate this man has been, especially in this game. 4 shots, 4 goals. It is all he needs to be doing. He just keeps on getting it past defenders. He keeps on shooting it on target. It is lethal right now for him. And it is truly what Pandora is needing right now. Leroni once again hitting the ball back forth. Ordinator misses the ball. This could lead to another offensive attack. Flex missing the ball, but so do the defenders. 385 saying, it is not just Leroni, it is all of us.
Yeah, and a bit of a Nightfall error has just led to an absolute easy net for 385. And to give you an update in another game, in one of the lower round 1s, Sentinels have swept Montbéliard. So Sentinels progress, and they play the loser of this game. Or this series even, not just the game. Imagine if it was just 1 game, that wouldn't be very entertaining. But Flex almost just out of his mind, doing his own thing. We're talking about other games. He's trying to double tap in this one. And well, all this Pandora side have to do is defend for 30 seconds. And they will take the match point. But Nightfall don't want that. And it's within 1 goal.
Not so fast, Kingsman. It is not done till that counter hits 0 seconds and there's a lead. People need to be careful. It is still fully possible for Nightfall to get back into this one. Also, I just want to say, I think the script has been messed up then. I think we got pretty much the B-Stream script and the B-Stream got our script. Makes sense, it happens with the sweep, it's fine. But you need to be careful. Oh my goodness, Flex! Putting any doubt we could have had to rest.
Well, yeah, maybe he did. And maybe the script is still our way. Maybe the script is still on us and we didn't get given the wrong script. We don't know. Only source in the back will know. But, oh, yeah, maybe we did get given the wrong script as Mystical puts in goal number 5 for Nightfall.
What is this madness? What is... I'm lost for words. I want you to know one thing, Kingsman. I said at the beginning, I'm complimenting this league for well defense, for good defense. Where is my defense? Where is what I complimented?
Well, getting a goal every 12 seconds counts, and I've just heard from the man in the back. Avalanche on B-Stream have won game 2 after a 6-minute overtime. So clearly, we're not getting the good defending. The B-Stream are. So maybe they should have had you on the B-Stream if they wanted to see some good defending. And Flex almost puts it middle. But it's going to be Pandora that claim game number 3 after a questionable last 30 seconds.
5-7. Let that sink in. 5-7. This is madness. This is genuine madness. I am genuinely looking at this and thinking, what? How? How did we see a 7-5 game? It is not normal. Like, What?
I honestly, I don't think I have any more idea than you on this. It was like 3-1, 4-1, 4-2, going with that last 30 seconds left. He said they had to get 2 goals at Nightfall, and well, 10 goals wasn't enough for the teams. They had to go and score some more trading goals towards the end, and well, maybe they weren't all Aroni scoring, but it was a good effort from both teams anyway, as now Pandora take match point.
On to match point we go, and we may see our predictions go correct, Kinsman. Of course, both of us said Pandora is taking the win here, taking the dub, taking the victory. But we still need to see them win. They need to win this one. Like you said, match point is in their hands. They have 2 chances right now to take the victory home, move on into the uppers, and have Nightfall drop down into the lowers. Of course, both these teams still have that extra life, but you won't want to drop down.
Yeah, playoffs being so crucial for that chance, and they make the upper finals. They also have a break in between. I know how good a break is, especially when you're a caster and you get a sweep and you have a very long break. I think those teams will be wanting that, or Pandora at least will want that. So they have to play the next series, which looks to be going the way of Avalanche at the minute, but Nightfall almost wanting to delay Pandora's party, as this could be a Rev double tap. Oh my, off the line. Jesus Christ, the gasp's insane. And Ordiner finally puts the ball in the net.
Oh, Ref, I feel your pain. That ball just bouncing on the goal line, not wanting to go in. Of course, that's where you have your teammate, Ordinator, getting the ball into the net, smashing it through. A very, very well deserved lead for Nightfall in this game 4, but also a very necessary lead. Nightfall cannot lose here. They do not want to lose here. Ordinator now onto the wall. It's back into the middle. Is there someone to finish off the shot? But there isn't. Rev now once again. Good pass to Mistyful. Just hitting it a bit too wide, a bit too high. And that means that this offense will slowly be dying down. It's Ordinator now keeping it slow, keeping it steady, getting bumped out of the way. 385, getting blocked. Rev does it again.
Well, you said good defending. I'm not seeing that from Pandora. His Flex is too far up, Laroni's too far up. Both of them beaten, and well, 2 goals in a minute. As we said, are we back to the Spooks curse? Both teams have won a game. We're going to game 5. Or can Pandora turn it around? Do we need another Laroni pep talk?
You mean another Laroni trash talk?
Oh,
honestly, I would be down for one, but let's have this game go on and on for now. A 2-0 lead. It's still 3 minutes 30 left, a bit more, so you have enough time to get back into this game. It's Flex now back into the middle, but can't find the second touch. Ordinator with a beautiful 50, going all the way into the orange half. Ordinator looking to drop it straight on down. 385 won't be making the same mistake, won't be letting Rev 50 him again into the net. Laroni, good hit forward. Getting blocked though, but it is a double commit. It's straight to 385. The goal is open, but the ball is missed.
Well, there's your chance. That's how you get it within a 1-goal margin. 385 crumbles under the pressure, but Flex, oh wait, I thought that was in. I was about to say, he doesn't crumble under the pressure. But I think that was a bit more of an easier shot for 385. He's going to be annoyed at himself now. He can't let it get to him though. As a double commit comes out for Pandora. Any chance of an offense fizzles out here. As Laroni puts it top corner. His 100% shooting accuracy not going to be with us here, as we see potentially the ball's just being held in this half. Are we going to see a goal? Finally, Flex puts it in, and with half the game gone, finally Pandora score.
In the end, it is a pass from Laroni. It is what you need, and Flex putting it where the defender could not reach. But it took sweat, it took tears, it took blood to get that ball in, and it is going to be hard because, well, Pandora, good luck. You have to do it once more. You still have to find another goal as that almost slips past Laroni. Still gets it saved though. Rev leaving the ball alone for Mistyful, but he isn't getting it further anyway. Flex getting it high, looking for a bit of control in this very messy game, very chaotic. Laroni hitting it high. Mistyful once again looking for a touch, missing it out, but Rev can't get it that far. 385 looking for the block, but the ball gets back into the middle. It's a bit of ping pong right now, Kingsman.
Yeah, and is Flex going to stop it? No, Mistyful on the backboard. He doesn't want Pandora comes this. He wants our voices to hurt. He wants a game 5. I think so does Chat, but Flex does not. He wants this cleared up in game number 4. As we're seeing Nightfall pressure now. They just need to hold the line. Sadly, the line is not playing, but they still need to hold it. And 305 is going to get the clear, but this is very good for Nightfall. They still have that 1-goal lead as Mr. Fall looks to beat Flex, but doesn't. Flex, I called him at the start the most influential player for Pandora. He's got to show that. He's got to come out of his shell and show us those mechanics that we all know he has. Show that skill, and we might see it here. Does he get over? Oh, yes, he does. I've asked Flex to provide. And what does he do for me, Spooks? He provides.
Thou ask, and thou shalt receive, Flex. The giver of a tie, the giver of a second goal to Pandora. A beautiful statement coming out, showing that they are still fully into this game. And still here to just finish it off. They don't want to go to game 5. They want to finish it off. They're happy to finish it off here. Flex not getting a second touch. Ordinator hitting it forward. Getting it past 1, but 385 in its path. Mr. Full now hitting it high. Still no one there to follow it up. And meets a 385. Dropping it down to Flex. This may be a counter-attack in the making. Flex with a simple shot. Flex past the defender. And Flex with all 3 to his name.
I think we might have seen... So what happened to Ordinator here? He just stopped. I thought he DC'd originally. Just can't just stop. But no, good thing for Nightfall. He is still going for Flex. Taking Laroni's position of scoring all the goals. But that does mean Nightfall are behind. Nightfall need to win. And finally, though, if we're looking from a Spooks perspective, Spooks' curse of a game 5 or a sweep might be done. We might finally, while Spooks is casting, see a 3-1. But Nightfall want to change that. Flex doesn't. And 30 seconds left. Which team do we see taking this? Can Pandora hold on? Or will Nightfall crumble under the pressure? And there's a 2-goal lead. Surely now, Spooks, it's Pandora's win.
Pandora is looking very likely to take this win, Kingsman. But it's scary. It is scary to think that, quite honestly, I don't have faith, Kingsman. That is how scared I am. I don't have faith for Pandora to hold on right now. I can definitely see Nightfall just get 2 goals and get back into this game. But Ref, back into the middle we go. That is not the touch you needed with the seconds ticking on down. Ticking away as it keeps on going. 10 left, 3-5. The ball hits on straight on down, right in Laroni's hands. The 50 going his favor. And it is Pandora going through with the uppers. And it is Nightfall dropping down and having to fight.
Yeah, it will be, as we almost see a goal there. But as much as I know you'll probably want to trash talk Laroni, fair play to him and Pandora. They have played very well. But in other games, we've seen Avalanche 3-0 Journeyman to send them to lower brackets. And here on the A stream, we will be seeing Journeyman versus the winner of Disorder Overkill, which is in game 5 currently. That is probably a very interesting game. But in this game, we see Pandora taking it through. And hey, Spooks, finally, we don't see a game 5 or a game 3. We see a game 4 win.
My curse has been broken. Thank you very much. Now I would like my curse to come back because I actually enjoyed the sweeps. It was always funny to look at. But it's fine. It's fair. We'll survive. We'll keep on going. I do have to ask you, Kingsman, before we go and before we leave this. Any highlight of this game? Any player, anything that happened that you really thought, yes, that was the reason why we saw Pandora win this?
Well, I mean, if you looked at it, Pandora, I think the only game they didn't win is when they looked dislocated as a team. As soon as they played as a team together, it was brilliant. I must say, throughout the series, as much as we want to have a go at him, Laroni's shooting accuracy, he kept the team alive. His shooting accuracy was brilliant all series long, very consistent from himself. And I must say, it's a brilliant team performance from Pandora, and they pushed through to the upper finals, where they will meet Avalanche here at 7 BST.
They will be meeting them. They will be facing them. But we are not there just yet. We will be saying goodbye to Kingsman. You will not be saying goodbye to me, because I will be here for a bit longer. So will be Sauce. But we'll be back right after this break.
up for a good time. Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Still tell all your friends what we used to do. I say the feeling's mutual. Distance between us dissolves when I fly over. Pull up, shotgun, sitting wide open. Hop in, tell me how your life been. Used to talk every day till the night's end. Been a year now, I'ma need the whole school. You thriving, update me on them goals too. Yeah, I could listen to you forever. Filling up a few of them strong, never let them take us anywhere they plan to. Don't jump the gun, but when we sippin' something, you already know what's up. Lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. We both familiar on what the future holds. Bottoms up for the time that we wasted. A later we got reacquainted. Pour up for a good time. Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. You work hard, you need a vacation. I'll take your lifestyle, rearrange it. Put you on a plane with a destination, a white sand. All this funded off a mic stand. My right hand, I'm catering to your life. From the room, see the waves to the shoreline. Skin tan, you blended with the locals. Burn bread on you, something we could toast to. I'll promote you, show you to the universe. Got a couple on reserve, but you was first. Yeah, always have, always will be. You're the only one who gotta know the real me. So lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. From the clouds, you can view the coast. I feel the same for you. I don't even gotta say shit. Later we got reacquainted. Pour up for a good time. Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Usually I put it down and withdraw. You always getting a round of applause. Standing ovation, give me an encore. Yeah, I need an encore. Tell me that you coming home with me. Love it when you fitting close to me. Who's showing you how it's supposed to be? I know you know it's me. Pour up for a good time. Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. my name next to yours.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are here once again on this beautiful desk. We just saw our 3-1 victory happening. Back then I had Kingsman. I have removed him from my studio, and now I have brought along Potter. How are you doing?
Well, I mean, for the first time, I am here in the booth casting a playoffs instead of being there on the field. It hurts, but it's a different perspective. Overkill were the team to knock me out. They are here now.
Ooh.
They just won in Game 5 against Disorder to get this matchup, and they're going to be playing the Journeyman.
It is a painful thing to cast the team that knocked you out, but let's see how they did it. Let's go to the playoff bracket so far, because a couple of interesting things have been happening so far. Of course, if it loads in, I need to see it myself. We have seen Nightfall lose 3-1 to Pandora. We have seen Avalanche 3-0 Journeyman. And we have also seen Sentinels 3-0, the team that I shall not name because I don't know how to speak it. And we have seen Overkill, this team 3-2, went to Game 5, winning over Disorder. And now we see them playing against a Journeyman. Of course, we've already hinted that Potter is hurting quite a bit. So let's look at the team stats to see why Potter is hurting so much. And you can take this, Potter. You can look at this. Look at the stats, Potter, that have knocked you out of this.
Make me just drink it in, the loss from Overkill. Thank you very much, because it wasn't a loss, it was a decimation. We got absolutely slapped, and this is why Overkill are here, and I'm watching from the sidelines. But the wins, Journeyman, they did finish first place in the Glaciers Conference. Overkill finishing 5th in the Ignis Conference. A little bit of cross-conference coming out here in the playoffs. This is what we waited all season to see. 9 weeks of league play. All comes down to today. Whichever happens, you know, if the goals for Overkill aren't shining through, they're not scoring the goals, they're not getting the wins on the board, you know, they're going to be going home after this series.
It is not going to be an easy matchup. From the sounds of the way you are talking right now, Potter, I don't think this is going to be easy at all. I think this is going to be quite close. Of course, last time I looked a bit at different stats. I'm going to look at this one right now. Demos. I see 47 more in favor of Journeyman. Well, anyone who has watched me before will know I love myself some demos, so in that end, I'm gonna be favoring Journeyman a tiny bit more, but let's see these player stats, let's see what these guys have been up to during the season, how much have they done, and well, Potter, since you have so much experience with them, who is the person to watch out for in Overkill?
First to watch out for on Overkill is definitely Raxler. He's got the least games played on the team. Maybe he was a sub, maybe he wasn't showing up to games, maybe he got signed mid-season. If that is the case, I definitely know, and I definitely felt why. The double touches, the backboard reads coming out from that man, alongside Patroid and DP76. It is a roster to be, what's a word? A roster to be afraid of, a roster to be scared of. This team is going to hopefully at least take one game from Journeyman. As well as an interesting stat, which I haven't really brought up or anything yet. Both teams who were first place in their respective conferences have dropped down to the lower bracket and are now facing play-in teams. Both play-in teams have made it past round one, and both round one seeds from the upper bracket have dropped down.
It is an interesting statistic to look at, but then over on the other end, there is one player I'm looking at over on Journeyman. 70 games played, Mithril. Definitely gonna be the name to watch, and I'm looking at those saves, and Potter, you're probably gonna agree with me with this. That's just one word for it. Wow. 111 saves for Mithril. Clearly the defensive powerhouse for them. Clearly the defensive powerhouse for that roster, the one they need. Is he gonna be that important as well during this match?
He's gonna have to be. That 111 save stat is mind-boggling. However, it can highlight that Mithril is maybe a third man. He sits back in defense as he enables his other teammates. Or it could highlight how much pressure that the Journeyman allow sides they are opposing to have on them, being forced to make saves. Could be awkward saves, could be even like dunks, which you get a touch on, but then the player comes on top of you and forces it into the back of the net. There's a lot which you can try and estimate from that save statistic, but I mean, I think we're ready to get into this one.
We are indeed ready to get into it. These players have been waiting. They have just been lying dormant, waiting for it to happen, waiting to get a little bit of a look at, are we gonna see what on paper is gonna be one big upset in Overkill beating Journeyman? Or is Journeyman gonna refigure out how to shoot on target, how to save the ball, and just gonna get back over to Overkill and make this a trio? Only time can tell. Of course, Journeyman in orange, Overkill in blue, and well, let the game go on.
Journeyman already being upset once in a sweep. Going against them by Avalanche, need to step up, need to perform in this game, in this series. Raxler with the first attempt on goal, it goes very far wide. Great demo coming through as well from Raxler onto both guys just to enable a little bit of space for Overkill to work with. DP there taking the pass off of Raxler. Vast Mistral gonna have to get a touch over to the corner. The pressure coming through from Overkill. This is maybe what we would have expected given their offensive statistics. However, that shot bottom left corner again just saved by Mithril. Journeyman can see how they gathered up on the goal line. They're ready to make any save which is pressured towards their net.
Raxler on with a pass to Patroid, but not getting past the defense this time around. They have to look once again. DP. Good attempt, good shot, but not strong enough. Same for this one from Patroid. Raxler hitting it high, hitting it into the middle. It's a beautiful pass to DP. That's the save from Mithril, showing why he had that many during the regular season. And it's a good look from Overkill so far. Truly showing how they beat Butter, and they're looking to do it again here.
They're not beating me this time, but they are beating the Journeyman. 1-0. Raxler, the man who I said would pop off, the man is popping off here for Overkill. They've got through one round. They're looking to take out the Giants in Journeyman. And what a start to the series for them.
It's a wonderful start. It's exactly the one you are looking for, but Bukai looking to change that, looking to go the other way. Mithril with a shot, but not getting it past. And DP once again under control. And a good set amount of patience coming out from Overkill. Really relaxed, just knowing they don't have to push right away. They are, especially right now, in the lead, the controlling factor. And they're looking to get that ball. Just let the time waste. Let it be wasted. Don't worry too much about the time. It will slowly tick away. Bukai now hitting it hard, looking for a pass to the middle. It's DP blocking them off. A shot is on target. And that's the second one for Overkill.
2 goals to the good for the side in blue. The pressure is constant. The net is under absolute fire of the Journeyman. They haven't had a shot on goal, have the red side. They've only made 2 saves, stopping 2 of the shots from the Overkill side. That is half the shots they've had. The other 2 have landed in the back of the net. Journeyman, it's simply not good enough, and they need to flip the script.
Need to flip the script, but it's not looking likely so far. It's truly Overkill just ready. And I think that's a bit of a difference right now. It seems that Journeyman, even after their other game, still aren't really ready, Potter. It genuinely feels like Overkill is just the team that came in with a plan and is executing it to perfection. DP hitting it high. Looking for a pass to the middle. But lets the ball rest. Let it just settle down. Raxler, once again with the double. It's beautifully set up for Patroid. And, well, at first I thought to myself, haha, Butter got swept, Butter got destroyed by these people. But now I'm just thinking, how did you not? Because these guys are looking wonderful so far.
How did these guys finish 5th in league play? These guys should have been the ones, if they're playing like this all season, I'm not sure what's happened. How are they this low down? How did they have to come through the play-ins? Why did they have to knock me out? And now they're going through and knocking everybody out in their path. Patroid adding a 4th, game 1 already. Question marks above the heads of the Journeyman.
It's not just question marks above their heads, it's everywhere. Around the goal, around the offense. I honestly don't know what's going on for Journeyman. I don't know where their speed has gone, I don't know where the consistency has gone. It's like they're just outclassed right now. Like they're playing against the higher power that they just cannot be defeating. Petroid letting the ball pass DP onto the backboard. Awkward position, but Mithril still gets the hit away. But still not in a good position though for Journeyman. They really, you really must think to yourself now, oh, we need a goal. If you're Journeyman, you need a goal during this game. It doesn't matter if it ends in a 1-7 and 1-6 and 1-5. You need that goal just to reassure yourself, yeah, we can actually win.
It's not just a point of getting a goal. They probably want to try and get a goal now and hold out that lead. That way they know for at least a minute and 30 seconds they can keep Overkill out. They know how to play. They can change up their game in the minute break. They need to get something on the board, but Raxler looking for the backboard himself plays it to Patroid. 5 goals to the Overkill.
I might just let you watch this one once again. Backboard, Petroid is ready. It happens every single time. Raxler onto the backboard, Petroid waiting, ready to go, and gets a free ball on target. It is the winning formula, it seems like, but now it can be used against them. Raxler, beautiful touch away. It's a very hard ball to hit, and he still finds a beautiful touch away from it. Nabukai hits it with a 50. It is in the hands of Mithril. Still not in a good position, and with just a bit over 1 minute left. Potter, what do we need to see of a change in Journeyman to see them do anything really?
I can be very blunt and get to the point and say they need to shoot more. They've had 1 shot in the 4 minutes, even if that was just 1 bang, panic clear upfield. Again, onto the backboard, down to Petroid. Same old story, same old script.
It's getting a bit boring now, isn't it, Potter? The same old story. It's almost like Sauce written this story, written this. It's almost like he was the one who was dealing with this again, and just like the script we've seen in all the leagues so far, we need a new script writer. We need a new script writer, to be honest.
So you say, it's getting boring. I had to play against this. I seen 8 of these goals go in against me, and they were all basically the same, and we still didn't do anything about it. That's kind of what is happening to the Journeyman. They've taken up the Arena Tribe role. 30 seconds remain. They need to try and get something on the board. That little bit of hope. But I mean, it kind of just, you kind of start to lack confidence. You think, hey, what can we do? Do we know what we're doing? Because after this game 1, I think it was game 2, we decided, you know what? We don't know what we're doing wrong. We don't know how we're going to come back from this. Mr. Efficiency gets 1 for the road with 15 seconds remaining.
It is at least something. I think that's quite important, to be honest. Having that 1 goal, I said it a bit earlier, you need that 1 goal. You need that 1 bit of security, like, yeah, we are able to get the ball on target, we are able to get a goal. The problem is, how do you get Overkill to just not get any goals against you? And so far, the biggest problem point has been their backboard defense. It's the same old story non-stop. I mean, 4 goals happened from it. Just Raxler hitting it onto the backboard and Petroid having the easiest shot of his life. You need to be able to clear that backboard. Put someone on there. If there's someone in net, you need the second man to be on the backboard, because you can't be having this once again.
It comes down to what I said before with that Mithril stat of 111 saves. The Journeymen together had 5 saves in this series, and Overkill had 1. Not because Overkill weren't doing any defending, but like all the pressure from Overkill was onto Journeyman, meaning they were forced to make saves. It was awkward saves. They didn't really get out of defense, meaning they had to keep getting the save stats, whether they wanted it or not. That's how they've got the points. That is how Mr. Efficiency is on 336 score, and Petroid is on 741, not because of saves, but because of goals. And goals win you games, goals will win you series, and goals will win you championship.
Well, a bit before this match, me and the other casters, Kingsman, we're talking about my curse, the Spook's curse, where I only get game 7s or sweeps. It has been broken. I think with the way this has been going, we're about to see it just return, because I don't think Overkill is stoppable right now. They're looking so good, they're looking so solidified. It just looks genuinely like a team ready to make the run of your dreams, to bring the upsets that no one expected to happen. They are legitimately fighting for this championship. They're fighting for this win in my eyes, if this is how you can continue to play.
Drum Hunter has entered the field. The ex-master, ex-elite player coming in. Triple commit, open net for overkill. And Raxler plain misses. That could be the moment which comes back to bite the blue side. Even though they had such a convincing first game win, it's not something to get complacent on. As this pass goes in field to Mithril, it's onto the backboard. Someone's got to be there. It is Detroit to touch it away. About 40 seconds gone, it already seems like a completely different game.
Oh, that pinch attempt. I do like the confidence in that. It is fun to look at. DP now hits it towards the middle. Detroit gets it under one. Looking for the pass up once again into the middle, but with 0 boost, you ain't gonna get too far. DP taking it easy, but a bit too easy, a bit too lax. Mithril now can't get the 50. The ball stays in the orange side. Finally, a bit of a breakthrough. Can Mr. Efficiency get the ball away? No, he cannot. It is Drum Hunter once again with the shot not on target. And it has been the story of Journeyman's life so far. Just not on target, just not enough, just a tiny bit more is necessary.
Drum Hunter, it's an open net. It is a goal for the Journeyman. It's a lead for the first time for the Journeyman. He's being subbed in, he's being called upon, he needs to step up, and he's done exactly that. I'm not sure what's happened to the rotations of Overkill. I'm not sure what's happened to the defense of Overkill. But what I do know is Journeyman have got a 1-0 lead here.
You ask Drum Hunter to all of a sudden play, and he just arrives and does what you've been struggling to do for an entire game. But now you have to be careful. DP onto the backboard. Is there a follow-up? Yeah, there is. There is Detroit once again, but not a touch you'd like to see. Mithril onto Mr. Efficiency, but maybe a bump would have been the better option right there. It's a Raxler into the air. Can he leave it alone for DP? Well, it's into the air once again. This may be quite open, but DP couldn't get a touch onto it. And at least the Detroit once again has to go. It's looking a bit more shaky now for Overkill. Maybe they got a bit too confident after game 1. Thought it would have been a bit easier than this. But now, so far, 2 minutes in, they really haven't shown me anything special.
No, Overkill, it seems like a different version of themselves compared to last game. Drum Hunter strikes again. I'm not sure what's happened to Overkill. It's a great bump from Mr. Efficiency to break up the defense. Double commit into defense of Overkill. And it's a second goal for the Journeyman.
Journeyman really looking to change things up. Drum Hunter has been maybe that special key that they needed to unlock this mystery as DP onto the backboard. Straight on down. Raxler can't get to it. Detroit tries to bring it forward once again. Double commit coming out. Raxler missing the ball, but DP in a good position. Back to Raxler. Back into the middle we go. Is there a finish from Detroit? The shot is on target, but the post denies.
And Overkill need to try and get something soon. We know the offense they can create. That's the problem which I had, was we literally couldn't get out of defense. That's what happened to Journeyman in game 1. They need to do the same again. Double commit in defense. This one's onto the backboard. Mithril is up for it. No boost to work with Mr. Efficiency. 1v1 attempt should be open for Drum Hunter should he get the shot. It's onto the backboard. Mithril to follow up. Raxler to clear. 1v1 Raxler against Mr. Efficiency. He's gone past him. He's got the angle. He's got the top right corner. Raxler driving through the Journeyman defense. Dagger through the heart. 2 minutes remain for Overkill to finish.
I think probably the best thing to look at right there is how Mr. Efficiency tried to get the bump onto Raxler. Saw the problem, was like, okay, no, we can't let you live, we can't let you break through. In the end, the worst thing that could have happened has happened. But Detroit now in awkward position, still gets the save. Drum Hunter back into the middle to Mr. Efficiency. The ball gets hit high. Maybe a bit too much to be asked from your own teammate, Deepe. Can't get it far away either. And Mr. Efficiency is quite efficient with his aerial control. The ball is on target. The lead back into a 2-goal difference.
Different Journeyman roster. That substitution of Drum Hunter, it's working dividends. Bokaj maybe not the player I personally would have called out to be substituted, seeing as I've played in the rival tier. I know the team which swept me in league play, and that was Bokaj, Drum Hunter, and Mithril. Detroit forced to make a save. Still, Mr. Efficiency playing a part. We can see the aggressive nature which he's got, the bumps and demos all coming through, coming through with his first goal in this game. Maybe one more should seal it. Mithril, the man up for it. Raxler gets a touch away. It's an awkward touch in defense, allows Raxler to come through with the ball, but no boost to work with. It seems like it's Overkill Overkill team has been starved a lot. They can't really do much in offense. Whenever they get the ball, they're zero, and it's just banged away to Journeyman to start up something. That's all good from DP on the backboard. Raxel with a touch away, goes to Drumhunter off the left post. Misproficiency again for Troy with the clear. There's a minute left for Overkill. That is a 4th goal for the Journeyman.
Now, is it going to be a minute of just remembrance, thinking, okay, this is how we won in game 1, this is what we need to change, and we are able to change that during that minute, and maybe come back into this? Or is it going to be a minute of pain, where we see Journeyman just walking away with this game 2, just doing what happened to them in game 1, and showing why they are that first seed, the one that got through everything as easy as possible. Mr. Efficiency bringing the ball back into the middle. Beautiful touch from Mifril. Almost going in, almost being the 5th, but now they have to be careful, it's going the other way. But it doesn't look like that Overkill is gonna remember or do anything different so far. They really need that break, because Mifril getting the 5th for his team.
This is interesting, as it sets up a predicament now, where one more goal for Journeyman, and it is the same scoreline as last game, but reversed for the other team. In playoffs, this is not what we would expect. It's do or die times. This is where we expect overtimes to formulate a game, a season of Rocket League, but no, it's absolute blowout, end to end. 20 seconds remain for Troy, trying to get a little bit of momentum going through for game 3. DP pops it up, it's over. Mithril, Raxler's there, onto the backboard. 10 seconds remain. Journeyman have tied up this series.
Tied up indeed, and they've done it in a spectacular fashion. I did not expect this at all from them. This is a bounce back that is just immeasurable how important this is. You spoke very early on about a miss from Overkill, a chance that should have been in, that they didn't get. It really might be painful for them, having missed that opportunity now.
It's a common tale in Rocket League where the first goal normally wins the game. That would have been the first goal in the game, and it would have been scored by Rex of that open net miss. I mean, it could have swung the game. It could have been a completely different story. Of course, it could have just ended 5-2 to the Journeyman. We will never know, because that goal, that chance, did not get converted. And here we are back in the booth, ready for game 3.
Indeed, but if you are Overkill, I'm gonna set myself straight here, just gonna get myself ready. If you are Overkill, Potter, what do you do different? What can you change to win this match?
You need to get your offense thriving again. We've seen how many goals they just scored for fun. It's been flipped, and Journeyman have just taken a page out of Overkill's book from game 1 and done the exact same and punished them with their own tactics. That needs to be changed again. Overkill need to try the same thing as they did in game 1. I'm not exactly sure what's flipped in their heads, why they've changed, what's happened. Steal the boost, get demos. We see what's happening with misproficiency. I think, again, the substitution of Drum Hunters worked. It came through. It's done well. He pops up with 2 goals, 2 important goals at that as well. But I think Overkill just needs to get more aggressive. Or just put them on the kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, acceptable solutions that we are seeing right here. Petroid showing why he was so dangerous in game 1. Of course, a bit of a whiff coming out from a Journeyman on the kickoff. Not much we like to see as an opener for a very important game, because let me remind you, if whichever team wins here, they are going on to match point. They then just need one more game win, and that's of course what you're looking for. And unlike the game we saw before this, losing here is the end of your story, the end of your season. You need to win here. And it is Petroid going into the air onto the backboard. Is this the working formula coming back to work again?
It seems like it is. The coding's being revamped. It's back working again. The error message has gone. 20 seconds in, 2 goals for Overkill. That's more goals than they had last game. It came inside of 20 seconds. They need to keep this lead. They need to keep the goals coming through. Journeyman need to respond.
They need to respond indeed. You don't want this to be another example of game 1 or game 2 in that matter. You need to get back quite quickly. This is a good bounce. This should be in. And it goes over. It's once again Drum Hunter proving how important that substitute was. But, Potter, at the start of the day, I was complimenting this league's defense. How this is a step up from the lower leagues in the defensive terms. because they are so much better at it, so more consistent at it. And then today has been just goals, goals, goals galore. Why?
Yeah, but is this the defense being bad or the offense being incredible? We can see how Overkill keep pointing out the backboard and keep diming up Petroid, Raxo to Petroid, and then you've got DP sitting back in the back. He's watching, he's spectating, his teammates thrive. And that's been happening a lot, and it's been working. I think it's strategic to, you can see and highlight where teams aren't doing as well. Maybe, yes, Journeyman don't have the best backboard defense, they can improve on that, and that would maybe stop the offense from Overkill. That should have been another goal for Overkill. That one's off the crossbar. But no, it's just, yeah, okay, I see what you mean. They need to communicate, they need to stop the double commits, stop panicking. It's only playoffs. If you lose this, you are going down on match point. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Easy advice from Potter, the man who didn't make it to this point at all.
Yeah.
But it may be what is needed. Rexler getting the third to his name, to his team's name, I should say. I generally am feeling right now that the way these teams are thinking is offense is the best defense. But then forget that defense could also be quite helpful.
Forget the defense, score goals, win game. This is the Overkill and Journeyman meta. It has what we've seen for the past 10 minutes or so of Rocket League. The goals are flying back in for the blue side. They're not flying in for the red side. And this is why we've got a 3-1 scoreline. The fourth goal could come through. It's in the midfield. Mithril clearing it away for Journeyman. It's banged away from Petroid. It could be into an open net, but Mithril again there to clear it. The saves coming through for that man, probably up to at least 120 by now after this series. DP bang away. Someone needs to control this ball and take possession, try and do something with it rather than keep gifting possession to the other side, Stu.
They are indeed doing that quite often. It's a good point to make, is that how much they are trying to just give away possession. Just like, oh no, we don't want possession. We don't do that here. We're happy to just bang the ball away. As Drum Hunter looking for a couple of bumps and demos. Maybe a bit of control is necessary. DP right now hitting the ball forward once again. Can't follow it up himself. Drum Hunter now in a good position from the backboard. The save has been made. But Mithril, a beautiful position. If he just used a tiny bit of his boost, he maybe could have gotten to the ball, but now has to let it go once again. Drum Hunter keeping the offensive pressure going for Journeyman. They really need that second goal now. You don't want to let it wait till the end, but a double commit is going to be the end of the offense. No, it's going to mean a goal coming out from Journeyman. It's Mithril finishing it off.
These are the score lines we want to be seeing. The pressure coming through from Journeyman. It pays off. Petroid couldn't scramble back to it. We've got 2 minutes left of Rocket League with a 1-goal deficit for the Journeyman. Could this be the comeback which enlightens this series for the Forge team?
Mithril trying to get that goal, get that tied up match going, but so far they have to wait a bit longer. It's still a bit under 2 minutes left to go, so you have enough time now. You know that you can score, you know that you have the time. It is now just a matter of patience. Relax and get that goal when it comes. DP now trying to progress the offense a bit further. Petroid has to do it by himself, but a mistake coming out. This could lead to a goal. DP with a beautiful save, but it's not safe just yet. You have to be careful. You can't think of this too easily. Mithril onto the backboard. Miss coming out from DP. There comes a shot from Drum Hunter. It's onto the backboard once again. A miss coming out from both ends. And it means that Petroid hits it high, hits it past. Can he get one more? No, he cannot. Drum Hunter once again blocking it off. And we're nearing the last minute, Potter. And it's looking as close as ever.
1 minute of Rocket League separates Journeyman from match point. Petroid solo play, not gonna get that 2-goal cushion regained. Mithril pass down. Drum Hunter's there to connect. DP, the man on the line to save his team going down. Mithril, great demo. Everybody from Journeyman gravitating towards the ball. Everybody kind of wants to get that hero touch to send them to a potential overtime. Mithril off the corner. Drum Hunter's there. Mithril again to turn in. Shot is good. DP with the save. Not good enough. Mithril, the dunk, forcing that one through to the bottom left corner. 38 seconds remain. Overtime on the horizon.
The stars aligned. The journey has been long, but the journeymen have eventually found a path towards the net for a third time. This time making it 3-3 quite important. And I think probably the worst stat in this entire match so far it is worse because it is 3-3. It's this close and he has not been activated yet. Mr.
Open net.
Efficiency with a shot on target, but it bounces straight on down, and this is why he only has 66 points in this game.
How's it not gone in? It was in the net's boot and it didn't go in. What happened? It was in the net. You had to hit it with power at the goal and it would have been in. 5 seconds remain. Raxler, one more chance off the ceiling. Drum Hunter to boom that one clear. Petroid leads and it hits the ground. We've got overtime on Utopia.
We've got an overtime that should not have been an overtime. But it happens. You have to move on. And I'm looking at Mr. Efficiency to help out. This is a beautiful save by Mithril. But really, Mr. Efficiency, where have you been? You were the one that was a shining star for this journeyman team in Game 2. Now in Game 3, they need you to finish this off. Need you to help them out. A good clear coming out though. Now, Mr. Efficiency, once again, good pass forward. Petroid hits it away.
30 seconds into this overtime, no goals just yet. We could be in for a long ride. Raxler off the back wall, DP looming for the shot, but Mithril just faster to it, looking for somebody on the infield. Drum Hunter's there. Petroid misses. Drum Hunter also misses alongside his opposite counterpart. Raxler looking for the solo play again. Vast Mithril, no touch to be found. No touch was needed in the end, but Drum with boost pops it over 2 players. One last to beat. DP closes down the space. Mr. Efficiency bang into the midfield. It's open for Mithril. Shot not good. Raxler there to clear it off of that left-hand post. Drum Hunter again, touch clear. Big bangs coming through. Nobody capitalizing on the touch. It's Petroid forcing it through. Not close to the goal. Raxler looking for DP, but Mithril just comes in and snatches the ball away. Double touch was found. No boost to work with though. No precise angle found. It's into the net though. Drum Hunter with the shot. Drum Hunter with the goal. Journeyman get the game in overtime, which they should have had in regulation, and put themselves onto match point.
They have quite literally stolen this match. They were down 3-1, being able to bounce back to the 3-3 and then the 4-3. It is quite important, and it is such an important match for them. But the one thing I want to point out, Mr. Efficiency, before the overtime, I believe, had 60 points. And they still got to an overtime. If in Game 4, Journeyman can fix out whatever happened to Mr. Fishy during this game, and could get him to play the way he played in Game 2, ooh, Journeyman is gonna win here. It's gonna be quite a show to watch, but same can be said for Overkill. They need to figure out how to get that ball back onto the backboard and get someone to finish it off.
They need to carry on with what was working before. I'm not sure what happened. They kind of got the 3 goals with 2 minutes remaining, and they just let up. They stopped playing Rocket League. They need to keep playing Rocket League for the full duration of the 5 minutes, and they should have came away with a win. Journeyman counted their lucky stars. Open net missed from Mr. Efficiency. Would have put in well over 100 points by time the 5-minute regulation clock was up, but overtime was what it needed to break the 100-point count of Mr. Efficiency and also break the deadlock for Journeyman. They win 2 consecutive games in a row and put themselves onto match point.
In a good position, just as a bit of a heads up, what is happening over on the RSC EUB stream is a 2-1 lead so far for the Shadow side. They are looking quite good against their enemies, but they aren't there just yet. Still need to win that last match. Over on here, similar things happening right now, Potter. We still need to see one of these 2 teams finish it off, and right now the first chance has been given to Journeyman. They can finish it off. They have 2 matches to do so, but they probably would like to do it right here, right now. DP is dropping it straight down. Mr. Efficiency not in a good position. Raxler with the shot on target, but saved by Mithril once again.
DP charging it forward for the Overkill side. Drum Hunter, the man of the moment, coming through as a substitute. Fast Mithril, double touch, bottom right corner. Not on target. Mr. Efficiency, touch away Petroid. Finally, somebody from Overkill taking time, using the space, but it's looming towards their goal. I'm not sure how that's happened. Raxler, what touch over 1v1 with Mithril. The flick coming through, looking for the bump. Mithril saves your medal already in this game. 111 saves before the series started. Has a save your medal within a minute and 15 seconds here in Game 4.
The myth that were saves during this match have been broken by Mithril, of course. The man with 111 saves before this match even started. Like I said before, he probably has a lot more right now. Drum Hunter once again pushing it back into the blue side. Looking for another touch into the middle. DP, Arca Precision gets the touch though. And it was such a necessary one, because if he didn't get it, could have been a 1-0 lead. And we are approaching the 3-minute mark without a single goal being scored. Never mind.
It's happened again.
I should just stop speaking.
I've been watching so much of your playoff cast recently, and this seems to be a recurring theme. Ball has not happened. It's not gone in net. Ball no go net. And then 2 minutes in, you've said it has not gone net. You've highlighted there have been no goals. And Journeyman have taken the lead. 1-0 scoreline is all they need to send themselves through to the next round. Petroid needing to help his Overkill team fire through. They need to find a way. Drum Hunter finding a way. This ball trying its very hardest to get into the back of the Overkill net yet again to help this Journeyman side. Boost to work with Mr. Efficiency, gets the wall double tap. Petroid taking time, needing to just get out of his defense. He takes time, but he's not doing anything with the ball scoops. It's infuriating. Raxler is a man who knows how to do things with balls. This time he puts it into the back of the net. 2 minutes 30 seconds in, half the game gone. We've got a tie game.
I'm gonna let this one sit, Potter. I'm gonna let that one settle real quick. Moving on, 1-1 series right now, still within reach of both these teams. Mr. Efficiency looking for the 2-1 quite quickly, but not being able to get it. Raxler, of course, blocking him off. Drum Hunter getting it away from his own half, but for how long? It's DP back into the middle. Mithril now in a good position. Good shot coming out. It's straight up corner. DP almost getting the save, but Mithril rewarded for a beautiful shot.
Beautiful shot indeed. Top right corner. DP couldn't get back to it, and that lead is back into the corner of Journeyman. I'm not sure what happened in game 1. The rest has been history. They're on their way to winning game 4. DFH Stadium could well be theirs. No need for Champions Field Source. Keep the graphics to yourself. Journeyman in the driving seat to take it all.
DP trying to get a good 50 for his team. They need some progress. They need to get this ball forward. DP back into the middle. Raxler was there, but no boost to his name, meaning that he can't really do much with it. Now Mithril, once again, a good touch. It's DP. Not the best touch that you would like to see, as Drum Hunter once again bring the ball back forth. And it's just so much boom ball being played. None of these two teams really willing to take any of the control. Mr. Efficiency with a good ball to the middle. Drum Hunter once again there. A bit of a control touch, but then again the control gets given away. Mithril onto the backboard. No one there to finish it off. And I think for Journeyman, no one having any control on this field is probably the better for them. They would probably like that, unless you can do things like this. Mithril getting a third, but in a spectacular fashion. And I want to point your eyes, Potter, to Mithril's points.
Yes, that's all that needs to be
700.
said. He's playing
26.
Rocket League. Mithril is here. Mithril is playing Rocket League. 726 points to his name. His teammates not even broken 150. They're not needed. Mithril, he gets the saves. He gets the goals. Currently, he's getting the wins. A minute remains here in game 4. Overkill need a response as Mithril breaks 800 points. Overkill need to break the seal of the defense of the Journeyman.
Mithril looks inevitable at this moment in time, truly looking like the strongest man on this field, and it's not even close. But it isn't done just yet. Rocket League is a 3-man team play. You need to have all 3 playing well to win these matches. The ball gets pushed to Raxler. It is up to Overkill now to get an early goal back, but it's blocked by Mr. Efficiency, putting the ball back into the blue half once again. But it's in an awkward position. Once again, Mithril looking for a shot, but not on target. Drum Hunter can't get it himself. Mr. Efficiency onto the backboard, maybe getting a second touch, but a good save by Petroid. Mithril looking for another one, looking for the 4th, and of course he gets another one. 14 seconds left. It's a 1-4 standing. I think it's safe to say Journeyman have won here in a 3-1 fashion.
It seems to be that way. 14 seconds is all that remain. 14 seconds. It represents the scoreline 1-2-4. Drumhunter trying to add a fifth to it, well on their way. Mithril hit the ball a couple more times, please. Get one more save, do something, break 1,000 points. Doesn't seem like it's going to happen.
Oh.
Shot could be enough, it's there. Get the assist.
Mithril?
Get the goal, please. No, it's not going to go through.
Sad.
That's a disappointment here. Journeyman, you know, they've had a great series. They've won it. They're advancing on, but Mithril didn't break 1,000 points.
Now you see why we went so wild for Mithril right there. Truly incredible things. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think you're gonna see this that often in this league. A player playing like that, playing this consistent, playing this well. 4 goals, 4 saves, 6 shots. Mithril was the man for Journeyman, but in general, I think the one thing we will all be remembering is the switch up to Drumhunter. The substitute coming in and making them win 3 in a row.
Well, we were all expecting after game 2, hey, what's happened to Overkill? No, Journeyman just weren't playing Rocket League. That's kind of what happened. They weren't here for game 1. Game 1 didn't happen. They win 3 in a row. They bounced back from that heavy game 1 loss, and they advance through to the next round. And to find out who they're playing, they're going to be playing, I believe, the winner of Nightfall against Sentinels. That's gone to a game 5. Sentinels almost getting a reverse sweep. 5 minutes back on the count there on Champions Field. 5 minutes of Rocket League to define a season. If you want to watch that, head over to the B stream. But Spooks, I mean, have we got anything else to add on this series?
I am fully done. I got anything else, nothing more to add, quite honestly. So, Potter, I will thank you for joining me on the casting desk. But I have a bit of a habit of kicking my co-casters off the desk, so I will be kicking you off in replacement of Danny Boy, who will be joining me after this short break.
It's heavy now. Ay, running on my guap and it's steady now. Ay, I didn't want that top and it's been a while. Ay, trying out these pills, how I'm living now. Ay, sipping on that walk and it's heavy now. Ay, running on my guap and it's steady now. Ay, I didn't want that top and it's been a while. Ay, trying out these pills, how I'm living now. Ay.
Yeah. What? Ay, feeling like I'm top 5. Top. Ay, yeah. Look, I know I'm top 5. This gon' make the block ride. Caught them on the back street. Gotta tell them bye-bye. They don't want no beef. No, this isn't Five Guys. Yeah, I'm coming for the chicken. I ain't talking Popeyes. White girls, black girls. We don't do apartheid. I was working part-time. Tell them part in my grind. Just a light-skinned boy coming from the dark side. Always talking that real. Go and check the archives. Ay, get it how you live it. And why on the fitted, you be telling them who did it. I be going crazy with it, I should be committed. I know that they jocking me, they never gonna admit it. I'm fired up, no it's not tied up, we winning. I got more bars than a life sentence. Y'all got bars with the ones you not penning. Take it as a diss if you listen and offended. Yeah, that's the all if you offended. Jay invented swag, and the swag I reinvented. Acting like you fly, but you just a flight attendant. Me, I am the pilot, shout out to my stylist. I'm fed up. Me, I usually keep it chill, but I'm fed up. I was trying to bite my tongue, but I'm fed up. I don't ever get bitter, just better. They say it's dope when I hold it, I get the mic and control it. They see I'm steady and focused, I put my city on shoulders. We been the furthest from sober, he got the blunt and the soda. If someone get in my way, I'ma go run them over. Ran them over in a Uber, ain't no drunk driving. Uber XL, let the shorties piling. Shorty like my style, I let it smash, my stylist. Boy, I got the drip, can't find it. California coast for the weekend, let the party begin. Animals smoking all these botanicals, eating other rappers, they acting like I'm a cannibal. Like Hannibal, silence of the Lambo, I'm Rambo. Hey, who's sounding like this, lot of carbon copies. I'm killing the gang, call me John Gotti. They'll be gone in a year, let's stop pretending. That go out to everyone if you got offended. Yeah, that's the all if you offended. Jay invented swag, and the swag I reinvented. Acting like you fly, but you just a flight attendant. Me, I am the pilot, shout out to my stylist. I'm fed up. Me, I usually keep it chill, but I'm fed up. I was trying to bite my tongue, but I'm fed up. I don't ever get bitter, just better. Chill.
watch my back, probably pack my bag. You're like a computer crash, baby. I was wrong, so she left me. Now I'm down on my left knee, but I'm gone in a jet speed. Get around like a 10-speed. I gotta watch my back, probably pack my bags. You're like a computer crash, baby. Well, maybe it's not that bad. Pretend like I'm not that sad. She only know how to make me mad. You don't know a damn thing. 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 Baby, that's a damn shame. 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 I can't rock with that. I can't rock with that. You just hold me back and it makes me mad. I can't rock with that. I can't rock with that. You just hold me back and it makes me mad. I gotta watch my back, probably pack my bags. You're like a computer crash, baby. Well, maybe it's not that bad. Pretend like I'm not that sad. She only know how to make me mad. How to make me mad. I bet she does it with ease. I bet she does it to tease. Somehow she got in my dreams. I'm a nightmare. This ain't how I used to see. I guess it wasn't to be. Not everything's what it seems. Making that clear. I think I saw the devil in her eyes. I sink, I fall. This happens every time. Go ahead and call upon another guy. This is way, way, way too much for me. The demons keep her company. I gotta watch my back, probably pack my bags. You're like a computer crash, baby. Well, maybe it's not that bad. Pretend like I'm not that sad. She only know how to make me mad. How to make me mad.
One for the money, two for the hoes. I got nobody, I'm on my own. Yeah, I'm on my own. No one to trust, so I'm fine all alone. I don't wanna say good riddance, but you let me down, wasn't with it. I don't even know what I'm living for. You held me down, couldn't pivot from the hell I made that I live in. I guess I just have to finish your plot of destruction to end what we love, to cut ourselves off and keep holding a grudge. I guess being rich was just never enough to save what we love or our death from above. One for the money, two for the hoes. I got nobody and I'm on my own. Yeah, I'm on my own. No one to trust, so I'm fine all alone. I'm so sick of this way of life. Love has failed, I can do no right. Pray to God that I'll see the light. If I say I'm fine, then it's all just lies. I feel the darkness around me. I know my demons surround me. Even the light that I held close was absent the moment they found me. Where do I run? Tell me, where do I turn to escape my head filled with trouble and hurt? The blood on my shoulders has soaked through my skin. I bang on the door, but they won't let me in. Don't want to drift away into the past, but I just can't get over all that I had. All that I lost when I found what I sought, and let myself go just to get what I've got. One for the money, two for the hoes. I got nobody and I'm on my own. Yeah, I'm on my own. No one to trust, so I'm fine all alone. I'm so sick of this way of life. Love has failed, I can do no right. Pray to God that I'll see the light. If I say I'm fine, then
Do you think you could be my little runaway? I say we just leave and get away. Forget the whole world and run away. We'll make our own rules and run away. Run away, run away. I just really wanna get to know ya. Know you tired of all of the old ones. If you wanna lean on my shoulder, I could hold you until we're older. Just one look, I'm going crazy. Never knew this could be so amazing. Is it stupid to ask you to date me if it's the end of the world? Do you think you could be my little runaway? I say we just leave and get away. Forget the whole world and run away. We'll make our own rules and run away. Run away, run away. Do you think you could be my little runaway? I say we just leave and get away. Forget the whole world and run away. We'll make our own rules and run away. Run away, run away. Could you be, could you be, could you be, could you be? Be my little runaway. Yeah, yeah. Be my little runaway. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and as I have done in the past, I shall do again. I have moved casters, and right now next to me is a man that you all should be familiar with. It's the one, the only, Danny Boy. How are you doing, my friend?
Miserable because I've got a class review today.
Ah, what isn't he lovely, ladies and gentlemen? We'll just let him be for a bit. We'll let Danny sit in his corner just to sulk a bit, be angry, be mad, because he's old. We'll be fine with all that. Moving on, we have a match. Avalanche against Pandora. And let's get us this playoff bracket underway right away, because this is a matchup, Danny. It is an exciting one.
Well, you could say exciting. Some would say it has been what's been built up to be in this situation, because frankly, both of the upper semi-final matches have been frankly one-sided, and there has been very little to actually go off onto this one, because the data statistically hasn't been outstanding, and the past game on series-wise, if you look down to the lower side of the bracket as well, like Overkill and Journeyman, I must say that was a difficult matchup for both of those two sides, and frankly, Nightfall made a heroic stand on the B stream, and Spooks, I must say, whoever wins that matchup might just be battling for third. It's going to be a difficult night for whoever is on that side. Well,
it definitely is, because, I mean, Avalanche, Pandora, they have been two teams that have looked the best so far. They have been looking quite amazingly. Of course, both are the second seed. The stats, you've probably seen them before. There's not much to go in between these two teams, especially if you look all over the stats. It's just so incredibly close, Danny. Like, every single stat is within reach of each other, apart from maybe the saves. The saves is maybe the one difference.
Well, the fact that we're talking about 20 is the largest gap of a difference as well. It's within percentage of a, frankly, of significant value in this sort of type of a whole conference when you actually break it down. Nothing much to really go off it, and when we actually look into the player statistics as well, it may actually alleviate some of the questions that we might have as well, because frankly, by just even talking about how close the team is in both of the two respective conferences, it doesn't show as much statistically. However, the wins is probably where most people's eyes are drawn to, and one side significantly better. But again, this is coming from league play based statistics, and arguably, when I was talking with Seiko this on yesterday's broadcast, means absolutely nothing when you're in the playoff.
It definitely doesn't. I mean, if all we cared about was how you played in league play, we would have seen both first seeds in here, not both second seeds. It is just genuinely a day-to-day performance. How well do you do on the day of this matchup? Well, so far we have seen Pandora on the stream, and Pandora looked quite good. In particular, the way they set things up, it was very much reliant on Neroni to get those shots on target. Of course, the man that I'm quite familiar with, I like to bully a tiny bit. But it was really him just getting some good shots on target. Flex was looking good as well, quite solidified, and 385 was just helping out as much as he can, just being a bit that solid second man, the one that you really don't see often, but is doing quite a lot behind the scenes. On the other end, looking at Avalanche, it's a team I'm not that familiar with. Of course, it's gonna be Turtle, Zuldai, and even most likely as a setup. They looked good on the B stream, but they haven't been on the main stream. They haven't had to feel the nerves of being in front of Danny Boy.
I love how there's sort of 2-3 points to take away with that sort of statement there, Spook, in terms of what you could look out for and what could be the potential there. So I'll start with the first bit of it. You're going to be somewhat biased in this matchup because you knew somebody on this pitch here.
Yes, I'm going to be biased for Avalanche because I know Leroni and he's playing for Pandora. And I can't have the Galamo organization win things because both Hazard and Leroni are GMs there, and I do not want to accept the fact that they are having a good team.
Yeah, well, it must be better being jealous of a friend's success, and hence why I'm jealous of Spooks all the time. That's why I bully him, so I want to continue on through that. If you want to see his success as well, you just have to look at the trophy behind him as well, too, because he's so proud of it, and why wouldn't you be? But, Spooks, before we even look towards the match itself in a few seconds as well, too, what we did see from the statistic as an overall picture as well, too, it's quite clear that both of the two teams will have a definitive lineup coming up. There has been chemistry all the way through, but, and I'm going to ask you, taken from the last series in comparison as well, too, there was no such thing as defense. There was no such thing as control. Are we actually going to get some of that in the upper final? Because so far here, we have not seen it at all in the playoffs.
Yes, we are, because these are two teams that actually know what defense is like, know what to do, know how to build it up. I mean, it took for Pandora, it took an amazing three-man passing play to eventually get a goal to get them back into the game. It clearly shows that, yes, the defenses are a bit stronger here. Maybe it is a bit of nerves for the first seeds teams, but it is fine. They will show us some saves. I can't tell you how many, but they will show you a couple of saves, Danny.
I love how you just said some, but again, it's a difficult question that as well too. Yesterday's broadcast, and I believe the last matchup on the night, 11 shots. One player also had about 6-7 saves alone as well too. So we have seen it. It's just the problem is, can we see it consistently? From that point as well too, watching the upper semi set of the matches as well too, both of them were afraid. Both of them were slightly a little bit shaky. But I'll even give you a bit of insight. I was actually watching the off-stream matches was from the loser side, which we've seen a few of the teams potentially maybe breaking through that. We've effectively had already 10 minutes of OT being played at one point already, Spooks. And it was effectively near enough a best of 7 before that match was even finished. So all the teams at this point in the game have endured longer than what was already expected at the moment of the day.
Indeed, and if you're wondering what is the hold-up, it looks like Spooks and Danny are ready. We are ready. We're just waiting for the players. Of course, it's a bit of a thing. Me and Danny are used to players being a bit slower. We're used to them not wanting to join. They're a bit scared. It is what happens when you get the fame that Danny has. It just radiates off him, so you are just terrified to be anywhere near him. I can understand it. It's fine. Don't worry, he doesn't bite. Not a lot, at least. You'll be fine.
That all that you have to say on that one, Spix? I love how he sort of sitting there up and making me as the evil, fearful one on this podcast. I would argue it's you tonight, Spix, on this one. But we will see how that one lives up in the case of it. Mind you, as you did say, we are waiting for at least one of the teams showing up for this matchup as well too. And we are used to seeing teams being somewhat slow, a bit sluggish, so hopefully this isn't going to be the case in the actual gameplay side of things. Because frankly, what in the sort of the scenario, if you were a coach, almost like there's one beside me today, what is the game plan going into the upper final?
Well, normally for the higher ranks, for the high level teams, it is quite simple. You get a very statistic-based playstyle, playstyle you're used to. How do you want to approach things? How do you go about things? For this level, it is quite simple. Relax, breathe in, breathe out, and shoot on target. It has proven quite a lot that just shooting on target is quite good. And it has helped quite a lot. I mean, Leroni, when we were casting him earlier today, when we told him to just shoot on target with a bit of power behind it, he was all of a sudden getting 3 goals a game. He was looking quite terrifying. So I think that's a good setup to start with.
Well, hopefully that would be the case as well too. What I would like to see is a bit of consistency throughout the rest of this matchup as well too. And just to update as well too that the team in question is currently getting the details at the moment. We did send them at one point, but clearly a bit of difficulty reading the instructions and Spooks. There's a few players I can already say that was already a bit problematic based on the tournament so far, and I would say Archeon somewhat failed to read the instruction because he didn't show up until game 4 in his particular series.
Are we gonna bully Archeon right now?
Yes.
I'll let you do the bullying, Danny. You can bully Archeon. I will not bully the poor man.
No, I've already done enough of that, but that being the case, Spooks, however, I'm going to be bold enough to ask you one thing. Is there a potential prediction on this one, or are we already somewhat knowing for this one?
Are you asking me for a prediction, Danny?
Yes, I am.
Are you asking me for a prediction? Well, I can tell you my prediction right now. I do not want to see it, but I think it will happen. I think Fedora is going to be winning here, but if you want my prediction, what I want to happen, it's going to be a 3-0 for Avalanche.
That's going to be an interesting one, whether it does happen or not. But what will certainly happen in tomorrow, we'll be seeing the big man Arch himself. But again, we have one play of waiting tomorrow, one to conclude today. And our upper final has already finally underway here. And so far, we've seen pretty much the traditional lob the ball downfield. No idea of control. And we already were talking about when are we going to see it. Well, we aren't seeing it in the first minutes.
I love myself a game of tennis, Danny. It's so nice to see the ball go from left to right to left to right. But it seems that it has gotten a bit stuck now in the orange half. The Samikimo is trying to get it back into the middle of the field. It's even now under control, but not enough to get it into the middle. 3-8-5, pass to Flex. Flex with the control, but maybe asking a bit too much, Danny. This ball really just doesn't want to leave the orange half anymore.
Certainly so. I couldn't stand a game of tennis personally myself if I was the one playing it, going up and down the grass as much as possible. But Churchill, that's a very much one into the ground itself here, so pretty much a stagnant sort of set. We did get to see, if you were watching the last series, and you mentioned it yourself, Spooks, about the backboard being used. But again, the positioning on the backboard has something left to be desired that time around. It was there, but not needed.
It is indeed, though, around these ranks where the backboard starts being used a lot more. We saw it in the challengers. they don't really use it that much. They don't really know how to abuse someone not being onto the backboard. Well, Samika trying to abuse. There was no defender. It's back onto the backboard once again. Even not quick enough. Turtle keeping the possession though. Quite important to see. But yeah, the backboard still can be better defended. But so far, Pandora is staying alive. Leroni in an awkward position though. And it really has been Avalanche just pushing the envelope so far.
Oh, well, they finally get to the other side of the counter with that round envelope. We might be needing it for certain causes as well as this half-time approaches, and that, mind you, is a big whoops. And finally, we saw the chance at the net either side of the pitch, and yet nobody has put one in the back of the net. Maybe we might need Potter to help this game out.
Ooh, a mistake coming out, and 385 says thank you very much. Free ball, free goal, hits it out, and the defender just not ready for it, not expecting it. Maybe a bit of an awkward position. We don't know what happened, but am I honest in this, Danny? Am I right in this, saying that it's an expected, unexpected lead for Pandora?
I think I have to agree with that sort of statement that you're alluding to there, Spooks. Frankly, with all the pressure that has occurred from them, what they had to deal with, they should have conceded one, possibly two goals within the segment of the opening of this first game in the series. And Spooks, can they survive much longer with it? I would have been doubtful.
Trade 5 heading up to the side. It's Turtle bringing it back into the middle. It's a beautiful pass, but once again, Trade 5. He was a man. When we saw him earlier today, Trade 5 was the one that disappointed me a tiny bit. Not looking like he was the one ready to really play the playoffs. And here, a small mistake. I will say this though. It is maybe a mistake, but not any of his. Leroni with a pass into the middle. Not what you like to see. And Ethan says, thank you. Well, let's go next. A 1-1.
I want to disagree with you, Spooks.
Ooh. Wow, that's a first.
Save that. And by the way, only him who disappointed you. I thought everybody disappointed you.
No, that's just you.
Alright, fair enough.
Anyway, moving on to important matters, so not Danny. Trade 5 missing the ball, sadly enough, not getting it past Ethan. Once again, pushing the pressure. Turtle, beautiful pass into the middle. Leroni just barely in time to get the save, and a double commit coming out from Pandora. But at least works in their favor. Flex now, quick shot. Oh, on target, I was gonna say, but it just hits the crossbar and out. And once again, familiar territory, Danny. We're back in the orange half.
Well, once more, we see the shade of red being deeper and deeper onto where that ball was going, as Ethan just tips that one downfield. And Flex, he's had almost a shocker so far since they conceded that goal, but an infield pass right over. Nice to see Ethan somewhat taking sort of positions where that dominating over factor into that sort of final third to push the ball away here. So now the real question is it going to be OT or horrendous blunder? You know which one I'm going to think more quickly.
No, we all know what you were thinking about, Danny. It's going to be a beautiful shot, of course. That's what you're thinking about, I hope. But moving on, Ethan can't get to the ball. It's Leroni once again trying to set up, maybe set up for a 0-second goal, or at least one near the ending of seconds, with a mistake of Turtle at least being saved by his teammate. But they're still not safe just yet. Turtle to the side, Flex trying to be quick enough, with Turtle getting a good hit forward. This could lead to something, but that something is just the ball ending up in no man's land. It is Samika once again hitting the ball straight down. Is 3-8-5, and we have ourselves a game 1 overtime.
So, what has surprised me more so far, not necessarily the gameplay, is how positive Spooks is. Usually he is the almost the layer of sort of darkness and despair when it comes to some of the gameplay that we've seen over the last number of years we've cast it together. Well, I think maybe a bigger number if it was in particular months, however. Defence, mind you, there needs seconds to respond. They've done it once, twice, and the third time into the middle. Ah, it's a shocker there, but the crossbar denies Ethan to tap it in. And oh look, a team that Spooks knows is losing. What a surprise.
Oh, but aren't you lovely? But you're thinking wrongly, Daddy. You're thinking wrongly. Because the one I had predicted takes game number 1. It's Avalanche with a beautiful setup and looking quite strong, actually. quite honestly, Danny, if this is how Avalanche is going to continue playing, they're going to be a real big force to be reckoned with. Because, I mean, look at the saves from Pandora. They were really forced to the edge. 4 saves for 385, 1 save for Flex, 2 saves from Leroni. It wasn't easy for them. And quite honestly, the pressure was mainly in the hands of Avalanche. It just was the scoring thing they struggled with a bit.
Well, I agree with the majority of what you're saying. I think what would be fair to say where we're going to take this game and not necessarily an overall arch of it is even looking at the sort of segments of it. Because let's look at it. Pandora themselves, first 2 minutes, if we were going to get sort of panicky on things, they didn't know how to get the ball out of their half. They didn't know how to find each other and keep the ball within their grasp. They done that to some extent. They did get the first goal, and then they suddenly forgot what defence was, and that's unfortunately the key part of the game when you want to win.
So you do know what defense is, Danny?
Well, that's rich from coming from you based on our session.
I'm thinking about you, but we're going to be fine. We'll talk about that after.
Oh, quickly the backpedal on that one.
Well, who isn't backpedaling at all is Avalanche, still continuing the pressure they had in Game 1 onto Game 2, and it is Sami Kemos once again into the air. 385 blocking him off, though. Good hit to the side. The miss coming out from Turtle, not what you would like to see. Luckily for him, Ethan was there to keep the pressure going. Now Leroni into the air, but not a follow-up. It's a pass into the middle, but the only one there is Avalanche.
Nice to see Flex getting solid enough connection onto that ball at the end of the last game. He was almost a bit shaken and not necessarily performing well enough with a few key mistakes by not hitting it in the defensive final third. He's put that one all the way backwards there, and Books had highlighted, well, near enough 385, or I must say that's arguably the worst name within playoffs. You call yourself a bunch of numbers.
No, there was a team with a worse name, Danny. I forgot it
I don't
already.
remember which one that is.
I can't remember how to say it, so I don't know. But Trade 5
write it
still
to
doing
me.
quite well. What?
Write it to me, I'll see if I can remember.
I still don't know, Danny. I forgot. Just like how
That
I
happens
forget
with old
some
age.
things, Danny. Oh, you should know. Leroni with the control, tries to put it to the side, but loses that control quite quickly. Turtle keeping the pressure going, wanting this ball to stay in the red side, but it's Flex forcing, trying his best to flex past the defensive end. Sami Kamos once again hitting the ball down, Flex once again blocking it off, and no real ideas coming out from Pandora to get away from their defensive half, Danny. They're just struggling, sitting back. There's nothing really to come forth.
Again, it's hard. At least the game one from my memory, it's almost near enough shades of similarity on that one there. Nice, strong fit he required, and Turtle to push forth. So, frankly, he just needs, as this team, Ajor, just play a little bit forward. Yes, sitting deep is fine, but when you're not challenging the ball, you're just giving free opportunities. And oh look, a wide open net.
Well, it wasn't fully wide open, it's just that Turtle was a bit too quicker. Just way quicker actually than Flex. Nothing the Flex really can do about it apart from maybe speed up the engine a tiny bit. It's a hard pill to swallow for Pandora to once again beat down. No, never mind. Of course it's Leroni. Of course it's Leroni who does stuff like this.
Well, he didn't do enough of it last game.
Danny likes to live in the past if you haven't figured it out yet. Speaking of the past, I have figured out the team name. You wanna know?
Yes, which one?
Montbelliarde. I think I spoke
Anybody
it
who-
correctly this time.
Very good at translating. What's that in English?
No idea.
Okay. Also, who has no idea? Pandora, they haven't been able to play out their own final third here for near enough the entirety of the last 2 games.
They really haven't. The red side of this field has been looking quite nice. I think a sofa on the right, a bit of a couch there, a table, but Leroni says, welcome, I'm coming home to the blue side. Tries to set it up right there, but the camp quickly destroyed. Turtle Not getting it much further than the midfield line. It's Samika Moss once again trying to get it past. An open net is the result of it. Leroni quickly getting it away though. Turtle back into the middle. Is there a second man? Yes, there is. It's onto the backboard, straight on down. Turtle is quick again, and no one else can touch him.
Well, just like that, there is Spooks is getting the furniture and the apparel all ready, waiting here for the relaxing session that seems to be Avalanche's performance so far. They control the drilling up the ball when they're actually able to get it off, paying dividends there for the second one. And you know what? I thought we may have similar footing for a kick-off goal, but not yet this time.
Not yet, but it's looking good for Pandora. Finally getting into the blue half, but nothing established just yet. You need to be there a bit longer, and as the ball gets cleared over into the red side, you have to be careful, but no shot to be found, and it's a pass into the middle. So Mikros says, I can do this all by myself, as he brings the ball across the field, back to the same spot he was in before. He just wants to do it alone, I guess.
Oh, can you blame him?
Well, no, if I was looking at you, I would also be rather alone.
Yes, and you keep coming back.
I love you, Danny. Turtle with the control, with the patience, heading it to the side and into the corner once again. Leroni blocking him off, getting a touch, getting a clear over to Flex. This maybe the counter-attack that we've seen from Pandora before, where they're so dangerous, where they get these quick passes coming through. A miss would be needed, but Turtle still hits the ball. Semikavas can't get it on target. Even is there for the shot. 3-1 to the name of Avalanche.
Well, that original shot we saw see on the replay there should have been buried into it. What I'm so annoyed with is this idea of let's go in and out. It's so much more effective. It is if you can read the play and match the pace of it. If you can't, hit jump twice. You might actually be able to save the ball a few times more.
Danny with his pity problems, it will be fine, don't worry too much. We'll only see him for today, tomorrow, and probably the rest of your life in your nightmares. But, moving on, we still have Pandora down 3-1. They will be losing this game too as well. Going down, Danny, going down 2-0 in a best of 5 means you have to reverse sweep. How hard is it going to be for Pandora to make that reverse sweep happen?
Very.
And that was Danny with your insightful answer. Thank you, Danny. This is why we brought you on board for so much help. Oh, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. To help the viewers a bit at home, it is incredibly hard. Avalanche has been looking stellar. They've been looking like they just set up a full base, a full entire mansion in the Pandora half, and they just don't want to leave, quite honestly. And if you aren't able to get those counterattacks going at this moment, it's going to be hard to break past.
I'll agree with you, and when you ask that question, varies as simply as the highlighted answer. What you said is fully correct as well too. What also needs to be tipped onto the table here is Pandora's, I don't know if it's unwillingness, I don't know if this is strategy, I don't know because I haven't sat in their columns either, is the fact that why are they playing so deep? Why are they sitting here so afraid to attack the ball? I can't actually sit here and remember a common theme on when they've actually been aggressive enough to actually play the game under their own steam. They haven't done that in 2 games. Why should I think they should do it from game 3 onwards? Well, I'll have to find out if they can do it for the first place.
Will we see a change or will we not? Of course, the only ones who will know are the players themselves as a bump does come out. A good clear comes out from 3-8-5, but an easy save for Ethan. He won't care too much about that. Flex, quick shot on target, just a bit too wide. And is this the offense that Danny was asking for? Well, it goes all the way towards the other end. 3-8-5 has to be careful from a bump. And Turtle, if he was just a bit further back, could have had an easy shot, but this one enters the middle once again. It's open if you could have gotten on target, but that's still a bit of a struggle.
Could possibly and maybe seems to be plaguing this game here. That ball's been just flung up right forward, but this is the first time in a while we've actually seen this progression of attacking here. When you're 2-0 down, effectively facing a match point now, yes, they're not out of the tournament. Well, you got to show a bit of teeth here in that shot. Well, let's just say if it was Spooks here, be unkind and say it was just like me playing there, but I'll just save you the effort. Spook.
No, even you would have hit that ball a bit harder.
Oh,
You would have also
shot
made it go into our own net, but that's something else. Ethan, heading it back into the middle. It's Leroni with a big booming clear, trying to relieve some of that pressure. He had an opportunity right there. Could have made the 104 Pandora, but instead, we are going towards the other end. It's Flex looking for the control, can't get it, but Turtle with a miss. Flex now in a beautiful position to set up his team into the middle, but Samike Moz once again a good save. He's been so important for his team. He's been that second man position, the second man role, where you don't see him all that often, but he's non-stop there, non-stop helping.
Well, sometimes the best players in the world don't get enough accolades, and even every league will have that sort of second man that doesn't get the credit deserved. It's nice to see it being pointed out here, but we just might have to hold the appraisals as the play is going back and forth here, and it's just frankly been almost a stopped at the midline. Both sides now are just taking stock. Spooks, we need to see that big second man appraisal and as well the performance of the match.
We do indeed, but I will say this though, Danny. Pandora has been looking stronger than they ever have so far. An opportunity arises, and a shot has been made. Leroni, the one that makes a goal happen once again, but quite honestly, it's 3-8-5 setup that does it all.
Somewhat. Also how bad the defence was too, but we seem to be glossing over that fact. But the job is still not done here. A 1-0 lead. Not safe in the slightest. They've lost it once before, and they will continue to do so if they repeat history. As that ball's been tipped further up here, will Flex be able to put the pressure on?
Even onto the side. Has the control, has the time. Does he have the patience to get it into the middle? Well, clearly he did, but his team did not. An early jump means that they have to be careful now for the counterattack from Flex. Can he get a sharp cut into the middle? Well, it's into the middle for 3-8-5, but the save from Even. Once again, Leroni blocking the ball off from entering the red half. Samike Moos once again looking for a big booming clear. Flex now blocking it off, blocking Turtle as well. Double 50s, but Turtle still gets it forward. A misjump from Leroni. It's in the middle, but the save from 3-8-5 means that there is no goal from Avalanche.
Chance that should have never appeared as Ethan moves downfield here. 3-8-5, just decide to launch in kind here. We're back to boom ball as hard as we can and see where the small open will appear here. It's Turtle's turn to maybe take control. Softer touch here. Leroni, who's been such an influential player tonight so far, and that's a mighty block as well, but I think the shot was weak enough not to be on target in the first place.
We really are seeing a change. Pandora and the boom style, play style really fits them, but they need to be careful with Avalanche. Almost getting a 2-0 defeat in their hands, a 2-0 deficit, but they are still alive. Only one goal, and we know that a serious second goal can happen. It's unlikely, but it's still within the realms of possibility. Leroni trying to change that. A second shot from Flex means that we have a 2-0 lead with 32 seconds to go.
I'm going to be brutally honest, and the fear factor that Spook said, I would argue that Flex has probably been the worst player so far of this matchup. Finally shows up, finally tucks into the goal, and sometimes when the second man is needed to be there, we haven't seen it. Finally followed up, finally been put away here. Now, will we actually see a series worthy of an upper final? I think we might be heading in that direction.
We could, but don't forget, it's still fully possible for a 3-1 to happen. Or 3-0, never mind. The ball has not entered the net. 10 seconds left on the clock. It's too little, too late, Danny. And that means we will be going on to that game 4. No sweeps for today.
I know, what's wrong? Because you're usually the sweep master so far in the play-ins and playoffs.
Yeah, I don't know either. That almost went out. That would have been beautiful. But
I would have been annoyed with that.
Of course you would have been. You're always annoyed, Danny.
I know, but I just wrote 2-0 down. I had to change it there. Oh.
Well, as you can hear, Danny's disappointment is massive. But what is also massive is Pandora winning here. Winning this game, setting themselves up for perhaps a reverse sweep. It is gonna be tough though, but it is within the realms of possibilities, of reality. But it depends a lot on what Danny said earlier. Are you going to be able to use that second man? Are you going to be able to put that second man into the positions where they need to be to finish off the shots that you're creating?
An interesting question if it actually finally delivers in that realm, but I'll also even follow up with what you were saying slightly earlier as well about that second man, and you give the compliment to Avalanche as well. The question that now leads into it is one that we talked about the pre-show about defense. We've seen the offense, we've seen what can be done, it's just can they lower it down? Yes, the scorelines hasn't suggested the mad 6-1s that you've been experiencing, Spooks, but they've almost been taken from those games. Can they actually be ironed out? That's what I would like to see. But I would also like to see this go into a Game 5 too.
Of course Danny would like to see a Game 5. It's Danny. He wants to see it all the way to the distance. He wants to make people suffer and let the panic rise. But who will panic and who will be rising in this matchup? Avalanche still able to finish this off, this game. They still have 2 opportunities left on that match point. While on the other end, Pandora. Is this the setup of a story that is being created for that reverse sweep? It's going to be tough. Laroni trying to set it up straight from the get-go, right from the first minute. But it's going to be hard as you have to look towards the other end. 3-8-5 with the save, but it's in front of Nathan Turtle. Easily hitting that home.
I'm just absolutely stunned here. Alright, the ball just spills there in Flex with one of the worst recoveries in a long time. May not move it in, but I think that's Avalanche's first goal, actually taking them into the lead as well. So, slight bit of an unusual territory. Laroni will just has to move down and Flex, my word, you just had to send that one ground shot. Never mind sending a bit of height on it.
Moss looking for another one for his team. They are truly here to finish it off. 3-8-5 now under control. Flex, can you help him out? The ball is left alone. Flex has an easy shot, but Samika Moss in time for the save, keeping his team alive. And you are really looking at Flex right there. That ball could have been shot further away from the defender, but in the end, it is what it is. And you have to move once again. Laroni trying to get a shot, but too weak.
After me moving them forward as well as these players do, because those chances really much come thick and thin here as Laroni's attempt here. He's bailed out his team so many times here. There's other 2 teammates really need to step up to the mark as well as 3-8-5. That's a challenge there infield as well. Flax, he's hovering in a route. You can see Laroni much sooner there, giving space for him to get into the play, and that's a woeful pass.
Keep on moving. A couple of whiffs coming out. 3-8-5 to the side. Was hoping for the boost, but the boost did not spawn. Samika Moss can't get a good control touch, but even what can you do? It's Laroni in defense. Laroni with the clear, but Turtle put it right on back into the red half. 3-8-5 trying his best, but a block coming out from Ethan. Once again, the boom ball playstyle is back, Danny. Are you enjoying yourself?
No.
I knew that was going to be the answer, that's why I asked you.
I know. I hate these.
As Danny sounds sad and deprived like always, the ones who aren't are the players. They're still full with life, but it's gonna end right here. Laroni, the save from 3-8-5 on the goal line, keeping them alive, and Flex almost getting a goal, but just barely too wide.
How many times do we see in these situations, absolute shocker, saved off the line, and also in the same sentence as well too, Flex missing an opportunity, that could have been 1-1, half a chance from distance mind you. Sammy on the other hand pops that one up 3-5 into the corner to Flex. That's one way to clear the ball downfield to your opposition counterparts who's waiting in the same projection.
I am waiting on Leroni. What can you do? But Psychemos, he's not waiting on anyone. He does it by himself from a beautiful pass from Ethan. This is what you're looking forward to. These types of plays, it's a beautiful one.
And arguably, so far, play of the playoffs, if you ask my personal opinion on that, and don't say that lightly either.
There has been a better one from the enemies in this team. Pandora have had a beautiful passing play, Danny. I will only accept that as the goal from this tournament so far.
That's alright, I don't care for your opinion, Luke.
I know you don't care, but I still want to say it.
I know you do, I'm just thought to say it as well too.
Well, as our bickering continues, so will this fighting between Avalanche and Pandora. Leroni, a beautiful shot, but the save from Ethan equally good. And he can continue this pressure, he can continue the control going into the air from the wall. Looking for maybe a bit of an air dribble, but loses the control that he had. And Flex, you need to be quicker than that. Turtle dropping it straight down, but with Silver Boost, you aren't gonna be able to do too much. What can you do right now? Bumpet coming through, but a miss as well. Even hitting it up for Turtle. What can you do by yourself? A whiff from Turtle and trade 5 with control.
There's Ethan, 30 seconds left here, that pretty much this ball has to be scored, and well, that's the wrong target, but will the object ball eventually go in here? Pops. And Flex not in the right play, needs to go across, lack of boost as well too, and I'm not saying here, but I'm going to happily say it, it's all over.
It is all over, done, dusted, back to the changing rooms, back to the drawing board for Pandora. You're going down into the lowers, and for Avalanche, you've just set yourself in the grand finals. And now it just all depends. What are you going to be able to do there? Are you going to be able to continue that non-stop? Are you going to be able to win it all? We'll figure that out later today. But for Pandora, some things need to be changed, Danny, to win in the lowers.
Yes, and are you looking more reasons for that, or just a one-liner?
Give me a reason. Give me a reason, Danny.
Swap
What
out
needs to
Flex.
Ooh,
He hasn't been good enough.
lethal.
He's missed big chances throughout. If you're not showing up, solve the issue or get off the pitch. Pick one.
It is a painful truth, but it is sad enough what has happened for him. He just did not look the same as what he did before. But they can also change that, of course. It is just Danny Boy. You normally don't want to listen to him. Trust me, from personal experience, he isn't the best advisor to have. But any last words, Danny, before we send it off, and you can continue by yourself?
Well, that's nice of you, but in tradition, there seems to be this broadcast tonight, and like every other one, Spooks will be running off. And it's a shame because I do genuinely enjoy casting with him, and with that being the only compliment tonight, we'll see you after this break.
Forget they're on my shoes.
Frederico, we've got him. Ay, fresh off the boat on the dope, yeah. You said you rap, that's a joke, yeah. You hate your life and it shows, yeah. I'm making plays coast to coast, yeah. Perfect. I keep my moves on the low, ay. iPhone 6-digit code. How I stack up with my bros, yeah. Yeah. Wouldn't you like to know? And I'm back up on the scene, trying to stack up all the cream. Pockets busting at the seams, you don't know what I mean. Get there, I say with my green. I see people trying to scheme. It don't got a red stripe, but you know my flow supreme. Yo, diamonds I need on my wrist, ayy. Nobody sounding like this, ayy. Don't even know how you got to the top. I send you to the abyss, ayy. I shoot shot, don't miss, ayy. I move out with wrist, ayy. All these other rappers probably trying to sound like this, yo. Ayy, where the dope at? Yeah, they shoot at me just like Kodak. Ayy, got a problem, tell them hold that. Just run the city, boy, I thought you know that. How we make a way without a boat? Wait, how? He got all the keys and all the dope. All the dope, tell them keep that respect though. Give me the check though, and I say perfecto. Ayy, got the hustle from my pops, man, I got so many keys, got the whole city on lock. You should worry about yourself, why you staying on my jock, can't stop. Even UPS can't put me in a box, yeah, yeah. shawty said it's about to play this in a drop top, cruising down the block. Yo, acting like the man, but we both know that you not. I got hops, watch me ball, hear the swishing with my shot. Wet, me, I'm on top already. Give me that guap, I'm ready. Got drive and dready. Throw cash, confetti. Give me that ice like Yeti. Hate, but they had not met me. But they ain't bringing me down. No, I'm too up right now. Aye, private meeting, check the dough lot. This cool, but my next single is more hot. I did all the shows in my city, I was busy. Yeah, now I'm taking over your block. Aye, where the dope at? Yeah, they shoot at me just like Kodak. Aye, got a problem, tell them hold that. Just run the city, boy, I thought you know that. How we make a way without a boat? Wait, how? He got all the keys and all the dope. All the dope, tell them keep that respect though. Give me the check though, and I say perfecto.
Shorty want me so bad, do your knees hurt? Yeah, I'm counting paper guap in my beamer, yeah. Choice, if you want one, then you coming with a paper. I ain't texting shorty back, see you later. Yeah, you catch me on the gas, I'm a racer, yeah. Yeah, little shawty, always out of molly, you ain't really got a talk, so like why you tryna stop me, yeah? Hey, nobody finna come and body me, I know what you want, but you ain't gonna come top me, what? Yeah, I gotta check, I'm finna cop Balenciagas. Yeah, I'm living with no stress, I don't gotta carry choppers. Couple Corvette, now I'm riding with your daughter. Gucci camo vest, quit the plotting, I'ma stop you. Yeah, I've been riding with a gang, I've been strapped up with a thing, I've been rolling with the same shawty. Hey, I ain't capping every lane, ain't nobody stop my game. Shawty wanna make it rain with me. Yes, out of eyes tryna put me on a t-shirt. Shorty want me so bad, do your knees hurt? Yeah, I'm counting paper guap in my beamer, yeah. Choice. If you want one, then you coming with a paper. I ain't texting shawty back, see you later. Yeah, you catch me on that gas, I'm a racer, yeah.
Aye, we had some pride. Put it aside. Cutting the pie. With all the guys, made mistakes and then I made up my mind. What other side? I gotta grind, I gotta grind. I gotta grind. I gotta grind. All of the time, 24/7, 365. Gotta get mine. Stay on my grind, Aye. Look, it's business, ain't personal. Money straight, so I'm curving them. Whoa, he been tweaking, something irking him. Did them favors, they was not deserving them. Boy, I been thinking a mile a minute. They gotta be kidding. We go to war, I'm the captain, the general, and the lieutenant. Nowhere to run or hide, I don't stop till it's finished. Me, I been minding my business, drop more records than Guinness. Gotta be a Guinness World Record. Don't play chess nor checkers. I only play for keeps. Came out the east, boy, I'm a beast. He gotta keep the peace. That thing on him is keeping the peace. I never sleep out in the streets. Gotta stay out there, reach. With the mob, talk that talk. Say peace, shit. Feel so big, talking Papa, Sean and Meech. We had some pride. Put it aside. Cutting the pie. With all the guys, made mistakes and then I made up my mind. What other side? I gotta grind, I gotta grind. I gotta grind. I gotta grind. All of the time, 24/7, 365. Gotta get mine. Stay on my grind, This just in, more doing, less discussion. Killing every single beat I'm touching. Sick with it, need a Robitussin. Moving fast, but I'm never rushing. Them boys really other son. Say you poppin', but I know you wasn't. Not my brother and you not my cousin. Yeah, nah, we never buddy. I like to drink up my vision fuzzy. Money got me feeling lovey-dovey. I say a prayer to the God above me. Tell him I'm back, I gotta stay in my zone, man. Maybe I'll come with the dogs, Maybe I'll do it alone, Either way, I get what's sold to me. Never believe what's told to me. City on lock, I hold the key. We can't link, I got goals to meet. That's facts. Put the island on my back. Grind cause we gotta eat, We the ones they wanna see, man. With the mob, talk that talk. Say peace, shit. Feel so big, talking Papa, Sean and Meech. We had some pride. Put it aside. Cutting the pie. With all the guys, made mistakes and then I made up my mind. What other side? I gotta grind, I gotta grind. I gotta grind. I gotta grind. All of the time, 24/7, 365. Gotta get mine. Stay on my grind,
Hey yo, this is the first song that I ever recorded. Check it out.
I got all this money, but it's not what makes me happy. Used to be so cocky, but that's now all just to pass me. Speakers loud, roof is down, riding through my city now. She's in for the picture, I'm on when I got no worries now.
I've been chilling in the back of a class with a pack on my back and my mind in a Maybach. I'm afraid that I'm too laid back. I don't study, but I make great A-rap. Little shorty and she wanna throw it way back. Got a little bit of rock and a little bit of jazz and a little bit of top and a little bit of racks and a little bit of smile and a whole lot of laugh. I kick back, you know that my rap kicks. I've been smiling for so long, I might need chapstick. I ain't talking to you fakes, these brothers plastic. Kill a verse and they put me on the blacklist.
I got all this money, but it's not what makes me happy. Used to be so cocky, but that's now all just to pass me. Speakers loud, roof is down, riding through my city now. She's in for the picture, I'm on when I got no worries now. I got all this money, but it's not what makes me happy. Used to be so cocky, but that's now all just to pass me. Speakers loud, roof is down, riding through my city now.
worries now.
Want to come in for my neck? Hey, I'm just trying to do my best. I ain't ever son a check. What? But I'd rather know he blessed. I'ma go cop some shoes at the thrift. Honda Civic from 02 with your booyah, that's my lift. I be flexing, that's a Walmart on my wrist. $30. $30? That's the price of my whole fit. You got Gucci on your jacket and I'm laughing. Past the booth, I ain't gon' have it. Yeah, the truth is what I'm rapping.
I got all this money, but it's not what makes me happy. Used to be so cocky, but it's now all just the past me. Speakers loud, roofers down, riding through my city now. Cheesing for the picture, I'm open, I got no worries now. I got all this money, but it's not what makes me happy. Used to be so cocky, but it's now all just the past me. Speakers loud, roofers down, riding through my city now. Cheesing for the picture, I'm open, I got no worries now.
I got some things in my mind that I think will be better off singing the song. Yeah, be my addiction and be my depression. I'm winning against all the odds. Yeah, I got the best of me. I was a sinner, a player. I fell to the ground. They told me I won't make it. I took it and made something greater. I'm lost, but I know I'll be found. Yeah, saying now they gon' know the name. I'm a hard hitter on the road to fame. I was feeling down, so I wrote a page. Get a beat, leaving it a murder case.
She gon' want me when the lights down. Yeah, I'm feeling it right now. Sending up the new heights now. Smile for the bite down. I got all this money, but it's not what makes me happy. Used to be so cocky, but it's now all just the past me. Speakers loud, roofers down, riding through my city now. She's in for the picture, I'm open, I got no worries now. I got all this money, but it's not what makes me happy. Used to be so cocky, but it's now all just the past me. Speakers loud, roofers down, riding through my city now. She's in for the picture, I'm open, I got no worries now.
Bro, that was my first song, dude. The next one, a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
something new for? I'm always confident. You're being extremely truculent. Whatever truculent mean, if that's good, I'm there. Never again make me the underdog.
Speak that into existence. All I really need is a vision. All I really need is persistence. And never to believe that you get it in an instant. Had a grain of salt to everybody's opinion. Fourth and long is really fourth and inches. Stay creating and stay consistent. Find out failure really non-existent. You get the things you think will make you happy. Find out later that we're insufficient. Often where you wanna be is on the other side of fear, but you still keep your distance. Post a song on the internet. I'm just hoping I could get someone to listen. Oftentimes it falls on deaf ears and I fall asleep to the sound of crickets. Chirp, chirp. Okay. Putting in the work, working. Yeah. Chirp, chirp. Putting in the work, work. Pardon my pay. I've been in the mazes lately. Starting my way. Think it's gonna take some patience. Yeah. Sit back with a Kit Kat. Now I'm playing, I don't take breaks. They say what they say, I ain't worried about the naysays. Make way, why you tryna make waves? Work week looking like 8 days. I could really use a vacay. Studio is my safe place. On the road, like I get great grades. No, I don't mind if I'm criticized. I only listen to words that are wise. What do they want? Piece of the pie. They wanna fill up just what eat them inside. We eat to survive, to keep us alive. Heart is so cold, you keep freezing the time. Stuck in the past, stuck in rewind. One of my hundreds of reasons to try. Like crickets. Chirp, chirp. Okay. Putting in the work, working. Yeah. Chirp, chirp. Putting in the work, work. Pardon my pain. I've been in the mazes lately. Starting my way. Think it's gonna take some patience.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the RSC, and if you were just wondering what has occurred recently, it's the rival playoffs that you've continued joining us in, or if this is your first time, we hope you've enjoyed the entertainment so far, but there has been a change into the commentary booth. It almost feels like yesterday, and a favorite enough somewhat is, because Psycho has rejoined the booth, and how are you been?
I'm doing absolutely great, Danny, and you know what? It does feel like yesterday because we were in the booth yesterday. It's not just our brains going absolutely crazy. That is the state of affairs. But nonetheless, I've decided to join you at the absolute last minute, and I've just been able to catch up on the two teams we have for this spectacular lower finals, Danny.
Well, certainly so, and we might as well look at how the teams got to this position as well, too. We've actually just finished the upper final, and that's where Pandora originally was. They've lost 3-1. I did come with a scathing comment from that particular lineup. We'll get to that in a moment. Nightfall, who did beat the Journeyman on the B stream 3-2. A huge thank you to the entirety of the staff over there who has handled basically the entire production. They showed you all the matches they've done today and of course throughout the week as well. But it does mean that's where we are. It's a repeat as well. We've seen the scoreline before, 3-1. I don't, however, believe we're going to have the same type of match in that regard, Seiko, because frankly, when we look from a team statistic as well too, nothing so far equals to anything that makes sense.
Absolutely, and just taking a brief look at the stats of the two teams involved, you have the first seed from their conference in Nightfall and the second in Pandora, and statistically speaking, these two teams proving to be very similar. It does show only 48 wins for Nightfall and 42 for Pandora, so very even affair all around. And you know what, Danny? I think it's going to be another one of those mystery series.
Well, certainly so. We may as well just roughly see where the indicated marks will be from the player's point of view as well, because from everything that we've seen there, as you said, we can't really separate it from as well. Spooks, who is a bickering couple or a wife, you could describe how long we've been together, talked about Loroni, done absolutely well, statistically moves across quite well. Flex, on the other hand, well, I've been given a lot of flack tonight so far. I said he should be not on the pitch at all unless he's able to fix his problems. It was that bad. It was that much annoyance from me. And some would say that might be a harsh on him. It is a playoff scenario matches. These are going to be difficult. When you look at their opposition counterparts, they should be able to deal with this.
Well, we'll see if they can deal with it indeed, as another mystery series has come the distance all the way to the lower finals, and of course these two teams are going to have their time to get used to one another inside the lower finals. A best of 5 series we have going for us, Danny.
Well, certainly so. There's a few conversations going around on what could this matchup be. I don't think we're going to get the same as earlier. We will, however, start our lower final now with these two teams who have a point to prove for the grand final.
Absolutely, as we get ourselves underway, and well, I was preparing my speech to get the game started, Danny, but it appears there's already been a goal which has been placed just creeping into the bottom left hand of the net. Not sure what happened to the defence, but Danny, we're going to completely ignore it this time around.
Well, that's at least one statement I'll agree with you temporarily. I will not be missing the second time, mind you. That shot is excellent. Save, mind you, tipped away, and Laroni will be moving across here. When what I do find somewhat hilarious, I don't hear Spix very much sort of singing or romantically talking about a player. He talked about Laroni quite highly. And this is going to be a big step up, but it was the other two that I wanted to see, Psycho, because Blacks, mind you, did not deliver. They sat back deep, they failed to generate a lot of pressures until they were near enough knocked out from the uppers.
When Flex is trying to be the difference maker for Pandora to equalise early on in the early stages of this game number 5, as retreating back the team in red do indeed as they push forwards into the midfield, and a loose open net at the moment left begging from Nightfall. As the ball is going to drift infield, a fantastic challenge from the team in red once again. Flex trying to deliver some pressure infield back to a teammate. Cut out that time around.
It was almost such a play that we've seen so far. Pandora has arguably had 2, possibly 3 so far clips that could be worthy of winning any sort of competition. Their opposition last game had 1-2, and unfortunately there was a bit of a squabble between Spooks tonight, which one might be slightly better. 3-8-5 just tips that one away here. So everything has been almost like what we've been expecting, but not necessarily in the right order. It almost feels like an old Monty Python sketch.
And as you say that, a goal straight out of a Monty Python sketch as well. Just two defenders hanging loose and thinking, there's no threat. There's absolutely no threat, and the shot comes through, and two defenders caught completely unawares.
Oh, well, didn't think we'll be getting the Ministry of Silly Walks tonight, but we've seen something very much silly on the doorsteps there.
We have indeed, as the red team bouncing forwards, 3 minutes left on the clock to right their wrongs, and there has been a few woeful wrongs, as you would say, Danny, from Pandora, and a couple situations that definitely weren't in their favour. As Flex driving forwards, but only into the hands of Rev, who almost is able to push through the final defender and push it into the net as well.
We'll see if that'll be continuing off here with that potential putting into the back of the net. Flex this time around. Not necessarily pass across field and mind you, get the pin sheet, deliver that mighty blow here. And so far, we're at halfway. We have not seen Pandora really been pushed to the point here where they have to get a move on, but you fancy the fact that we're trailing by 2-0 down, that they would somewhat sense the urgency to maybe play on a bit more of their instinct. They haven't done that so far, and their second major attempt has not done well there.
Yeah, and it was close to forming something. They had a lot of midfield space, which was opened up rather generously by Nightfall, but the infield pass, it connected to a teammate, but the shot did not connect with the back of the net, and that's the all-important thing. And Pandora, like you say, they seem to be lacking a bit of urgency as Rev is able to pounce upon a last man, potentially sleeping once again. A ball ricocheting off the corner, and it's easy pickings for Rev.
Again, it seems to be... Maybe this one may be unfair, but even the replay point of view, it just picked up Flex's loose touch into the middle, but again, in that moment, is what can he do? You could argue to say leave it, but again, the result of the pass or where the ball ended up results into that third goal either way. So, pretty much a sticky situation, and so far this first game is that very much descriptor. So, Psycho, this remaining 90 seconds is pretty much what can we do, and maybe a bit of time here to maybe solve an issue. The problem is there's too much to solve.
There's a lot to solve indeed, you're right, and the questions that need to be answered from Pandora aren't as simple as they seem. The opening goal, of course, for Nightfall was actually one that just trickled in as a result of a clean whiff from their opposition, and ever since then, it seems that they've just been very loose at the back and uncoordinated, not knowing who's supposed to be applying the pressure when, and just leaving themselves exposed to all of this offense that Nightfall were bringing.
Just like that, we are sitting here scratching ourselves. We're wondering where is this pencil going to be coming from, because frankly they didn't have one to work something out here. That's the first time we've seen a real shot on target. Didn't come from Alaroni. The last game we saw, he was the magic maker, the talisman somewhat. Wasn't involved this time around, so that has changed. But, and again, it's up too little too late, but maybe something to work from for the future. Yeah,
ooh. About that, Danny, we're going to have to shut you up nice and quickly, unfortunately, because Nightfall once again aggressing forwards on their opposition, just that little bit quicker. And you know what, in that situation, a well-worked goal from Nightfall off of the ceiling and just individually outpacing the defenders.
I was supposed to trade that for an entire series and it didn't really work that well. We'll see if it works this time, and I don't think it's going to occur either.
Yeah, and Flex now down the wing, just trying to test the back line, but it's a pointless affair. They're 5-1 down. They need to be considering their options in how they approach the remainder of this game to push them forwards into the next. And at the moment, the team in red certainly showing to be underdogs almost. It seems as if Nightfall were dominating in every single aspect of the pitch, Danny.
Certainly so, when that does mean we might as well say yes, the game one has gone against them, Pandora, and I'm not saying we should be sitting here and trying to work out their problems and give it maybe potential answers to them, but what I will say it's not a contract stark the difference between the two, because frankly The last series, if sat far too deep, we saw them actually pushing up this time around. They weren't able to generate enough in this game to really move across here. The 2 goals that we have seen from them has been from their own final third. So are they going to play on the counter through the entirety of tonight? Well, they've got to pick their opportunities much better. If they aren't, however, what are they doing? That is the question.
I do agree with you, Danny, and it seems as if, like you say, they are completely cemented in terms of how far up their back line is, and every opportunity has been stemming from a counter-attack, is exactly as you said, Danny. And for Nightfall, it seemed to be so easy to establish midfield possession over the course of the entire game. And Nightfall, they had some stats to back them up, especially with Rev going up to almost 800 points, 3 goals and 2 assists to his name. But unfortunately for the opposition, they just couldn't get anything going.
Again, and it's the fact that we have said this a fact like now for 4 or 5 games session based on stream for the same issue. However, I'm going to stop there on Pandora. I'm going to be nice somewhat. Not going to be a surprise to everybody. I think credit has to be given to Nightfall. They played well. They played with enough cohesion to know their opposition weren't good enough. And let's be blunt on that element. But they've done the job. And that's what you have to do in these matches. Get past the finish line. Get yourself in the grand final. Give yourself the best opportunity. Play well. Get the confidence. Get the job done quick. If they are going to do this, this needs to be a 3-0 sweep too.
And that's especially what Nightfall are going to be eyeing up right now. That 3-0 sweep, that glory win, not just any old win. They want to do it in style and push them forwards to the grand finals with a little bit more confidence behind them as we get underway in game number 2. Pandora with questions to be answered, and Nightfall especially just wanting to maintain what they've already built with their midfield control and all their aggression upfield. They want to keep that going as long as they can, Danny.
So everything that has been laid on the table here, we've seen pretty much the same issue. It's just the only difference so far is the reskinned map that's been on our screens. We could have effectively played game 1 over again, and I don't think anybody would be any the wiser.
And especially in the manner they conceded, Pandora. Certainly reminiscent of the first goal they conceded previous game as well. Just simply no one in the net to cover the shot that came through, crept through ever so slowly. And unfortunately for Pandora, their sadness has turned into misery early on, but hopefully that can be transformed from a well-worked infield pass. Beautiful touch off the corner inside, and Leroni was the player to get the job done.
He's done it before and he's done it again. And once this issue has been solved, I would like to again see the other two get more involved here, and that's leaving Flex. He has a shot on target, the keeper. The likely of the two to get the ball away from it with a better result does so this time around. 3 at 5, straight down, and only tips away there too, and a side release even from Seiko. He knows the importance of that one.
Absolutely, and the ceiling shot was just sliced wide of the margin, but it was a good piece of offense from Pandora indeed, as Flex is finding it difficult to find control in his back half. A last defender throwing himself at the ball hopelessly, just trying to get a grasp on the ball, but we all know what should have happened, Danny. Unfortunately, didn't happen on that occasion.
Certainly. Well, I think credit has to be given to that play there. Usually I'm heavily critical on the defence, but that was well worked. Even the keeper was forced off the line. The pass was just on point. So Nightfall, they are playing near enough the perfect game. It's past at the Challenger Grand Final. That was, I'm going to be a little bit unkind somewhat, pretty much the dominating style fashion how it ended up to being in a perfect season too. This side looking somewhat reminiscent to that. It's just, can they keep it up throughout? As that save, mind you, was decent enough, but not good enough to get into the net though.
And I think you make a striking comparison, Danny, between that primordial roster which went on to completely dominate challenges and the team on our screens right now, but obviously Pandora not wanting that to be the case. But as you say, Danny, full props for Nightfall's performances so far as they continue to reign their domination over the offensive half of the field as a ceiling pinch comes through. Just touchdown from Rev. It's a little bit uncomfortable at the moment for Nightfall, but they are able to deal with the threat for the time being.
So, maybe a small gap appearing here in 3 and 5. Not a fan of this. You've just done arguably 4 similar enough plays here. You need to take the ball inside and give your second or third man the chance. Mind you, it has worked out, and for the first time in a very long time, Pandora has tied up the game at 2-2.
Absolutely, and it was all of that suffocating pressure in the offense, just going from side to side, court to court. Pandora exploiting all of the gaps that were opened in Nightfall and stretching their opposition apart, and managed to find the gap when it was needed the most, and the shot stuck true. As Auden at the back lines is able to get a touchdown only to the hands of Flex, who is going to look for a teammate, but it's cut away by Rev as he works upfield, perhaps going for a bump there as well for the extra little kiss of death. As Rev now up into the air. Can he follow up on his own touch? He's going to try exactly that, but possession spilt right back to their own defense.
Speaking about, unfortunately, not wanting a receiving of a gift there, that was a nice, lovely double commit into each other there at 2-2. Could have spelt disaster, and that's a woeful set of consecutive players. Pick a second here, gentlemen and ladies. This is meant to be rival! Even the prospects knew how to hit one of those balls.
Oh, it was going so well for both of these teams, but unfortunately that was a moment to be remembered by us in the commentary booth. Sorry about that. As at the moment, Rev in his own back corner takes it to the ceiling and drops it down to Mystical with a wonderful shot downfield, and the last defender staying true to his line as Laroni pushing up, driving forwards back to the player who's extended forwards as they come across to the other side of the field, but no players in orange there to receive it.
Great playing. Mystical is up there, will not be getting the touch on to it. Was miles away of apart here. The Roni might just fancies his chances, but backs away to Flex. Over there, and that's a decent shot, and it does not go in. The Laroni fancies it and hits the crossbar. Flex, no surprise, he's put that one high, and Laroni can only tip it to the side.
It was a matter of time before that ball goes in. I think it's just about going to find the top left-hand corner this time around. And once again, the sustained pressure coming through from Pandora is completely taking a spin on the story that's been created by their opposition so far. And a wonderful series of offensive attack.
Everything came through, mind you, by a poor challenge. Pandora really needs to learn how to generate proper chances, not from mistakes, mind you. An unforced error paused here, and Nightfall will be disappointed by themselves here. They've got 30 seconds, mind you, to rectify it here, because arguably speaking, Nightfall has been the better side. Shocked that they're trailing 2-3 right now as Laroni tips that one to the side, so there might be one proper chance.
Oh, and that chance has just been touched to the side by the last defenders as Laroni and Flex inside of their net, holding their lines, turtling up, shielding up, and hoping nothing is going to come past them as Rev continuing the onslaught, and the touch doesn't quite land in favour of the Nightfall team. But as you said, Danny, Pandora, they didn't look like they were the favourites to win this particular game, but they persevered, especially in offence. And like you said, I wonder if that's going to be maintained throughout the series, maintainable throughout the series, if the defence keeps crumbling in the way it has for Nightfall.
Certainly so, and I mentioned this before the end of this game here, that challenge with Flex, and apologies, I can't remember from Nightfall, originally how that ball spelt through before we seen 5-6 shots near enough being catapulted to that backboard before it eventually did go in here. Nightfall struggled to deal with that one. It's the first time they've been put under pressure when the game has been tied. Don't know if that's fully telling. Don't know if this is just going to be one of those cases where it's a game that's chalked up, or it will be foreshadowing much more here. But let's put this in the context as well. The upper final was 3-1. Will it continue to being the same issue? Do not know.
And only time will tell how this series develops, but Nightfall and Pandora both showing themselves to have their strengths, but in very different areas. Pandora approaching with a very, very deep third-man line, it must be said, and we were wondering how they could actually get themselves involved, forming plays that weren't related to the mistakes of their opposition as we make our way into game number 3. Hopefully, all of those questions will be answered.
So, Ronnie will be this time around, and Ian Spooks and I talked about this being a familiar feat of the story, of no second man really challenging or no one setting up here, and that was Pandora's consistent issue. We've just seen a chance there, just glances wide as well too here. So Pandora are playing a game that honestly makes no sense, at least to me.
Well, it's also a safe one in their books. They seem to have got away with a lot of defensive situations which other teams surely would have collapsed from, but the question is how they can turn that into offense, and it does look like a playstyle which on paper shouldn't particularly be working, but it might have been what pushed the pedal through the metal in the previous game, as Pandora just pushed up the pace with the offensive commits at the very last second, as a massive gap is going to emerge in a demolition just to open up some even more space on the side of Nightfall as Rev into the corner. 3 players in orange by that front post. It certainly looks sketchy in terms of the spacing, and another bump threat from Ordenador has come through, and the last defender simply not able to get a fingertip on it.
Just like that, it was the bump that just really set the mark up. The roadies just left there. It's just like a traffic cone. Will it be respectively driven past? No, it's just been absolutely bumped and demolished away.
Oh. What's happened here then? Let's have a wee peek, and unfortunately Flex has missed his flip. I was hoping it wasn't as basic as that, Danny, but that's what's happened.
Well, if it's any consideration, a professional team done that quite a lot. Was Team Liquid.
It's almost as if it's a Voldemort statement. You can't be talking about Team Liquid when it comes to their kickoffs. Goodness me, that's a dangerous path to cross, but nonetheless, Mystical working his way to try and threaten once again another bump on this back line. I think it must be an easy team to target when it comes to these bumps and off-the-ball aggressions, because they're just so deep on the field and there's so little players committing for their challenges, as Nightfall looking to exploit all the gaps they can, of course, and what's been a very fruitful opportunity for them off the kickoff has really cemented a solid foothold in this game number 3.
So, as Rev moves up, we might actually see a bit of an ester here, a bit more of that fruity smell here. We might just get a woeful little smell here. Let you decide which one that might particular be here, as that play just arguably all by Rev.
What can you say, Danny? It's very hard to analyse a defensive structure if it simply wasn't there. There was 2 players seemingly on complete opposite ends of the court, and neither wanted to get involved for Pandora. And as much as they're sitting back in their defence, they got to make sure the shape is right when they do so. As Laroni gets a 50-50 straight down to the teammate Flex, who's going to do a wonderful flick over one Rev in an awkward position, but once again his mechanics are going to shine through, and he's touching it to the backboard, flopping on it once again, making it a little bit awkward for his own defense, but for the time being they're going to survive.
Her idea by Laroni there. Rev is up. You've seen him once before being dangerous, and just seconds ago with that very much reminiscence of a play here. Rev will have once more clearance downfield, and it's a poor first touch, but necessarily past the halfway line. Good challenge here, and Nightfall is playing scrappy here. Not necessarily to their own benefit, just more the case of a disruption factor, and it's worked.
Absolutely, and Mr. Falls missed on his own back line, and there's a loose ball in the midfield struck upon by Pandora, and it was a strong touch from the pass that came through, but Mr. Fall, oh, he's not going to be happy with that one.
Justin?
Or his team.
Or anybody else who's supporting him, even the general manager, the assistant manager. Maybe a bit of a few words certainly said in those moments.
Absolutely, all the fans, the friends, the family, everyone who could be watching completely in tatters, devastated by what they've seen from their home boy. As the touch is going to see through from Laroni back to a teammate, Flex up to the backboard. Hopefully there's going to be a follow-up in orange. Struck upon the net, and two players in defence, two players that couldn't have done anything because that was absolutely rapid.
I'll be truthfully honest with you. If you ask me how these 5 goals have gone in so far, I couldn't probably tell you how they've gone in. It's almost like this game, particularly number 3, has almost like a haze like over my glasses. It's been almost uneventful or unrememberable as that backboard has once again been left exposed. The demo opens up a gap here, but should be tipped away.
In 385 milliseconds is air dribbling down the field to a teammate. Flex trying to work past the defence as one player commits and the gap is exposed, and it's a wonderful finish from Larodi straight in the bottom left-hand corner.
And once again, Flex has got this innate ability to be an absolute irritant to their opposition, because every time he gets to the ball and he decides to hug the opposition while doing so, the ball has ended up being passed to Laroni. It's a wonderful skill, but one can you rely on in a competition? Well, so far the answer might be maybe.
Certainly so, as Rev drives forwards, but only to the hands of the opposition, who struck bar down. Ordenador needed to touch that one just over his own bar to see it wide, and has done exactly that as a pass comes through. He doesn't know whether it's a pass, he doesn't know whether the shot is going to be true, and I fear the last defender stuck in two minds there.
Well, I don't blame them, but the bit in the back of my head, if you're going for that type of shot, if you do get a pop it or even try to go for like a bicycle base kick on it, it has to be in a certain position, and was well and truly passed, so quite clearly not used to the situation, and somehow the biggest turnaround, a comeback, shock to me at this moment in time, because we've not seen one in a very long time, at least in Season 10, in this playoff scenario, occurring live in a lower final match.
You're absolutely right, Danny, and it seems to be a complete twist of fate. It was almost if Nightfall were guaranteed to be solid throughout the entire series. An infield pass comes through, just blocked away by the last defender, and Pandora at the last second there, I feared they might have been pushed to overtime, but all that hard work really did pay off.
I agree with you on that, and whether it's justified or not, is this match filled with quality? Gonna have to be brutal. No, it's not. Is it filled with drama? Yes, it is. There's been mistakes left, right, and centre, and both of these two teams, we talk about solving problems. I think they've caused themselves more problems, and yet it's opened the game up more. It's like a game of chess with 200 elo. It's fabulous to watch when you have absolutely no idea how to play the game. That's effectively what we've seen here.
That's probably the most accurate description of a series event I've ever heard, Danny. So I think you should be giving yourself more credit than it's worth. That was a beautiful statement, and you're absolutely right. These teams, I'm not sure how they are succeeding in the present. All I know is that Pandora has managed to clutch up not once, but twice to get them back into pivotal games in this series. And as we move forward, it's suddenly Nightfall who have all the work to do. And so far, they've not looked completely out of the game, and they have more to give, it must be said, as Ordenador looks for the backboard, but is a beautiful touch from the defence. And Nightfall, like I'm saying, Danny, lots of work to do for them now.
Certainly so. That'll be the rabbit pull to the hat here. That's certainly what Pandora's only got the last game into their column here. Revs, when beat Laroni, just decides to pop it into the middle. Flex was too far deep, but mind you, it wasn't his issue. Laroni, woeful pass once again. Well, at least arguably the first time his, but not in the team's sense here as the attack dies down. But it hasn't dissipated just yet.
You're right in saying that as Flex takes to the backboard. Surely he's going to follow this one up, but the touch is just not the contact he needed to put it in the back of the net. Flex looking so strong in the air there. It was almost a guarantee he was going to find the double touch, but he ended up taking a leaf out of my book and choking at the very last moment as Laroni pushing forwards now, trying to work the defense. Cut away by Rev once again. A whiff on the defense isn't going to spell disaster this time around as Nightfall recalibrate themselves. And, well, Danny, I'm sure you know a lot more about whiteboards than I do, but just pressing the little tabs in each of the corners to get themselves reset as a touch comes through on a loose defence. Not sure how that one's crept in.
Well, I'm so glad that was the first time a modern invention has been thrown at me. I'm so used to chalkboards personally myself. But with that being the case, even with that scenario, line's been drawn, the cap's been put on the marker. It's been freshly put on the scoreboard, happily 1-0 through a play that's been reasonably worked too. So with that, Psycho, Nightfall, you said had work to do. They've got on with it, they've got the goal. Now it's Pandora once again, trails and now has to break from their own final third.
And if they were able to do so, this would be a pretty magical series indeed. Everything we've asked for happening at almost an instant as a touch from Ordenador is going to go to the backboard and it somehow crept itself in the upper 90. I was holding off on my excitement because I was watching the squishy save from the opposition and unfortunately couldn't get a touch on.
Well, that goal there was almost like your hand getting stuck in a Pringles jar. Too far deep into it, you can't really get it out, and all what you can is just go push for. Absolutely horrible in those situations for both sides, but the goal has eventually went to Nightfall's favour. Now they've got the pressure and the iron grip onto the game too. Here's Flex as tips that one to the side. Will we see a snack here maybe finally being delivered?
As the offence pushing through from Pandora as a touch is loose to 385, who's not been able to find the angle. A tough one indeed though, as they're going to try and rotate around each other nice and swiftly, but there's three men who have defaulted straight to the back of the field. Nobody wanting to half rotate, cut in and keep the offense going. That's what Pandora needs right now. They need to be looking back at the successes they've had in coming back in the previous games and really just recycle what happened there, which certainly wasn't a defensive affair, as Mystical taking the ball to the side cannot best Flex, and finally we have some offense in numbers again.
Not for long though, as the offense has now resulted back into a quick retreat here, and that's a double commit as well too. The ball, however, to my surprise, not being whipped in here, so Nightfall happy to sit deep. Ooh. And that shot's wide. An ugly bounce, but a bounce to Nightfall favour. I think it was 3-8-5, will probably be muttering some words underneath his breath at that post.
Absolutely, but the pass was spectacular from Ordenador. A beautiful glancing hit with his long car, just slotted it into the bottom right-hand corner, and the post, maybe a favourable bounce indeed that the defence had nothing to do with, but full props to Ordenador for the pass as Rev working his way into the middle, cut away by Flex, who's driving downfield, opting for a 50-50, not by any choice of his own, and Rev has beaten out the last defender, and I fear, Danny, this game is up.
Certainly so. Well, maybe take an argument talking about technique here. Or we're just going to move on and just let everybody watch that.
I think the latter, Danny.
Okay.
Well, Laroni is trying to do something, because that's all they can do at the moment. There really isn't particularly much that can be done when you're 4 goals down and only 1 minute 20 to see yourself back into the game. As at the moment, they're asking questions once again of their own capabilities, which have shone through in the previous 2 games, which they stunningly came back from, even after quite a large deficit. 3-2 was the previous result, and the one before that, 2-1 for Pandora. They worked themselves back into the occasion twice in a row. And I fear the question is, can they work their way back into the series?
Good question. That wasn't necessarily the game outright. But when we move into somewhat trying to foreshadow the last time we were in this situation, there was a reasonably competitive series going into game 5, and it was an absolute stinker of a game that was just rolled on from 1, 2, 3 goals quite easily, and I fear that I remember using the line, I think the advertisement blocked the embarrassment off it. That's what it was, and suddenly we saw 2 goals, nearly the third going in as well. And it was just somewhat, you're just going, where was this cycle? All that I hope for when we move into this game 5, we just don't see a complete another blowout. We want these 2 teams to show what they're capable of.
Absolutely, and it'd be a dream in Technicolor colours as Pandora, as you've been saying, Danny, we're hoping they can strike back on what has been quite a dominating performance from Nightfall in this particular game, and questions to be answered. But Nightfall, nonetheless, a dominating performance from them, and not something we particularly touched on towards the tail end of that game, as Rev putting 3 goals to his own name. And I feel of the 4 goals that were actually put in by Nightfall, quite a lot of them were forced mistakes from the defence.
I think it was, but I think the argument could also be made as well too, the fact that we're broken the first 2 times quite reasonably easily. Why are they not sitting here, Pandora, trying to get themselves back in it? 1-2 goals, it's possible. The moment the third one goes in, throw the game away. Maybe not the right mentality. When you're in those moments, you're trying to play to get yourself back into it. Realistically, statistically, and every other shade of in the pit of the universe, once 3 goes in, it's highly unlikely. And frankly, Pandora, can you do it? Well, you've done it twice to get yourself back into the game, as Cycle alluded to earlier. The problem is, both sides, they know how to lead, but do not know how to do a comeback, for that one exception in this series.
Well, Danny, the questions all to be answered in this final game number 5 of the lower finals in this rival playoff. We've made our way all from today's matches up until this point, and of course this is an elimination match. Whoever loses this, nothing gives. It's game over for you, and the winner certainly going to be fueled to continue their run between Nightfall and Pandora. And Nightfall looking to push their own agenda once again in the early stages of this game number 5, as the offense is going to keep powering through, and a shot from Mystical just seen wide by Laroni as another touch from Ordenador circles round. Flex, a little bit of an awkward situation, but dealt with it well, as a touch from 385 to the backboard is going to give them some more possession on the opposite side.
Oh, I like this. I really like this, and unfortunately does not pay off. That is the first time I've seen a ball drilled to a player in a while in this playoff scenario for Rival. And that could have been a moment, a decisive 1-2. Here's the ball back down the other end. Revs missed. He has a key opportunity. Flex launches down, and a fingertip save away.
It was tight margins indeed, as at the moment Pandora working to keep possession in their favour, but Mystical has not only bummed the last defender, he's also got a touch back to his own teammate, and the shot comes through buried just beneath the crossbar. Such a smart play from Mystical.
I have to agree with you. Laroni was probably thinking if he hit it off the opposition, it'll probably clear much better. Sometimes it works for you, sometimes it doesn't. Can you afford to take that risk in a lower final, a deciding match? Well, some would take it, and Laroni unfortunately choose poorly.
Maybe so, Danny, as Flex trying to test the last defender as a ball comes laterally across, straight back into the centre now. Flex, a shot with only one man left to deal with it as he drives forwards, but the offence is just going to be suspended for now as players trying to regain, boost control on their side of the field. Rev now working across. Can he get a touch high to a teammate? No, he's going to opt to go low and perhaps force a slow play forwards. Ordenador not quite getting the memo there, I fear, as he almost got in front of his own teammate disasterfully, and I fear they almost witnessed a goal in their own end there.
Hasn't resulted into that moment there, and once again somebody decided to touch the ball that should have been and arguably calmed off it as Flex doesn't get the hit here. Rev, oh Rev, you are a lucky boy. That should have been 1-1.
It should have been, but they've got away with it for the time being. As Nightfall, they really need to stay calm and collected in the rest of this game. It's a difficult thing to do. I'm sure the hearts are pounding because they know this is the highest stakes imaginable. How can they hold this one-goal lead, and will they be able to do it? Hopefully those questions not seeping into the mind of these players at the time being. All they want to do is keep their driving force forwards, keep it in the red end. As 385 gets a redirect to the corner, Lebroni is going to push up, miss on that occasion as Flex wings it over to the other side. Not really too much intent, but is able to get past one defender there. Strikes upon net, touched wide by Rev.
Basic challenge here. Flex should be rotating now to Lebroni, and he's actually done that to at least get the ball back in. This needs to be a quick second man challenge. Has been gifted over, and Flex done his job. Now the rest of them. Pandora, who has been trailing 1-0, roughly around the 3-minute mark here, as 385 pops it up. Flex, he's been earmarked with the black mark for myself the entirety of the last series and continues to be. But Lebroni builds that one up, finally being pushed here. We are sensing urgency for the first time, and that's a shot blocked away in turn 2.
And this urgency is completely unparalleled in this game so far. Pandora not showing themselves to want to push with the aggression off of the ball. They didn't look as if they were wanting to support their teammates with the aggression. What a touch from Lebroni just on the front post. Tips it over the last defender. I thought the first shot may have been creeping in itself, but what a touch from Lebroni.
I have been critical probably this entire week, and people be going, oh, it's not Danny, he's going to be giving me a hard time. Lebroni, take a bow. Fabulous little touch. And just like that, put your head back in shame. This should not occur. And both of the two have been beaten. They've worked hard to get into it, and they've thrown away very much cheaply there.
And it's such a sad story for Lebroni. We were singing his praises just a second ago, but I fear it was him who got dragged into the double commit and ultimately caused his own team's potential demise, as they have so much more work to do, as Mystical working back to the back lines and the off-the-ball aggression once again coming through in these demolitions and bumps, and they're cycling this rotation. They're swarming like sharks, just trying to get any foothold they can, but Mystical's going to give them a momentary time to relax and breathe and regain their own mental focus. As Lebroni driving into the opposite corner now, they're going to try and keep the cycle going. 2 players beaten by Flex. Rev just touching to the side.
Smart demo there, less than near enough, 15 seconds away. Lebroni just pushing and pushing Flex. He's missed that one. 3-8-5, shot wide, bump on the keeper. Lebroni slow, and Rev is playing this with game management on his head. He's kept it to the corner, didn't take the shot with a wide open net. Pandora falls, Nightfall rises. Complete paradox in itself, but we do have a winner.
We do indeed, Danny, and Nightfall, such a wonderful job of getting that game in their control throughout, and Pandora, they look so strong towards the tail end of that game number 5, but I fear the urgency didn't quite come thick and fast enough. If they had maybe a couple of minutes left on the clock, they could have worked it in their favour, but nonetheless, Rev at the end there doing a great job, as you say, of keeping that game management and keeping their team within touching distance of the finish line.
Well, certainly so as well too, and I think Pandora as a lineup will probably be disappointed by the fact that they got themselves within the shots and distance there. Again, you learn from experiences, and they will know with regret that could have been so much more different. But that's in the past now. Nightfall moves on. We do have a grand final cycle, and the question really is, can Nightfall deliver? That is what we're going to wait for, but from us, we're sadly going to have to take a break to find that question out. See you there.
Aye. What? Counterfeit. Guess it from the thought of it. People fake. Think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real. This right here to start a kid. Pick the grind. Look like I just started it. Counterfeit. Guess it from the thought of it. People fake. Think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real. This right here to start a kid. Pick the grind. Look like I just started it. Roll one if your dog hold you down, do not take it for granted. Get a credit out if it's both of you that planned it. If you got some bread, they should not be empty-handed. If your homie winning, then you winning, understand it. Roll two, don't compare yourself to anybody else. These days, people wanna be anyone but themselves. All that picture posting and fake boasting really doesn't help. Push it to the side and make sure you focus on yourself. But sometimes it get hard. I just keep on working till we make it out of Dodge. People posting pictures, really, that's just a mirage. Real ones with me, I know we gon' beat the odds. Counterfeit. Guess it from the thought of it. People fake. Think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real. This right here to start a kid. Pick the grind. Look like I just started it. Counterfeit. Guess it from the thought of it. People fake. Think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real. This right here to start a kid. Pick the grind. Look like I just started it. If somebody left me, I'ma let them leave. I just upgraded to a better me. Ain't no hard feelings, I'ma wish them well. You did me a favor, did it to yourself. Fake love come and go, especially when money grow. That's why I be staying low, keep it on the need to know. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, that don't happen. Say it did, must be capping. I don't let them catch me lagging. Cut you up, don't say I won't. Not afraid to say I'm wrong. Say you real, say you kill. Well, okay, I play it on. I don't care what they say. All I care about is action. Go and do what you do. Don't worry about their reaction. But sometimes it get hard. Facts. I just keep on working till we make it out of Dodge. Okay. People posting pictures, really, that's just a mirage. Real ones with me, I know we gon' beat the odds. Counterfeit. Guess it from the thought of it. People fake. Think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real. This right here to start a kid. Pick the grind. Look like I just started it. Counterfeit. Guess it from the thought of it. People fake. Think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real. This right here to start a kid. Pick the grind. Look like I just started it.
Welcome to the RSC EU, and it's the rival playoff, more specifically to the grand final. You have tuned in on arguably one of the most exciting for a number of reasons. We'll break that down shortly. And Psycho, you remain on the broadcast, which means that Spooks hasn't crawled his way back on to it, so we can't pick another person off. Congratulations.
Thank you, Spooks. I do appreciate your gratitude and your courtesy and your kindness for allowing me to cast such a spectacle. But nonetheless, Danny, we have two teams who have fought very hardly today to get themselves where they are now, Avalanche and Nightfall. One of the teams I saw just before our short break, but the other I haven't quite seen today, Danny. So what can you tell us about these two teams?
Well, certainly so was the entire bracket unfolds on your screens there. The idea of saying what these two teams have been up to. Avalanche, I'm sure we saw in the upper semi-final, that was with Spooks. That was an interesting one, not necessarily clean, but that's where, and I'm going to leave Pandora alone from this point, hopefully onwards for the rest of the stream. Did not play up to standard, did not play well enough here. However, when you look at what Nightfall has been through the entirety of the night, especially if you watch the B stream, they have a capacity behind them where they just want to prove everybody wrong, which isn't the worst quality.
Not at all. It's a fantastic quality to have, and it shows in the bracket where they're on 3 Game 5s going the distance, and all of them in their favour, as we have a brief statistical showcase of the two teams who on paper very even indeed. Avalanche a second seed coming out of their conference, and Nightfall first, and just a couple more wins to the name of Nightfall, but obviously these comparisons can't be taken as a direct representation of the series we're about to witness, as they have come from very, very different areas, very, very different platforms, in that they're from different conferences. And Avalanche and Nightfall, all we have to prove their ability is their performances that they've actually put up today, Danny.
Certainly, so we may as well take a last brief look at the player stats as well too. These, again, when we do look from the league play, does show a picture and does show a very much a even picture as well. Nothing to separate these from the two, and Sego, I don't think there's much time or really point to look at the statistics from that point of view, because we can throw them all out. This is the grand final, and it means nothing. It's just get the job done.
Absolutely right, Danny. And Nightfall, just a reminder, they've worked their way through to the grand finals, which we have on display right now, through the lower bracket, which means they don't have to do a single best of 7, Danny. They need to win 2 of them, and that's a potential of 14 games for the side of Nightfall. And as much as they've put on a stunning performance to keep themselves within contention, going the distance in 3 Game 5s, they're going to have to go a lot further than that.
Well, certainly so, but the grand final for the rival tier, will we have a conclusion within 7 or 14? That is the question tonight, as we start the procedures with Turtle, and back it goes flung across. We talked about the boom ball earlier today, we talked about the prior tiers. This one, mind you, is a little bit more different. It has purpose in meaning, will it have a sting and a glove to match it?
We'll see who has the killer instinct to provide the sting in this game number 1, as Nightfall and Avalanche, 2 titans in their own respect. And it seems from what you've said, Danny, Avalanche not a team to be messed with, and their track record certainly proves that, as an infield pass comes through toward Enador, slotted into the upper 90 and just about found a gap which wasn't quite covered by the defence.
Certainly wasn't easy to find, but all from the passes to give themselves an opportunity. That is what the grand final is. Who is able to work not just from half chances, but percentages so much low. We'll be talking about decibels and points at that point in time. And that should have been goal number 2. It just graced his car a little bit more here. Now the attack on the other end. Will it require a keeper? 2 keepers, in fact, missed that ball, and Ethan will slot in the response.
And Rev was trying to keep a level head and just touch it back to his own backboard, sustain some control. Absolutely not happening. The bounce going completely in favour of the team in the blue, and the shot from Ethan L certainly solid enough to get the job done, as he's punted into the left-hand boost-off kickoff, retreating back now to try and go for a challenge of his own and maintain some control, but opts to leave it for Turtle, who's almost worked his way past Rev as a touch comes across the field. Continued once again by Ethan L, a driving force at the moment in offence, cut out by Mistful.
There is the player that you've been mentioned there, Mistful once more with the second touch. Slight overcommit there. Back it goes. Now Turtle, who started procedures quite well. His turn to continue to have it. The attack on target. This time the 2 defenders will get the save for Nightfall. They are the side, mind you, from this losers bracket who has to prove themselves and against the entirety of their opposition counterparts. And that is a big mistake there. Now it should be whipped in. 1 touch, 2 touch. Too many touches, and it's gone against them.
Absolutely, as Sammy into the corner, just capitalising on the opponent's mistake. As you say, far too many touches taken, and he didn't want to commit to anything beyond keeping control on his car, as Ordenador has bested Ethan at the front post, danced around the last defender, who I thought surely could have got a touch on it, but the bump threat from Mistful, I think, is what opened up that opportunity.
Certainly have to agree with you. You just saw the on-field decision of it going forward and keep on attacking with the demo. It's nice to see when one decision is made, they stick with it, and it gets paid off for it. Hopefully, this will continue.
Hopefully it shall indeed, as Ordenador on the wall now. Perhaps not too much boost to his name. He's able to beat one player nonetheless. So driving force in the corner is going to be immediately shut out, and thus 2 players in orange committed for that opportunity, leaving some more space for the team in blue as Sammy, driving forwards, gets a 50 against Rev, who's missed the ball, and Ordenador touching back to the sides now. Turtle up to the skies, forcefully touched there, and they're just going to keep this attack going.
Straight there, but Ethan should have a touch onto the ball here. This surprise. Nobody decided to challenge it. Boost from near enough everybody in this segment of the pitch is quite low. Shot wide, tipped away there. Turtle and Ethan has words there, been violently sent back to the halfway line. Might have boost, but not even in the position to use as Rev. Oh, that's a loose touch. That's a woeful shot. No, it slips into the bottom left. Turtle knows better. It is now 2-2, and game is certainly back on.
And the defender just could not escape the clutches of the pounding offense as it just slipped through, as you said, and just like that we have our equaliser, and both of these teams off to a ferocious start so far, not leaving anything behind when it comes to the offensive department. All of them throwing everything they've got, as Sammy infield to Turtle, who gets an important 50-50 high, but there's 2 blue players committed quite deeply forward as Ethan is continuing the pressure all by himself now. Over to the opposite side of the field, a fantastic drop off to Sammy, just saying, here you go mate, get the job done for me on my behalf. It's as easy as that.
This is a reminder to Nightfall. Do not make a mistake. It will be punished and it will be remembered. 3-2 to the batter now. Everything was tipped on its head here. Ethan will now push that one to the side. There is Rev's opportunity. Pops it up high. That looks like a double commit. Followed through there, and well, my oh my there. The third man just keeps this ball alive.
And a bump threat comes through once again for the orange side, just wide of the margin. Turtle certainly threatened on the back line. A touch to the backboard. Ordenador drops it down. There's nobody there to follow on that occasion as all the orange players retreating now back into their own defence as a double commit is forced through. But it's not a problem to deal with on this occasion. Rev driving forwards to the middle. And Ethan with a little whiff there just to give the orange team a little bit more space, and it seems a controlling affair for the blue side as a shot comes through. Rev touching back to the corner.
Ethan still in that corner. There, lock it goes. Rev and Turtle, they face off, and it was one against in the shade of red. In the shade of red, it keeps getting darker and bleaker as goal number 4 on the horizon, now finally chalked into this column. This looked like a promising start. Nightfall will not be happy with the second half of this game number 1.
You're absolutely right, they shan't be happy, and with 30 seconds left it's quite a dire affair to get themselves back into the game, but they cannot underestimate their own performance even though they're trailing by 2. I feel as if both of these teams have given us highlight moments in this game, and not too many mistakes as well. Well worked opportunities from both of these teams, and hopefully we can continue to see that for the rest of these potentially 13 games, Danny.
Certainly so, and Turtle will be beaten onto this last moment of play here. I think I'd say this is probably the first game in this playoffs at this particular tier I've looked up, and finally we see a bit of bite and a bit of teeth into it work. It's not simple, it's not basic to the point where we're wondering what is happening. Both these 2 teams know how to play. It's just a question of how well they're able to execute it. Nightfall, can they sort out their second half here? Because if they get that right here, Psycho, 13 games more certainly looks possible.
Certainly on the cards indeed, and Nightfall have proven in this bracket time and time again that they are capable of pushing a series the distance, and this 4-2 I'm not sure is going to be any such exception. They're going to continue moving forward and progressing as a team and learning from their mistakes, hopefully to continue forth. And both of these teams, as I said, looked very even, I think, just in terms of the strengths overall. There was no one side which I really thought had the advantage overall. It was all down to just the goals that went in, Danny.
Yeah, that's a strange one. I think the Avalanche goal as well, too. drop originally that was put across. I think that was the third one if my memory serves correctly. Allowed the game to be dictated. It made the two defensive sides that maybe just seem happen. And this here could be promising here. The only thing I want to see continuing is that high level, the intensity, the ferocious bits of the game that you described it as earlier. Because the moment that dies off for Nightfall, we are left with near enough other than 3 empty shells here in this grand final.
And hopefully we're not left with a shell of what could have been in this series, as Avalanche are going to try to continue their domination early in this series and in this competition overall, as Ordenador and Rev both looking to pounce from Nightfall early on to cement themselves in the half of Avalanche, who have made a brief mistake, but it is only brief, not going to be punishable immediately. As Ordenador strikes into the corner, Turtle with a brisk touch forward, and Mystical is going to have to delicately touch this past the defense and get a strong touch to follow up, and he's done exactly that as Sammy driving forwards back into the middle to Ethan, a shot on target. Ordenador touches it above the bar, but neither player's wanting to commit. Just in time, Ordenador to the rescue.
Well, Rev there, he's just moved that one to the side here. Back he goes, whipped around. Rev just almost afraid to go for necessary to put up forward just to keep the honesty into the game there, but not necessarily the worst decision. Once more into the involvement of the play there. Rev, second, third consecutive sets of saves coming from them, and you just sense this goal is just to go occur. Not happening, and Rev just puts that one middle. Everything there just had the sense of the goal happening, and yet it somehow remains 0-0.
I had that exact same feeling. I was just waiting for the opportunity to creep through, as Ordenador once again besting the defenders with some quick challenges, as Mystical drops it down. Not quite what he was expecting with his own capabilities there, perhaps, as Ordenador back to the corner, grabs the 100 boost. Turtle up so quickly to intervene, and he's nicely pushed forwards to drop one down to his own team in blue, as Sammy touches high above Ordenador. Rev to the back corner. Ethan, hopefully he's going to find a teammate here in Turtle, who doesn't quite best the last defender.
His touch there will be whipped to the opposite side there where Turtle is waiting, and well, I'm going to say that was a pre-jump that shouldn't have occurred there, but again, nice to see a bit of confidence moving into it. Needs to keep it at least a bit contained. The excitement there is Turtle. He tips that one, moves across here. Nice movement in the play here. Whips downfield. Unfortunately, right to the opposition. We meet again with Rev back into the middle. So everything pretty much being played either from the side or in the middle of the pitch. We haven't really seen a shot other than the 3 saves from Rev.
Yeah, and it's very difficult for this Avalanche team at the moment to work themselves past that back line of Nightfall. Sure, they might be able to dance past one player, but they're back in numbers constantly when needed to push it straight back to the team in blue. But for the majority of this game, it does have to be said, Avalanche have been controlling the tempo, yet with no opportunities to their name, as Turtle works past Rev. Hopefully he can get a touch central, but he's completely fluffed it, and Ethan is just going to have to retreat back to his own teammate in blue.
That's a decent demo. Good little bump. Maybe this might be the first real opportunity Nightfall will be presented themselves here. That's a... You just felt that we got up a little bit quicker. Could have been much more meaningful. Turtle leaving alone the spawn from his other team. It allows him the challenge much quicker and allows the sort of the defensive shape to hold a little bit longer here. Mistful's there. Shot bottom left. They've been crushed into little pieces, but Nightfall, resilient to the end, rewarded with the first goal.
And that is gonna sting for Avalanche, who have been working so hard to make sure all the control is in their favour, but that tiny little opportunity that spilled off the backboard, a huge one indeed for Nightfall to take, and the shot was true to the bottom right-hand corner, found its way in. A wonderful piece of work from Nightfall to get themselves back into this series. And I know it's only been one game, but it previously looked as if it was almost hopeless after a 4-2 defeat. Could they make their way back into it? The answer's yes, and hopefully we can continue to see this run of form from Nightfall.
See what gets presented. That ball's tipped to the side, and Turtle now being pushed further back there in the middle of the park. He was to the backboard. This ball has ended up here. It will be Ethan moving it to the side here. This side is not afraid to play it if needs be, and that's a shot on target. The keeper just stood there, watched it, and go, oh, must be a plane.
And it's such a speedy shot from Ethan, though, as Rev caught just to one side of the net. He wasn't expecting to have to cover his own back lines there. He thought it was all going to be done for him, maybe not seeing the fact that Ethan was downfield to receive a pass in the first place, and that slight bit of inattentiveness on the defense has caused that open space to occur. But nonetheless, Ethan certainly going to be happy with his own placement there, as Ordenador is going to have to be out Ethan. It's dragged out two players in orange. Rev upfield now, but we have evened up the scoreline here, and both of these teams not wanting to be the first one to make a crucial mistake.
Ethan throws that one up. Just again, that key word that has been plagued some of the other grand finals, a mistake here and there, and it's just cost them their own championship win. OT. Looks like where we're heading in this game too. And near enough shy of shots and shy of this ball being presented in front of the net here. But Psycho, this could be a long grand final. Game 2 or an OT.
Absolutely, and both of these teams have a long way to go. Even seeing a victory here doesn't mean a whole bunch in the grand scheme of the series. It's how you can translate one performance through to the next with absolute consistency. As Ordenador slices it to a teammate who shoots just above the bar, as Sammy can only tip it high, only to himself. But there's three, once again, retreating orange players not wanting to circle in and get back involved there, Danny.
Certainly so, but I think Ordenador will be certainly happy with his pass play. Ian, the side in red, will be looking to move across red. That's a dangerous pass over. Wasn't reset in the rotations. It'd be a scrappy ball into the corner. We resume back into this side that Nightfall has us to play this defensive hold here. And Misfall once more moves around. Mighty block in the corner. Rape backs away from it. It's tipped to the halfway line. And once again, it's the question really in my head is how have they got away with it?
And the answer is all in Mistaful, who did such a great job of getting up early and preventing that edge ball above his head. He could have done exactly what most players would and just stare at it for a little bit, track back at the same time and panic when the time comes. But the confidence on display in the defense is now translating straight back to offense as Rev tries to touch it down to a teammate. But unfortunately, Ordenador not quite in the right shape to deal with it and make a touch forwards. The aggressive line, too aggressive on that occasion. Nobody facing forwards to put a shot on net.
Nightfall also not pushing this ball. Their hoplite sits and wait patiently here. Confidence in defence, mind you, can be warranted as that ball hits the crossbar. It's a race and it's 2-1. So arguably, both sides are winning the game. The other should have won. But Psycho, 1-1 in the series. Very little much we can say about this one.
Absolutely, and you have to completely disregard the ending, not a representation of Nightfall's successes in this particular game. Oh, it's been a good series so far, Danny, and I'm hoping we can see this tempo translated by both of the two teams for the remainder of it. But Mistaful putting in a good performance, a good shift, not only on the defense to bail them out of trouble when they were struggling on the backlines, but also to translate to offense.
I think it's one of those ones, if you take Nightfall's game 1 first half and the end of this second one and spliced it together, it would be much happier, and same with Avalanche in the opposite way. But again, it's 1-1, quite reasonably poised. There's nothing we can sit here and sort of go, do you know what, it's badly wrong. It's a few bits of the things we raise an eyebrow and sort of question to some extent, because it has been unorthodox through a majority of the way. But credit here to the likes of the plays that Nightfall sometimes go for. It's not a lot they go for the infield passing play. Ordenador has done it once before, actually quite a few times, and delivered some of the most stellar passes we've seen in a grand final match, at least for this season.
And we're well underway in game number 3 as Nightfall looking to continue their run of form and perhaps recreate some of their highlight moments that Danny mentioned just seconds ago, as Rev trying to pounce on quite a high back line from Avalanche. There's a bump at the back, almost spells disaster for Nightfall, and another whiff comes through from Rev, and they're struggling to keep the tempo that they were able to sustain for the latter half of the previous game, but nonetheless they're standing true for the time being.
Again, similar Hurricane 1 and 2, where Nightfall's final third in this red shade of column. Just almost fancy they might like to play a bit more aggressive, just to change the, not necessarily the tempo, but the understanding that both sides have gained. It is the best of 7. You just cannot rely on repeating the same play as Turtle up to the back while Rev tips it into the corner, and just like that, Turtle knows where this ball's going to go. The rest of the 6 players on this pitch here knows it too. And Psycho, something has to give here.
Absolutely, in the back line from Nightfall being exposed the last second. The counter-attack coming through from Avalanche, reminiscent of the last series we watched, where one of the sides certainly implementing more of that counter-attacking play style, and it didn't work for them at the end of the day, as Ethan tries to translate a cross, doesn't connect with a teammate, and a flipping player forwards isn't going to connect. Sordenador with lots of space to work with, tries to get past one, but he didn't play for a 50 and he didn't play for a beat either, so all possession straight back in the hands of the team in blue, as the last defender almost beaten.
Oh, good save as well too. Once more, the last defender, as Psycho said, getting involved. That's touchdown by Turtle. Now it's technically who can pop it, and again, I think this is the 3rd time we talk about maybe the golden era here. And again, I'll mention this, what happened with the good old-fashioned drag the ball, flick it, maybe even a dribble. That's all that was needed there, and everybody seems to be ignoring the traditions. And Turtle might need a little bit of first aid. That's a faceplant will be sore tonight.
And he was completely ignoring the play altogether as well. He just let the ball pass him as if there was no threat whatsoever. And Ordenador almost recreating his teammates' mistakes, as this side in orange by the name of Nightfall, there's cracks showing at the moment, and hopefully they can solidify themselves, get themselves in a nice little headspace. Once again, and the last defender caught completely off guard. A powerful strike coming through from Rev has just about found itself in the right-hand side of the net.
And for probably the first time in a while here, I'm not even going to blame the 3rd man. That was Turtle's issue. Doesn't make a proper challenge. Not a convincing one. They make even the attacking side back away from it. And it's cost I believe it was Ethan, to stand there and stare and going, really? Is that the way that you're going for it? You've just made me look foolish. And with just like that, Nightfall leads by at least 1. And even this time around, able to know the play and save it off the line.
And this team in orange truly trying to tuck in and put their opponents to bed at the moment, after what can be considered a very much drastic problem at the back for Avalanche, as Ordenador works his way forwards and Ethan can only touch it back to Nightfall, and it just looks as if this possession game has been completely lost by these two teams. All they want to do is just hit the ball long and see if those cracks emerge from the opposition. It's not as if they're looking for these soft touches in front of them to keep control. It's not as if they're playing for the 50-50s either. Just a matter of hit and hope.
Well, to extend that even further, this is what was somewhat expecting for the OT to be, as Turtle moves in, grabs the second one, and this is really the only way that you can play this type of game, is force a challenge, spice up your first man, Psycho.
Yeah, and Turtle, he's done a lot to get a second touch on the dunk there, to touch it into the bottom right-hand corner. There was a defender there in the right position, but the contact simply wasn't good enough, and Turtle had it all covered, has managed to put themselves within touching distance of the finish line. If only they can push themselves into overtime, or perhaps even get a cheeky last second advantage, as Turtle with an awkward touch is going to beat his own defender, and this is certainly not going to be comfortable for the last player in Sammy, and nothing that could be done, Danny. Not after that first touch.
going to be bold and move on from there. I don't think there's any more I can add on that one.
Makes two of us, Danny. As Avalanche, not once have they been flustered at the back, but twice. And it was the double commit that came back to haunt them just seconds ago. And that's certainly not characteristic of the Avalanche we've seen so far. I believe their spacing so far has looked solid. They've looked as if positionally they've worked well together, but that little bit of panic at the tail end of this game has come to haunt them, and the seconds well and truly ticking down there. One more attack for Avalanche. It's all they've got left.
Certainly so. And I think even at that point in time, we might just be a bit on the hopeful side of things here, as this ball eventually hits onto the ground, and for the second time in possession it is 2-1. And we're also 2-1 in the series itself. And Nightfall, I'm not saying about this as a team with grit, Psycho, and I don't use it lightly either, but they have came out and they've played a game that is frankly, I'll be honest to everybody, and I think that was be expected from me, should not be working. They've done quite well to make it work, and they've somehow able to force these type of players to get through. It's just that ability to just change the direction of what they want to do. Once they are capable of doing that, Avalanche will find themselves no longer as the favourites outright to now actually having a contender to play against. That still feels like where we are after 3 games.
I think you might be right, Danny, and Nightfall trying to put themselves within contention in a pretty uncharacteristic manner. And like we talked about in the previous game, Danny, the two rosters on display both opting for that hit the ball long strategy and hope the cracks are going to form, because if you persist long enough, surely something will go in your direction. And that's exactly the mentality of these two teams coming into this next game. As for the rest of the series, it's all going to be about who has the most hope, who has the most vigor, who has the most will to win, ultimately, because that is what can see you through a series.
The bolt will be at least taking one of the qualities required to be a champion, and that's a bit of patience there. Moves into the play, Rev tips it, and there he is chasing after Ethan, but eventually the ball does go to his feet, and it's very much an explosive start here as Rev catches, dribbles and pop. There will be no cut in the rotation, and that somehow works out to the advantage here to Nightfall.
And it's almost as if they can smell blood in the water at the moment, as they're really throwing everything they've got at this blue side, and Ethan, stuck on the back line, has to turn around awkwardly and just leap at the play and hope he gets a touch on as Mystical strikes to the backboard, and Rev is going to be there to follow up. Nobody on the side of Avalanche wanting to commit themselves, and they've been punished as a result. The naivety on the defense has crept through, and nobody in the position to deal with it.
I love our esports sometimes, Psycho. Synchronized movements. Beautiful a lot.
Beautiful maybe indeed, but not for Avalanche. They're going to be thinking that was a horrifying moment not to be repeated, as Nightfall have not only shown themselves to be worthy competitors in this series, but are now well and truly in the driver's seat, as they're 2-1 up at the moment and 1-0 up in this particular game, with it all to play for as Sammy works out of his own back corner to Mystical, and Turtle out of position, too aggressive, out of shape, and Ethan just sitting back waiting for his teammate to lunge in before he can bounce himself. And finally a little bit of backline solidity, but will it hold?
Question. That ball's been tipped to the side. I think the answer is temporarily yes, as the great scramble down to the other end, and Ethan cannot make that work. This has to change. Avalanche is looking to do something different to this grand final. This is the side coming from the uppers, looking to make a statement. They've done that in game 1. They have stuttered and stumbled around in the second and third. Now they're fully down in the fourth here, as that ball's been boomed directly up to their face. matched by their opposition here. Whipped to the crossbar and down! Saved away, but the chance is still there!
And with the initial save, there was a team bump that came through, and just seconds after that, when one of the players landed, bumped away as well. It shambles at the back, but touched away just in time by the third player in blue as Sammy strikes forward. A fantastic dunk, or doink rather, from Ethan, as Turtle strikes on an almost open net, but the rotational strengths of Nightfall at the back have prevailed on this occasion as Ordenador back to the corner, touched down by Ethan, playing for a 50-50, but the first touch too heavy as Rev simply nobody in orange in the centre to follow up his own pass, and it's unfortunate for him. He had done a lot of work to drive upfield, but all that work is not going to pay off.
The way to the side, and Rev back again. Ordanador, who got the original clearance, and Turtle beats out their third here. Nightfall, they've been spread thin here, but they got the ball away. There will be a temporary recession, at least in terms of the progression that Nightfall was making up here as Turtle's up. Shot on target, look at that. Big wide open net, but Ethan's back in time. But who needs a defence when you can just smack them around? Bullying on the grand final. Somebody call mummy for Ethan.
Oh, it's almost as if it's Ethan's bedtime. He's been tucked away, and sadly the ball has as well straight into the bottom corner of the net as Mr. strikes, and Ethan back in time on that occasion. But the goal that was conceded just seconds ago, certainly a lapse in concentration from Ethan. The 50-50 looked as if it was going to be strong, but it was so weak as Sammy strikes upon an open net. Rev just about there in time, and it's touched just high of the bar.
Here's Ethan moving away to a position where he can maybe work with that one, but the defence is wide open. We talked about solidity many times in these grand finals here in RSC, and this is the first time Avalanche looks completely broken. But when they trail by 2, they have to take a chance. They know with less than 60 seconds as well, time is not in their favour as Turtle misses that one. Ethan will just lob it downfield. The problem is to whom it might concern, and Ethan will be the one to take up the mantle.
And the question is, who's going to be able to take advantage of this series as Sammy strikes to the backboard, and Turtle trying to make a read, but it's cut away from Mystical as Ethan now has a lot of space to work with, and he's touched it low. The defender thought the shot was going to be strong and really thought better of the shooter, but Ethan simply levels ahead in terms of the intelligence game there.
You always hate being the defender in those moments. Making that decision is brave, especially in a grand final. It either pays off or you look foolish. 2-1 is still the scoreline in this last 9 seconds in Game 4, and it could get a little bit more painful here, but it will be dealt right down. Now, let's see what they're made of here.
And Turtle up to the ceiling. Unfortunately, Danny, not made of much because there was no way to best 3 defenders in orange. The back line looks strong. There was 1 player committed forwards to apply the pressure, and 2 at the back sitting to wait and see what happens. Nightfall, once again, showing themselves not only contenders in this series, but one that could truly cause some damage.
I think damage has already been inflicted, Psycho. And this is the brilliant bit about this matchup, because if you asked me going into it for a straight cut answer here, I would have probably said Nightfall may not be up for the job. They had that grit, the tenacity to get into the games, especially from that lower bracket. They've done well. But asking me this in the grand final, they have shown what they're capable of. Avalanche, where are you? You got beaten by effectively a 50. You've been beaten by the side that shouldn't be here. What's going on?
What is going on indeed as we work our way to this next game. And a best of 7 is a long period of time in which to right your wrongs. Unfortunately for Avalanche, they've been caught out on 1 too many occasions and find themselves trailing not just a little bit, but significantly in the overall grand scheme of things. And they need to do something about it just about now as Mystical works into the middle. There's no player in orange to find a shot on net, but the question is for Avalanche, what do they do about the situations they've been put in? What do they do to transform the devastating affair they find themselves right now into something more positive?
Again, how do you play positive when you've just been beaten 3 games in a row? If this was best of 5, they've been knocked down to the losers. The fact is, Turtle's been hassled and bumped away. How do you get positive in this moment, Sego? I'll ask you the question you threw at me. How do you do it?
It's a lethal blow, that bump, to the confidence of Avalanche, making me reconsider my own question because I don't have an answer for you, Danny. And Avalanche needing to dig deep to find one of their own. And they find themselves in a situation that not many teams do. When you are the favourites coming into a matchup, all expectations are pointing in your direction. All of the willpower that you need to put in is to secure yourselves as the favourites and get the job done. But for Avalanche at the moment, it really is an avalanche in terms of how they're regressing at the moment, and it's all through the hard work of their opponents.
Just for a moment, the engraver probably had his trusty pen and the stencil ready to etch the name on the trophy. We'll just unfortunately have to put it away for a few games more as Ethan will tie up this game number 5 through a defensive howler. And just like that, the positivity where we've been doubting so far for the first real proper time, Seiko. They've got it back, but have they kept it going? That is where we're going to have to find this game moving, and the answer is no. Let's just get the bracket reset started.
Well, the answer to the question which I thrown was likely you need a miracle. And Avalanche once again need a miracle. Not once, they need it twice. Even to keep continuing in this first series. So Denador into the side of the field is going to be followed up nicely by Rev, who quickly tucks it back into the midfield and almost is able to convert and put a true nail in the coffin for Avalanche at the moment, as Rev, looking to pounce, is able to got a demo on one of the players as Ethan drives forward to Mystical, touch to the side, or Denador looking to follow up with a double touch, as there's 3 players in blue very much cemented back as Sammy looks to transform that case and try and create something for his team.
Certainly so, but the clinicalness has certainly gone. Even the amount of shots, the ferocious style of play, the aggression, the attacking, the Avalanche that we know them for is gone. Even Nightfall took a step back. They're slightly playing a little bit more different. They've adapted smarter. They've played well. They're getting the rewards justly at 3-1 at half-time. And you know what? Who thought this was possible?
Well, Danny, I do remember you saying before this series begun, you know what, Psycho? We might find our way through to a bracket reset here. And I was skeptical even myself, because all of the results so far in the RSC, which I've had the pleasure of casting over, seem to have gone the ways we've expected them to. And Nightfall truly looking to throw shade on that viewpoint. They have completely dominated not just this game, but this first series altogether. A best of 7 is a marathon, not a sprint, but when you do it in 5, certainly pretty impressive.
Echo, don't tell everybody that I was positive that a bracket reset was going to happen. Destroying my image here.
I know it goes against what you've worked so hard to prove, Danny, in yourself being the big bad and the ugly of this casting booth in RSC.
Oh, thanks, I'm the bad and the ugly. I'm not even good. Thanks for that, Psycho. Let's stick the stake right into my heart. Oh, wait. I don't have one. It was removed open, but I'm apparently a drama queen quoting from Psycho in that same conversation.
Oh, I can't believe those words came out of my mouth. I'm not sure where they did from. It wasn't the same person, I promise. Certainly wasn't. But nonetheless, Danny, if even you're optimistic something could happen, you know there's probably a decent probability. Because you are a realist. And at the moment, Avalanche not showing their real capabilities, perhaps. As Turtle looks to dance past Rev, but the seconds well and truly ticking down. There's only 45 on the clock at the moment, and the shots just aren't significant, and the pressure game simply not continued for the team in blue as a demo comes through from Sammy, but there's no follow-up. There's 2 players committed on the side of Avalanche, as once again, Ethan pounding back into the corner, but only as far as Rev.
Certainly, these moments as well, too, when I'm going to ask you this, Seiko, and I'm now going to give you my response to my own question until I hear yours first. Would you, in this moment of time, knowing that you have to do a bracket reset, you've just achieved that, would you be happier taking a shorter break or having the full time to reset and gather your thoughts? Because these might be the last 60 seconds, if you want to call it a break, because they know they're going to come back into this bracket reset because it's just been done. What do you do?
Well, for the side of Nightfall, if all's going well, you need to make some mental observations as to how that's been happening, but ultimately, you need to continue what's already been done. And so far in this first series, Nightfall have been dominating. So why stop now? Why take a break? Avalanche, however, on the opposing side, have a lot more thoughts to be clearing up. They were the favourites coming into this matchup, albeit not by a massive amount. They had found themselves into the upper bracket, so of course were favourites in that department, but statistically, and their track record and their performances that we've seen so far tonight, not all arrows were pointing in their favour.
Well, by the sounds of it, Psycho, I'm going to be unhappy with one of these teams. Avalanche has decided to play on. Nightfall also wants to play on. So, one half of the situation. And you know what? I hope our broadcaster doesn't mind. We're not going to head to a break, ladies and gentlemen. The bracket reset has been achieved. The grand final continues on. We're not going to take a break. We want to get this match going right on to it. Throw the statistics out. Throw the player stats out. I've been saying that for a very long time. It tells you about 10% of the game. In the big matches, the big players show up. Mistake or not, we didn't have the possibility of 7 games there. Now we will find somewhere between 4 or 7 to crown a champion, Psycho.
And you know what? Full credit where it's due to Nightfall for pushing it the distance all the way through the lower bracket. 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, and now they've gone and dominated the first series in this grand final in a 4-1 fashion. You have to believe that Nightfall have been going from strength to strength in this competition. And at the moment, all these 2 teams can afford is a tiny couple of minutes to go and refresh themselves, have a glass of water, come back all refreshed, and see what happens when you give it another go.
Well, certainly so. In one moment that had been in particular, and I want to maybe just share a bit of insight as well before any of the games had been played as well, Psycho. Turtle said, "This is my first ever grand final." That is a huge statement, and now he's just lost one half of it. Can he resolve it?
Well, for Turtle, he knows what's on stake. He knows what's to play for. This isn't only pride on the line, but also a cash prize as well. And all of the viewers watching you at home, and your legacy to cement as a team as we get ourselves underway in the second series, activating the bracket reset in this RSC playoffs. Fantastic performances all around from Nightfall, but Avalanche need to be the team to answer, and they've scarily chosen not to take a break, scarily chosen not to think it through, and hopefully for them, that isn't a decision which comes to haunt them.
And they've just conceded first time. Ray will put in the opening goal of this bracket reset of the rival tier. If you wanted my thoughts, I would at least ask for about 2, possibly 5 minutes if I could afford to get that time. You've just been beaten to submission. It was close games, but you were still beaten. Sometimes Collective thought it is, but they may think otherwise, that taking the momentum, taking the fact that they've played 5 games, they've got enough reason to continue forth. They've got to trust themselves in the process, as Sammy will continue to do exactly that. Downfield it goes. They trail by 1-0. This has to change, and they have to get the opening game here.
Absolutely, and Turtle is going to try and be the player that makes a difference working down the field in the offense. But at the moment for Avalanche, still not a solid structural foothold, as the last defender just shown himself the door and pushed to the side of the field aggressively by the team in blue, and a little bit of a collapse in the defense is really not going to pay off in Avalanche's favour. Zordenador beaten out by one player, but Rev is going to touch it back to the side. And well, in a situation where this is Turtle's first grand finals, you have to hope he can relift himself with some high spirits, as Sammy is able to put the ball in the back of the net off of a loose touch from his teammate that simply the last defender could not get to grips with.
Well, certainly so. 90 seconds gone. Effectively, game 1. A side that needs everything to go into their favour just to feel somewhat at evens again. As Rev downfield it goes. Sammy, who's just done the magical thing for Avalanche. Rev, on the other hand, knows he has time into his favour. Tips it past 1, but Ethan was there waiting patiently. And we saw this in game 3 and 4 of the first series itself, Psycho. And a game that's just somewhat slipping back in here.
You're absolutely right. We are slowly but surely seeing signs of the past. And Avalanche, they wanted to put all that negativity to bed. They wanted to get underway nice and quickly and put the past behind them. And Rev showing them that the past certainly is going to come to haunt you if you don't recognise what's happened, if you don't put your mind where it's meant to be. And Mystical trying to make it 3. Touch to the side by Sammy as he drives forward. Gets a little whiff on that ball, but once again, Nightfall showing themselves to be a true dominator early on.
Nice pop. Like the idea that's coming through here. Fourth challenge and Sammy not staying on the wing here. There should be an infield pass over to Ethan. Back into a bit of space here, forcing Nightfall to maybe make a decision. They decided not to, and Turtle not getting the touch into it, into the corner. Ethan should be whipping this opposite, but decides to drop it and drag it behind him. Allow his teammates maybe just get an extra half a second, and this could have been a costly mistake, but it is dividends here. Back for the second attack.
And it was a close attempt from Sammy to get a flip reset, not just past 1 but 2 players, as Ethan surely looks at that and thinks monkey see, monkey do, and does it himself as Ordenador at the back is able to touch high, trying to beat Sammy, who's well positioned at the back and is able to re-establish control with a strong touch forwards. Also trades out a demo with Rev, which I believe has worked in his favour, as Turtle gets another bump on Rev, who's just spawned back in time as Sammy's dove forwards and lunged forwards in desperation. There's 1 minute 20 on the clock, and they know that this first game is an important one to win, not just for the sake of the series, but for the sake of their mental fortitude at that as well. As a touch drop down from Rev is looking to put the nail in the coffin, and Mystical following up oh so elegantly.
Just an infield pass like that just gives you a smile. And a word of advice as well too, when you know your defenders are on the opposite side of the net and you know you have that opposite angle to shoot for. Oh, it makes it so satisfying to know the keeper cannot do a single thing about it. And Avalanche has not done a thing since the opening game of the original set. As this bracket reset has gone against them in the opening game, they have 60 seconds at least. Remedy a second goal.
And I'll go as far as to say that they've given us absolutely nothing so far apart from solo individual plays forwards. And this Nightfall back line is competent. They are showing themselves to be a well-structured team at the moment, and right now their heads well and truly glued on. So Ordenador is going to touch high and bait out a player in blue. Turtle actually beats the player in orange, diving up for the ball. Is going to try and translate it into a midfield pass off the backboard. Cut away by Revers. Mystical pre-flipping forwards. Once again in the hands of the last player, but Turtle is just going to wipe away that attack in a blink of an eye.
Just like that. It's our opening game of our bracket reset, going in favour of Nightfall. Complete opposite to how the first series went, and just for clarification, if you are just tuning in to a night and going, oh, what's a bracket reset? You needed 2 games or 2 sets of the series to win, and Nightfall has done the first job of winning 4 in the first time. They'll have to win at least 3 more here before they crown champions. Avalanche, who decided not to really take a break, they wanted to keep it going. I think it'd be fair to say, Psycho, that decision was the wrong decision.
Absolutely, and I know as casters often we're smug when we know we might be in the right, but on this occasion there's just no redeeming feelings for Avalanche right now. It is sheer desperation and sheer disappointment for their performance in Game 1. Completely outnumbered almost on the field. It seemed that everything Avalanche threw the direction of Nightfall, Nightfall had an answer for.
Certainly so, and I know when being a viewer myself, and a number of viewers always say it's when the casters sometimes talk about themselves, but I'm going to do it anyway. Psycho has been in these moments before, and you know what? There's nothing more satisfying being that lower side going through, causing the bracket reset, but it's winning the bracket reset is the more difficult job, which sounds foolish somewhat to say, but you know, both sides has to get it done.
Yeah, and you've certainly brought back some positive memories for me, Danny, and hopefully Nightfall looking to craft an exact recreation and an exact copy of that Cinderella storyline, as I believe we do have a DC on the field, but both of the players back in time nice and early as we get underway in game number 2. Avalanche and Nightfall looking to show themselves as titans in their own respect. And Avalanche currently, as I said, miserable. They must be in that first game, and hopefully it's not something which translates into the future of this series.
Enjoy that pass and play. They're still at least communicating somewhat. How effective though will be, of course, when we review back how the game's actually been outplayed, as Misful just tips that one to the side, and Sammy find the back wall here, and Avalanche are pushing a little bit further up here, but not necessarily afraid to attack here. You could be easily going a little bit sour in these moments here, but Turtle, nice catch, but met away here. Much more better. They haven't conceded either two, so indicating marks for the opening minute are very good if you're from both sides' viewpoints.
Absolutely, and both of these teams off to a solid start. And at the moment, both teams trying to weigh in on the possession game and try and get their foothold of control. And for the past 5 games on the trot, Danny, that has been in Nightfall's favour, and that is what Avalanche are looking to change. And it might be the case that even throughout the period of time where they could have taken a timeout and refused not to, the 60 seconds in the previous loss could have given themselves a bit more inspiration to dig deep in this series, as Avalanche getting themselves underway a lot more quickly, it has to be said, in this game number 2.
Little fabulous pop up and take a bow, Avalanche. Just like that, when everybody has you written off, one play like that will just get the juices running.
Absolutely, and Sammy with a wonderful pass central, a beautiful pop high, and Ethan, his shooting all series long when he has been able to get in the offensive side, has looked true, and a 120 kph shot, certainly not one that can be bested by the defender, as Turtle looking to continue fourth, but Mystical cutting him out and touching high to the midfield. Rev now to the backboard, follows up his own touches. Sammy going to get a touch of his own. He is just about, as Ethan continues his push forwards.
Turtle not in field, and Rev now pushes his movement forward here, and this one might just be, if he had boost he would have jumped off, so it's a vital play on the ground here, forced into a 250 way as Turtle back around a second touch, not necessarily ideal here on both sides, looking a little bit shaken here as Avalanche might have just found a way through the Nightfall defensive here, and once more the scrappy team that came through the lower bracket once again showing that little bit extra.
You're right in saying that, but two players committing from Avalanche there in the offense, and it has disrupted their chances of continuing their control. As Turtle in the corner now touches high. Can he get a bump on the last defender? Doesn't think to on that occasion, as Mystical not only cuts him out, but gets a double touch as well, dropping it down to a teammate who's gone on to dunk. Ethan L at the back, just about seen away that opportunity. As Ethan touching high and Turtle striking down and testing the defense, trying to bait out these commits on the side of Nightfall, stretch them thin like you were saying earlier, Danny, and keep the offense flowing.
When you do split the team so wide open, there is at least obvious positive and negatives from it. Just when you just watch the play and make the decision, and what a save that is, but hold a second here, because I tell you this, Avalanche is probably sitting very much deep and tight into their net after that play.
But they're not shaken up by the proximity of the ball ending up in their own net. They're fueled. The fire well and truly keeps on going for Avalanche as Ethan looks to try and touch it past one to a teammate, but it's tucked off to the side. As Sammy up now to the backboard. Is Ethan going to be there to follow? Not quite quick enough, but 1-0 at the moment for Avalanche, and this could be the start of something special for them.
So it's been propped up. Rev will be the likely closest one in red to go for this, and that's just been propped up here. Ethan keeps it into the corner, left-hand side. The ball here to Rev. It's fancies a quick volley here if he can get towards it. Shot wide, I repeat. And Nightfall will be scrapping all the way back, and Rev with the most fortuitous defensive touch you will see, but it might mean for nothing.
It might be, as Ethan trying to put a nail in the coffin as Mystical on one last attacking push, gets it over to Ordenador, touched to the side, but Rev with one final shot cannot beat the defender, and Ordenador touches it back to Rev. Oh, Danny, if the contact was there, maybe we could have seen an overtime.
We could have, but we did not. Simple as that. 1-1 is now the factual point where we are in this bracket reset. And while this is going on as well, to the stats team, the producer looking back through their eyes as well too, and thankfully through some grey hairs and magical bits of looking through the history books as well, Psycho. We've been here somewhat before. Last season's rival series went 4-0 in the opening game, and Blizzard at that time, as they were known, won 4-1. Avalanche has done the lower bracket run. They have won the first one before. Sorry, Nightfall, I should say. It is 1-1. Could we cheekily follow the same footsteps as before? I think the answer is going to be no on that personally. But ours that were maybe a particular feat in history.
Certainly would be a magical occasion if history was to repeat itself, but nonetheless, Rocket League is a notoriously spontaneous esport, and in order to keep that consistency going, proving yourself once is simply not good enough. And Nightfall, coming all the way through the lower bracket, have to prove themselves twice, and that is a lot of consistency from them to be asked for. So the advantage truly lying within Avalanche's hands at the moment. I'm very much looking forward to see the conclusion of this series, Danny.
I think everybody is. You just spare a thought, just even more specifically for the likes, the GMs who have historical value of franchise-based teams and all the history they've had beforehand, and or maybe go romantically into the history books as Turtle. And Avalanche is just facing what Nightfall's able to throw at them here, and it's just a sense of a chaotic pile-up. But they've dealt with it. This is what we did not see in the grand final. They failed that last little bit, and here we are continuing.
Here we are indeed, as the team in orange looking to write their own pages in history. And for the time being, even though this offense is coming through from Avalanche, Nightfall are holding strong. Both of these teams, I think, finally in a position that both of them are comfortable with. A shot coming through from Mistfall, just about blocked away by Turtle. The opportunities certainly there for Nightfall at the moment, but Avalanche once again proving themselves to be strong, just as they were in the match prior.
Oh, Ethan, big wide open net, and it's quite easy to miss. But he's took his time, moved it across. Do you know what, Psycho? I'm happy. Because we've seen this side tumble down the well. And it's usually, it's not the climb that throws people, it's the fall.
You're right in saying that, Danny. There's nothing worse than a grand fall, and Avalanche in this series, their mental shape, you'd be forgiving of them if it was all topsy-turvy at the moment, but certainly not showing any signs of degradation in their stamina or their mental capabilities. Working well and truly as a unit, and they're progressing forward and delivering us one heck of a show. As Ordenador, with a lot of space in the corner, is going to be cut across by a player in blue as they work themselves tentatively forwards, all at exactly the same time and the same depth in the field, looking to work forward as a unit. An infield pass sees its way through, unanswered by Avalanche.
You just saw that moment when the ball got tipped through. Ethan just said in the moment that Sammy jumped as well too. It is absolutely a free shot the moment the jump comes across. Cannot do anything, resulting into that equaliser. And just like that, Nightfall may fancy a second. They certainly got it.
Beautiful work from Ordenador off the kickoff. A wonderful touch pass one. Ethan forced to retreat for boost, and unfortunately at the back line, Sammy was caught unawares. He was in two minds. Do I pre-jump it? Do I stick it? He did neither, and Avalanche back into the equation.
Certainly so. Forget whatever that you've been doing. If it just pays off at that moment in time, you will be gleeful enough, and they're just playing reactionary enough here where it's just paying off here. The side that came through, the most unconditional style of play that came to mind.
Oh. What do you say to that, Danny? What do you say, Nightfall? At the back lines, it wasn't pretty. And I'm sure that is a goal that's going to be casting a shadow on the minds of this team for some time to come. There's all the drama has faced us into half-time in this match, and well beyond that as well. And Nightfall, after such a miserable means of conceding, I do wonder if they can get themselves back in front in this one, Danny.
Let's see. But saying no. I've been listening to it all this week, and it's been reasonably accurate here as that's just been tipped to the side. Shot really shouldn't have been threatening the keeper. The seen it wasn't going in, and that will bounce lovely right for Ethan. And just like that, we find Nightfall at their worst.
Nothing gives for the defense of Nightfall, as they themselves taking a fall in this particular game, and from absolutely out of nowhere as Rev tries to change that in an instant, but all the hope is wiped away because he cannot connect with the follow-up touch. We've not only seen that once so far in this matchup between these two teams, we've seen it twice now where a double touch has just gone wide of the margin. You give him that opportunity again and it's going to be flying in the back of the net, but the nerves, the will, the push at the moment for Nightfall, it needs to be more convincing.
I agree with you. Sometimes you just need a little bit of help, mind you, in grand finals. In the bracket reset, you can forge your luck. You usually have to earn the right before it comes your way here. And Nightfall had theirs. Avalanche has been almost rotten to the core. They've forged a bit themselves. They got the bump to go 2-2. Now with the advantage, however, Ethan throws that ball downfield. He looks for 4. Unfortunately, it's been shot very much quickly as it developed.
And this has panned out to be probably the most beautiful game we've had in this series. A true back and forth affair. A tale not of one half, not of two halves, not of three, maybe 4. I know it's impossible to get 4 halves, but nonetheless, it's been one heck of a story, this one particular game, and Avalanche coming out the victors from absolutely out of nowhere.
Just going to leave the half and what eventually it would break down. I'm not here teaching tonight, but there is a lesson, however, that needs to be learnt by both sides here. They can't afford give a freebie cycle. That's what decided that game there. Yes, we've seen skill. Yes, we've seen moments. But that's what decided it.
And it wasn't just one freebie, Danny. It was more than that. And it's tough to see for Nightfall. They've come so far, so far in this competition that words don't do it justice. 3 Game 5s in that lower bracket, pushing themselves to a bracket reset in a convincing fashion. Now they find themselves trailing at the very final hurdle. Questions to be answered.
At this point onwards, Nightfall get to do it to you. You have to win this particular match before everybody looks at Avalanche almost like they did at the grand final as the favourites to win. The pivotal game is now. Can you do one simple task? That is win game 4 of the series.
It's a very, very convincing start for Nightfall. Wasn't the thought process I was going to run with, but from absolutely out of nowhere, Sammy dropping it infield to Rev, and the early goal has gone the way of Nightfall, perhaps in answer directly to the questions you posed just seconds ago, Danny. And all of these cracks that emerged from Nightfall, the very last minute, the freebies that were on offer on the garage sale presented by Nightfall, need to be closed up for good, as Avalanche trailing in this game number 4.
Ethan just moves that one downfield quite nicely, double commit, and that's spelt right in front, and that is arguably the worst and yet best possible outcome, but both sides could happen. It could have spilt into the net here, straight down it goes, and Turtle tips that one back up and goes. Oh, this game doesn't know when to rest, does it?
Absolutely not, and time sleeps for no man, as at the moment Nightfall in the offense, all their energy being directed by their loyal supporters at home and in the chat. They're going to be willing them on in this very strong form that Nightfall have shown, as a touch comes to the backboard, blocked away by Ordenador as he's going to try and work down the field. No boost to his name, so it's a slow attack at that. Blocked away by Ethan as Mystical regains some control in his back corner. He's going to beat over Sammy and also touches round a second offender as well. Cannot dance round a third, but Nightfall, their attack looking strong.
There's Turtle. Vital block as well. Rye Just moves that one downfield. 3 minutes, mind you, still left on the clock here for Avalanche to work a play here, and such a key thing, and gives me somewhat of a joyful glee somewhat. Avalanche is not desperately challenged. And speaking about a garage sale from earlier, we have a house fire from a frying pan. Dreadful. Everybody left the house there.
Oh, Sammy. He was up so quickly to try and prove otherwise. But a house fire was the result for Avalanche. And Nightfall, they have a lot of time on the clock to throw everything away. The question is, can they hold strong and get the job done? As a pinch comes down to Turtle and Rev flying up so desperately to get a touch over one defender, or Denador striking on an open net. It wasn't an open net. I don't even know what to say. It wasn't an open net at all until he had managed to work a shot off Sammy. It was a touch. It wasn't a touch at the same time. Mystical following up. And they've got themselves an extra secure margin.
This game can even make the best players or analysts or even viewers look silly at times. And you just even heard by the response of Psycho how that one went in, as the fourth one looks likely to. And it could just be a few ooh-ahs or syllables as well too. And frankly, what the praise we were given, Nightfall has somehow stunned, and the question originally proposed, and frankly the motion that was agreed upon, they've done what they have to do now. Just see this game through, and the fact that we've cut this bracket reset to a race of 2 games if we get to that moment.
Don't tempt fate, Danny. Don't tempt it, because it'll come back to haunt you. It's an awkward bounce down, and Ethan has managed to put a goal on the board for Avalanche. And they may throw some late game spanners in the works. I wonder if Avalanche are going to be switching up their play perhaps, and just dialing up the aggression a couple more notches, and thoroughly planting their foot on the accelerator, as they can almost see the finish line now. They've got 1 goal on the board, which seems crazy to say, but a slight motivating factor like that really throws you back in contention.
Throwing that ball, mind you, was Rev. The contention of this game is just going to go slower and slower to lower odds here, because time is not in a favour of Avalanche. They have to get this ball, score it quickly, and then repeat the feat again for the second quick time here after their opening goal here, as Turtle leaves that one. Mystical is there too. The problem is, you just see what Nightfall's doing. They're sending one, but not the second and third. They're happy to contain the ball at the halfway line, if not deeper in their final third.
And I'm questioning whether this is the right approach for Avalanche. Trailing by 2 goals, you need more than one player to get the job done. And the goal we saw to put them on the board wasn't simply a single player affair. They need to throw everything they've got at this red defense, as Rev manages to dance around Ethan, and Sammy, standing tall, has managed to bait out a commit from 2 orange players, as 2 furious and ferocious bumps come through from Ordenator, trying to disrupt the defense.
This one's just been thrown up with Turtle, just getting the ball into the corner of the clock. Really much just suggests everything about it with that shot going wide. Psycho. It is, quite literally, 2-2 in the series, in this bracket reset. The race of 2 effectively now begins. Who is going to be bold enough to take game number 5 by the scruff of the neck and win it?
Soon, all will tell. But all we do know for sure is that both of these teams seem to have the will of a mule. They're charging forwards with absolute tenacity, both of these 2 rosters, and credit to them. As we see Sammy in the chat saying, for the content, by the way, and why wouldn't you, when there's so many fans cheering you on at home? Push the series the distance, really get the blood pumping.
I don't like it. I like a nice 4-0. Prove it that you're just the better side and squash them. But that there has not happened. The people who want to go home and rest and hug the trophy, that's unfortunately just going to have to wait here as these two teams are slugging it out, forcing the issue too. And do you know what as well? RSC as an entire community is happy. They're enjoying the fact that these two teams battle. The only one, however, that I feel sympathetic to surprise to everybody, is Sauce, trapped in a house somewhere for 6 hours doing the button pressing, and Sora going, please let this end, please just let somebody score it. Well, frankly, both of these two teams is denying the privilege of a man wanting sleep, but will it deprive a winner? Well, will Avalanche finally deprive Nightfall of that particular moment?
And it is the story of the underdogs in Nightfall, which I have to be honest with you, Danny, they are the team I'll be rooting for as we make our way into this game number 5. Effectively, a best of 3, as the saying goes. And it's not just a saying, that really is how close we are to crowning our play-ins victors in the Elite Playoffs as we get underway in game number 5. I do wonder how this particular game is going to unfold. It seems to have been a mystery each and every game that have passed, as a double beat from Ethan, dancing around 2 consecutive players, has opened up so much space as Sammy does exactly that, and immediately the aggression dialed up to the max, just as it was in the previous game.
Just moving this ball right across here, but Nightfall doesn't seem to be giving a Scooby what's happening right now, as that ball's been thrown all the way downfield. And again, both of these two boys with the pressure, Nightfall has done very much well. They have absorbed everything that's been thrown at them. Yes, there's been moments of doubt. There's been moments where this shouldn't have occurred. But they've done everything that the lower bracket side needed to do, and they might become champions if they keep this up.
And that's the question. Can you keep it up? And the bump that comes through from Rev almost opened up an opportunity to perhaps answer that very question. So he's going to transfer the ball to the opposite side of the field. An awkward touch in blue is going to spill it back to Ordenador as Mistaful beats one. There's a lot of open space to work with, but unfortunately the team in orange opting for the bump, and Turtle on the counter-attack looks to get past every little crack and crevice in the defense, exploiting that near post.
Doesn't sound good, that. I hope he sees a doctor as Turtle forced to maybe examine even further through Mystical's car there, as the report does not look good here. The examination still continue of Nightfall's back inside here, as they've been keep getting hammered and hammered until the point of submission. But that last bit of it has not occurred. We've still remained goalless. We've still had 2 minutes at the same bit of play. Avalanche needs to change something up with the attacking style, as it's being too easily read.
And you're absolutely right, Danny. Just a quick infield pass is all that's needed to perhaps get the job done. But only for next time around, because Mistaful, the touch to the backboard, certainly wasn't impressive. But the defense crumbling from Avalanche.
Get to the stage, that might just be the goal that sends you out and losing the tournament win. Mind you, still 2 more wins for either of these two sides here, and these are the small steps in this very much long and treacherous road here. This is just one misstep, and that's all that it takes to go off it here. Is Sammy looking to make a pathway of his own. He's beaten everybody bar the difficult task of it all, sticking the ball in the net. Who knew it was difficult?
I'll tell you what is difficult, and that's the situation that Avalanche find themselves in right now. Lost the previous series in a dominating fashion, and now as the games tick down, they keep finding themselves pushed back, just notched back a tiny little bit further than they were previously. And unfortunately for them, very few lives are remaining. Just a couple more games, and they are well and truly done, as Ordenador touches it central to a teammate in Sammy. He's going to drive forward, almost looking to touch it to a teammate there, but the touch was so unconvincing as Ordenador once again pinching it off to the corner, only back to the hands of Turtle, who's demolished on that occasion.
See a clearance this moment. Fame will find it halfway line. Find herself poised in a similar position before Sammy will take that one.
Oh.
Rev once more doing the difficult job there. You can hear Psychos again, the reaction. It just shows you how tight it was, but these are the margins that makes losers and champions.
Ordenador trying to prove more than just 1 point in the first series win as he drives it to the backboard, and there's two defenders confused and dazed, not wanting to take the leap of faith, and Mystical taking his end of the bargain.
Avalanche keeps on tumbling down. They cannot afford a number stumbles on this mountain that find themselves again in these situations that they've unfortunately cost themselves 2-0 deficit, and they're effectively going to go against a championship point. Just shows you how difficult it is to win these. They had an advantage, quite literally, of 4 games of a buffer, and they still cannot find a way through.
And that's truly telling of the struggles Avalanche have endured. And yet we're here, in a situation where both teams very much equal on the scorecards, but not for long. The seconds, well and truly ticking down, and Nightfall, through thick and thin, have managed to do the impossible and get themselves onto match point.
Just like that, the third one moves in too, just to hammer home that point. Psycho, what a moment to be alive at. We take stock in this, what can only be described as a battlefield that has occurred. And yet, we look at everything that has occurred in all the games that has been played, and Avalanche, who look like the favourites to win this, find themselves on the wrong part of history as the runners-up. This is a cruel esports, but they have yet to prove why they should be the one winning it.
Time will tell if Avalanche can bite back once again. But Nightfall, the performance they just show up, pretty much all generated from a team effort. Mystical and Ordenador connecting with each other well and truly cementing themselves as victors of that particular game. Mystical with 3 goals to his own name, Ordenador 3 assists to his. But once again, Danny, we have to throw the stats out the window. This is the point in time where you have to start paying attention to the closer elements of the game. You need to really try and put yourself in the shoes of the players on the pitch, because that is the only true way you can understand how they're feeling in this high pressure moment.
So, effectively, we are at the penalty shootout where it's 1 goal that wins. Where we're near enough at this stage if you're looking from a Nightfall perspective. It's a shame we don't play like tennis rules somewhat and you have to win by 2 clear games. Although I think Sauce might vote against that idea, and as well too, just to mention as well that the admin vote will be finishing tomorrow night, so if you want to join the Discord, they have your say for next season, what we starting round the corner, season 11. That there is going to be the moment. The top 5 will be whittled down to the top 3, but our remaining 2 of rival still needs a champion to be crowned here at Game 6.
And Nightfall are looking to put their name on the trophy. Their name engraved in the history books, as this could well be their final destination in this series. As Nightfall, through thick and thin in this competition, they have emerged as near favourites in the situation we find ourselves right here. As Turtle to the corner is only going to find Ordenador. And Nightfall, what they've done in the last 2 games is they've shown themselves to be an attacking threat, to cause the defense to be in all sorts of mishap and misshape. And hopefully for them, it's a trend which can continue. And unfortunately, a shot which could have been buried wasn't on that occasion.
Could have been, should have been, but isn't. Simple as that. And these are the little things that unfortunately cannot afford to occur if you're looking to win here. As Ethan pops that one up, will we see everything being thrown here by Avalanche? They might as well come out swinging as they pinch that one downfield. It's a 2v1 here, but unfortunately the demo doesn't come out. Will take the keeper from, of course, Nightfall's final third here, and Sammy rotates back. Blocked it goes here. This is the pace we saw in the grand final, and it has been turned in the last possible game. Oh, where have you been?
And I really thought that opportunity could have crept through the way of Nightfall. The attack drops the ball down off the backboard and simply no defender there to meet it. But the shot was not an easy one and not capitalised on by the Nightfall offence, as Mystical is able to dart past 2, albeit with a strange touch to the ceiling, as Turtle and Sammy both dragged out in desperation to make that touch, leaving Mystical with an open net. Speaking of which, Ordenador striking, pouncing on the loose space generated by the defence committed moments prior, and a wonderful way to kick off this game for Nightfall.
Certainly so, and it was effectively a treble commit as well. Diabolical decision in that moment there. Can they have a chance to rectify it as Turtle is up and beaten? Sammy will move down, now facing Red with very little much booth, and Ethan has to do a difficult job and decides to pass it middle over the Turtle. We've barely seen that net in Red being exposed, and Sammy whips it ball surely the Turtle. He was waiting into the middle, and that idea of a defensive duty got away with one.
And as did the offense, Danny. You could have thought with an infield pass the crack would have shown for Avalanche, but it went just begging as Turtle aimed for net. He struck for net because eventually, if you keep pounding it, surely it's going to go in at some point, but that is not the attitude they can be relying on in these dying moments. They need some creativity. They need that magic and that brilliance right about now, because Nightfall, you know, they are not going to be hesitating for a moment.
Let's see if that continues with the remaining 2 minutes, because you can sense the pressure on both of these two teams for obviously different reasons. Here's Revs gets the demo. And mind you, here Ethan just tips this one backwards, so it will go into Avalanche's own control here. Pops it up. I think that's a wide open net here, but Ethan's just going to scout it out. Just have to put the ball into the net. How difficult it is! And they've made an absolute scrappy, horrible, an image that will cause nightmares to your gravestone.
Oh, it's horrible to watch for Avalanche. They are going to be absolutely shell-shocked with how they have not managed to equalise in this game, and maybe they can do it now, but there's 2 blue players in the skies and there's 2 counter-attacking orange players. Ethan just about back home in time, and there's only just over a minute left on the clock. What do they have left in the tank as Sammy takes to the skies, and it's also beaten out Turtle at the back lines. Ethan beating the last defender. He needs to get a read on this, and it's a shot for the bump. I don't believe my eyes, Danny.
I'm gonna just be ruthless. They do not deserve a Game 7. Not after the last 2 attempts on target. And they somehow pull that off. This game can be a disgrace for people who deserve and put the effort in. And somehow it pays off when the ball drops to your feet. There might be an angel protecting them, but it's a shame the devil in the form of me sometimes know how to stick it in. We are at 1-1. We are at a game where we should potentially crown a champion, and they've scrambled that one in.
And your confusion is well and truly reflected by me, Danny. What a state of affairs this late game drama has been, as Turtle driving down, a lot of space to work with, beats the last defender. Ordenador doesn't get a touch on it. The last player completely in dismay, and I think the presence of the Ethan in the midfield could have provided the confusion enough to strike in the heart of Rev.
Ghost touch and Rev just deciding to do hula hoops in the middle of the net. We were praising this game for the potential quality it showed and the drama that was unfolding on our screens, and it's 2-1. It could maybe be 2-2 or 3-1 based on how this one's going in the last few seconds. Confusion at its all-time high. Madness and chaos unravelled in this grand final. Either way, both of these two teams have fought their way through a difficult, long, tumultuous season. But we have one remaining game to decide a champion. Who deserve it? We'll let you all decide that, but these three players from either side will be doing exactly that particular question.
And you know what? It's easy to say that game win for Avalanche could have been undeserved. I don't buy it. They worked their heart off at the dying seconds, and they could have put in more than 2 goals, that's for sure. Open net after open net, Nightfall in a shambolic state of affairs at the back. And Avalanche, at the end of the day, proved themselves in that particular game to come out of the gates as the stronger team. But for how long will that form last? We're making our way now to game number 7, where stakes are at an all-time high, and so far in these last few games we're starting to see more of these mistakes creep through like we did in the first series, where Avalanche just looked to be crumbling. I wonder if this game 7 is going to be a repeat for them.
We'll find out. Bracket reset. Psycho set. Game 7. One mistake, one goal, that could it all be over, as Ethan decides to take the first shot. Will be met by the keeper, and already we are maybe just seeing what these players will just do in the crucial moments. We've seen hints of it throughout this bracket, and that will be the goal that will set the light and the mark off.
It's a way to get the fire lit as Rev pounces and strikes upon the left-hand side of the net with a 100 kph shot, met by no such thing as a defense from the side of Avalanche. And I was almost foreshadowing how Avalanche may crumble as they did in the first series. Certainly wasn't hoping it would in the manner it has early on in game number 7, but nonetheless plenty of time to work for them, as Ethan trying to get to grips with everything he can, as there's a demo on the last defender, and Reva's danced past everyone, not just for the first time in this game, but the second.
I've never been more disgusted in a bracket reset deciding match. Where are your defenders? Where is the sensible head in these moments? One was removed, one for boost, and the other left dangling right for the striker's taking. This has to improve here for Avalanche if they want to get a chance back into this ball. As this one moved across here in the box there for the original shot. Could have been something to get things going. But I fear for the utmost worst here. Avalanche could be gone here.
Uncomfortability at its core for Avalanche right now. More concerned about the concerns of their own individual players than the team effort, completely forgetting how to structure and how to shape themselves at the back, as Sammy can only retreat and hope he gets a touch on the ball, and does exactly that, as Ethan, working now from the corner, needs to try and 50 past one, else he's certainly not going to get too far, as Turtle mops up after his teammate's loose touch. It's going to be followed again, once again in the midfield, as Mr. Football off the wall touches it down central. A strike from Rev, just touched high by Sammy.
Evidence there that it wasn't being calmed either with the double commit here. Nightfall. Well, they made him a small mistake there. Loose Turtle, he leaves that one for Ethan. No quick cut in here. He's driving backwards. This one will be met by Sammy Spelt in the middle. And Ethan, oh, Ethan, you got that one away, mind you. They're still trailing by 2-0. They have to get a goal at some point. The quicker the better. as that one touched down into the corner here. Nightfall has played a blinder in this Game 7.
They have indeed. And I'm wondering if Avalanche can recreate the game we had previously. But that requires 2 miracles of their own. As Ethan bashes it down centre, but unfortunately the shot just wide of the margin as Turtle lunges forwards. A touch has gone high. It's all misery at the moment for Avalanche as they can't really get any meaningful shots on target as Sammy now touches central, cut away by Mr.
No rub at the green here for Avalanche, but to the backward double commit. Just smack it in!
Oh.
Just have to put it in! And finally, Avalanche knows what an open net looks like after a double commit and score from it. Game back on!
It only took them 1 6/7 of a series to figure out, but they did make the first miracle of this game number 7 happen. Can luck strike twice? As Mystical, working down the field, can only go as far as Ethan, who's up nice and early. Can he threaten the last defender into some uncomfortability of his own as a double touch comes through from Turtle, but it's not good enough as he can only swipe at the ball back central, but nothing doing this time.
No block in the middle. Playing from the back lines once more here. Avalanche with a shot here by Ray will be crossbar down, double commit. But Nightfall don't really have immediate of a response here, but it's back into the top of it. Turtle struggling the entirety at the net here after all the hard work. It falls once more, again, down, tumbling.
Oh my. Avalanche. They required 2 miracles, but now they really do have their work cut out. And Nightfall, just there, showing that they didn't even need a meaningful attack. It was Avalanche who crumbled. As Ordenador in the centre needs to work it forwards, but Ethan is there to pounce. And this entire game, and in the entire previous game, this Avalanche backline has been so far forward. They look desperate on the field and they're all out of shape, but somehow the opportunities keep arriving from out of thin air. And that one, you would have thought was converted from the blue side, but it's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong.
Moments in life you can either laugh or cry. I tell you, I won't even bother. That there picture tells you it all.
It's been one heck of a series, it must be said. But at the end of the day, Nightfall are the team which had that will to succeed. As they're doing their victory laps on the field right about now, they've gone and pushed the series the distance all the way to Game 7 in a bracket reset. Who would have thought? Who has ever seen that before? It's an absolutely magical time to be alive for Nightfall.
Nightfall will be up, which is unfortunate to some, as Avalanche, who has fought valiantly, but unfortunately to the end they were not strong enough, and we do have our champions that are highlighted in red. Nightfall will be your Season 10 rival champions. As Seiko has once said before, they had a lower bracket run. They have done everything that they should have done. And what else is there to say? They have beaten the favourite coming into this matchup. And even the original series, they won it so convincingly that it's, I don't know what is a better achievement, the way they won the second or the first one. We will have time to process one shortly. But Psycho, a moment on Avalanche, because as Turtle said, that was his first ever grand final. And nothing will sting, and speaking from experience, as bitter from the heart this is, you will never forget these moments here. You will learn from this experience, but you'll never sleep easy after knowing the fact that you should have done better.
Absolutely, and commiserations to Avalanche, and it must be a tough situation to be in for them. They were struggling at the end there, and even for Turtle, whom it was his first grand finals, did give us one heck of a show, and he pushed it the distance against all odds. I thought so many times in some of these games Avalanche were just down and out, but somehow the opportunities found themselves through just because of that sheer desperation from Avalanche. And you know what, this is a series that these players can learn from. They are developing players, and even though they made it all the way through to the grand finals, if you throw it away, it doesn't mean too much, but certainly an affair that they can look back on and be proud on in terms of the run that got them to this position here, Danny.
Certainly so, and all of the teams should be proud of the performance. Let me make that clear. I will not sleep easy at night, I'll tell you that for nothing. The reason why I'm in the commentary booth, not as a player. Those moments will scar you. But for Nightfall, they will do worlds of wonder, deserved champions. There is no doubt about that. They've done the best bracket possible. But with that being the case, we normally would have an interview with the team. I'm not certain we might have it, but that does mean we did have an announcement. And I had mentioned it beforehand, and just in case you are, the season voting for the admins will be finished tonight here. They'll narrow down from top 5 down to the final 3, which will be chosen. So if you want to get involved as well, join the Discord down below. Tomorrow will be the old man himself, Archeon with his slippers, do battle on the field, and maybe take another trophy in Sego. We are looking forward to that one.
Absolutely, that sounds like an absolute joy to watch, and it's a pleasure to see all of these players who have put in the hard work behind the scenes to get to the stage we're at today, have a bit of fun themselves. And just to reflect back on this series one last time, Nightfall did make that run of dreams come true, and they should be incredibly proud. And they're not just walking away with all the pride that comes with their victory and all of the pride that comes from the fans supporting them in the chat, but also a hard-earned 80 quid, Danny.
Well, certainly so, and I think everything has to be given as well to all the viewers and the players who made this matchup special as well too, because it gives every reason why we play it as well, so what the sponsors put up into it, and Psycho, with that just being the case. I'm not going to say this is the best final this season. We have still plenty more to go with Rival. We do have Masters. We still have the Premiership itself to do battle as well. But
I am in.
the Challenger tier is looking well as well too. And I can just slightly hear the rustlings from the background as well too. And there might be some sleepy eyes in this interview somewhat as well, Psycho, because one of them, quite literally, I believe it's around about 4 AM. We do have our champions Nightfall finally joining us into the call because they are, I'm sure, so tired from the final.
Hello, can we speak?
Yes, you can, absolutely. Which one are you, just to be absolutely sure?
Yeah, I'm Mr. Fool.
Well, Mr. first of all, welcome. We can hear you all.
We can hear all of us.
We'll start with you, Mr. Full, because first of all, let me start off with here, because the grand final started off a bit shaky. The performance what we were wondering about, but
yeah,
arguably you had one of the best performance possible in the grand final. So I'm going to ask you, what did you do to settle the nerves and perform as well as you did?
Yeah, thank you, man. First, yeah, thank you for having us. Nerves-wise, yeah, man, it's absolutely so scary, literally, like I'm sitting here literally shaking with my controller in my hand. But now these guys, these teammates have just absolutely kept me so calm. I'm normally a pretty shaky player with my previous playing experience and that. But yeah, these guys just absolutely kept me calm, told me to keep it on going, and doing like active coaching throughout the stuff actually helps you figure out, like, you know, focus on certain things that you need to improve on rather than thinking about how much the games mean. So I think, yeah, just keeping a level head with your teammates and enjoying it, really.
Well, Mr. Full, we can see all of the positivity thrown your direction in the chat right now, and You know what? You had a very special run indeed, all the way through from the lower bracket, taking 3 Game 5s, going on to get the bracket reset and pushing it all the way to the distance in Game 7. I must say, you're an amazing team to have on for the sake of content, but my question for you all is... Oh yeah, it's an absolute joy. If we had you on every single week, my goodness, it'd be a treat. But my question is for you lot. What is next for you? Is there anything you're doing outside of RSC? Is there any ambitions you have going forward? Is this just the start for your roster?
Not sure, man. I think maybe our team captain, Ordinator, should take this one, man. He's, our team captain. He's been leading us all the way. He's been sorting out scheduling, sorting out all of that stuff. So yeah, man, go take it away, Leon. If he's here. He might not be here. That would be really awkward if he's not here.
Anyway, would be.
Huh? No, it's fine. I'll take it. Basically, yeah, we're. I'm pretty sure Leon is taking a break after this, man, because we're all sort of like school students and stuff. I've got uni going on as well, so is Ord. So we're sort of just happy to take this win. Happy to put our full effort into this, and now we can finally relax, knowing that we've achieved the impossible, man. But yeah, we'll still stay, pretty good friends, run some ranked 3s sometimes, that sort of thing, but nothing as far as we can see. If anyone's got any options to sign us as the best rival roster, oh god, yeah, feel free.
I don't think there might be any doubt on that last part of it. I just want to make sure as well too. Mutz, are you there out of interest?
Yes, I'm here.
Well, first of all, it's good to see you, by the way, from a personal level as well, because we've known each other for, must be, 3-4 years, is it?
Yeah, quite a long time. I can still remember the one time I was casting with you. It was quite fun, but it was also a very new experience.
I think for everybody,
and also have to go on with Danny at that point.
I think for everybody, it's nerve-wracking, whether co-caster, player, or viewer, for all different reasons. But Mutz, before I ask you a question, I must say, a pleasure actually seeing you on a winning roster with having the winning team, because I know how much work that you have done within the community, within different organizations. For that, I congratulate you. You've worked hard, and about time that a win like this comes your way. So I'm going to ask you, in one extent here, is it finally relief, or is it more now stress going next season, probably knowing the fact you've got at least one tier to defend as champions?
Right. I mean, first of all, for Rival, everything goes to Leon. Like, he has done a hell of a lot of research on everyone in Rival, as well as Challenger and Prospect. Without him, the season would have not gone as successful as it has been now. To be fair, I've reached my minimum goal, getting top 10, getting at least one team into playoffs, which, to be fair, has been more than successful with 4 out of 5. We don't talk about elite, but it has been an awesome season, not gonna lie.
Well, my fullest congratulations to you as well, Matchuk. It is quite an accomplishment not to only have successes with one of the rosters, but you can sit there and be comfortable and happy and glad and rejoice for the performances you've had with the others. So from me, just a full congratulations to you all.
Thank you, man. Much appreciated. Man.
Thank you. Yeah.
Before we let you go away, and as champions, is there any final shout-outs to all your supporters out in chat? Because we know Leon and Mystical, you've been getting quite a lot of love and respectively so too. But
oh, really?
It's your chance to say a few
Can we give
words
some
yourselves.
respect to Rev, please? Rev is up at like 5 a.m. at this point. And he's the biggest trooper in the world. He's coming so good. Yeah, I love this team, man.
He's half asleep at this point, man, but he's still going on scoring double taps, and man, it's insane. I've got a few shout-outs. I've got 2 shout-outs to make. Mate, Potter and B-Shake have been in my ear in Discord, absolutely raving about it, man. They've been so, supportive. So yeah, cheers, guys, much appreciated. Apart from that, man, yeah, Leon, you've been an absolute gem sorting everything out, man. Yeah, Rev scoring those goals. I don't think we'd been able to do it without Rev, man. Rev's the GOAT, the MVT, man. He's a legend.
Nah, man, you guys kept my mental up really well.
Yeah, I bet, mate. It's like 5 a.m. where you are, isn't it?
Oh, man.
Yeah, honestly, it was a pleasure to see Rev really transform from the beginning of playoffs, where he wasn't really communicating that well, some questionable decisions, to just this absolute beast that's easily the MVP of Rival. It was such a pleasure to play like in that final series, because I just knew that Rev's gonna be there to score or create an opportunity. So, yeah, so nice to play, and shout out to everyone really. Who, I mean, I can't remember everyone, so if I start naming names, I'm gonna forget someone. Yeah, just everyone. Like, thank you, honestly, it means so much. Yeah, really.
Thank you very much. Understandable that you didn't see who was obviously supporting you as you've been focusing on a grand final and a bracket reset, but pleasure having you on. We see a small insight there how well the team is speaking there, but that are your champions for the Rival tier, everybody of RSC, and to anybody who's just tuned in for the first time. And Seiko, it's quite evident to see, based on how they're just talking with each other, how comfortable, how smooth, how everything just seems to be, and I presume Avalanche was same, but it's just that little bit extra, and you just heard the words. Rev didn't communicate, but he was an absolute beast in the grand final. A difference of what a few weeks can obviously do for a player.
You're absolutely right in saying that, and it's so nice to hear from the players themselves, because they give us these perspectives which were otherwise unheard of. So what was obviously a difficult affair for Nightfall, made even more difficult by the circumstances they were put in, with Rev having to stay up until 5 a.m. Absolute craziness from that man, and he did give us one heck of a show, especially in the mechanical department, like the team was discussing, with all those double touches and instigating the offense for their team. He was crucial for that roster.
Well, certainly so. With that being said as well, just to reiterate to anybody tuning in, the admin voting is tomorrow night, to be giving everybody a chance to what they want to say. Go out, get the vote, join the Discord. Of course, obviously with the Twitter, get involved with the action through the socials too. But that's Rival done, Justin. We're halfway effectively done up to season 10. However, Elite is tomorrow. Old man Art with his slippers going out to the field. Will he have a chance to win? Well, for the entirety of the crew here on RSC, we would like to see it being done. But it's a good night from us.